Wowie. Wow, and I said no tech issues too, so I screwed myself, didn't I? Hello, everybody.
Well, yeah, you said
Hi.
that, but you
But
said
no
that
one
when there
heard
was no
me.
sound. So as long as no one heard you say it,
Yep, right?
you didn't say it.
It's too bad I did say it then again. Hello,
And then
everyone.
repeated it. It also got
I
I know you
repeated
said
it
it.
again, yes.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. I always end up messing something up. Anyway, I'm dressed as a bee. There's that.
I'm just as me, but I could be
But he
dressed as a
could be
bee.
dressed as a bee. If we I can't figure out how to get, and I have the same problem on Broken Crown where I can't figure out how to let YouTube let me set up goals. I don't know why. It's either a browser thing that affects both Chrome and Brave, or it's an account thing. I don't know. But it won't let me set up goals. So, since I can't do that for whatever reason. And I have had that problem on Broken Crown. Haven't always had it. I have been able to use it in the past. But for
Does it
some
give any
reason,
kind of error when you click it?
no, it just doesn't do anything. The button just does
That's
nothing.
weird.
Yeah.
That does sound like an actual bug rather than a limitation
It's
then.
been that way for months though. So I mean, I
Mm.
don't know. Anyway, if we reach $50, then Oozly will also be forced to dress as a bee, and then we'll have because I don't think we have any bee stories this week. We have birds, but not
No,
bees,
there
unfortunately.
was one, but it was from last year. It was somewhat interesting. Maybe we could do that if we need a bee story. What do you
Absolutely
guys think?
need bees.
Yeah, we need bees.
Bees are
But
required.
I've got some bird stories. We've got a lot of other interesting ones today. In fact, I've got a story today which is possibly going to be the biggest story of the week, except maybe the headline story that Aiden has, which
Mm.
is AI related, and it's a tremendous story. Yeah, I think you're going to
Yes,
like it
which
if you don't already know it.
OpenAI had its hacked another AI, right? Or another AI company, correct?
Not exactly, but
Yeah.
we'll go into it. You're not far off though. Chat saying I'm quiet. Have you turned me down at all?
Uh,
You
I mean,
should be able to leave me exactly as I am because the audio I'm outputting is tuned to be exactly right. I've got
okay.
filters to keep it that way.
Okay.
So you should be
Well,
able to use my voice as a metric for everything else being the
oh,
right one.
I may have turned everyone else's voices down for Overcast. That may have been what I did. But I've just turned it up in OBS, so hopefully it's a bit louder and easier to hear now. Alrighty. If there's any other problems, just let me know, please. And thank you, Michael Doberman, for 2 Canadian says sending love from Vancouver Island. Thank you so much, Michael. All right. Yes, much better now. It's the spoon curse. Yeah, they were a little bit volume is low. Okay, hopefully it's better now. Yep.
Good, good.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Well, yeah, there's
Do you
the
have
Chinese
like
CRISPR gene editing story where they
yeah?
in that case that's the sort of cover one I went with, which is that China did unnecessary gene editing. Unnecessary. It was not life-saving gene editing on a girl in China. She died, and we're just not finding
Wow.
out about it because they covered it up. Yeah. So
How long ago was that?
last year,
They did it last year. Okay. Yeah,
I
that's pretty
believe.
horrible.
Yeah. There's. Whoops.
Oh,
I don't know what the heck just happened there. Anyway,
is there a story that you wanted to start off with? Otherwise, I'm sure I can find
yeah.
something fun.
Yes, I do. I have
Yeah, there
some.
is. Okay, go for it then.
Well, because
I'll go after
it's
you.
fucking crazy. So it's mostly just visual, I guess, on this, which is uh because I wanted to also read the sunfish copy pasta. Okay, I thought this was a good excuse to do that. Are you familiar with the sunfish copy pasta? Are you familiar in general with how much of a mutant and worthless animal the sunfish is?
Actually, no, I've not heard of the
Uh-oh.
sunfish. I've missed this one.
That just sorry, that froze for a second. Okay,
Could you
so
hear me?
yes, it just froze visually.
Okay, that's weird.
The sunfish is a horrible mutant animal that should not exist, that is an abomination upon God, and a orca whale has what they do, you can watch it. It's a little difficult to see. But one of the orca whales is holding it in place, and then the other one rams into it, and it explodes. Because it's just made up of nothing but parasites and retardation.
I was going to say it's made of jelly, but no, it's made of parasites. That's even worse.
This
Much
fish is so
worse.
stupid. It's the dumbest fish. It just that's the other fish that just exploded into like a million little particles. That
Jesus.
fish, that
It's hard
fish,
to tell.
it's hard to tell, but that fish can weigh up to 5,000 pounds.
Wow.
These are massive fish. If you've never seen a sunfish, specifically what kind is this one? Why were they doing it, by the way? They do explain why they think they do it, but it's because it was already dead, so it's probably already rotting, right? And they break it down into little pieces so they can feed it to their bibbies, right?
Okay, so it wasn't so much that it was
It's just that it
full of
exploded.
parasites
That's
while it's
crazy.
alive.
Oh no, it's
because
full
it
of
was dead
parasites while it's
already.
no, it's full of parasites while it's alive.
Oh.
This is
Okay,
it.
never mind.
We'll look at more pictures of them, but like this is the sunfish.
Wow,
They
it
are
does look kind of
enormous.
useless, yeah.
Well, yeah, you see a lot of pictures like this where just seals just taking giant chunks out of them.
Oh, it's that one.
Yes,
where they literally eat it live and it doesn't notice.
Because it's so dumb. It's such a fucking dumb animal. It's such...
Yeah, I have heard of this one, but I didn't remember the name.
So they also now that's why they speculate that they do it, right? Is to bust it up into little pieces so they can feed it to their bibbies. However, it's also speculated that maybe they just do it for fun.
I wouldn't doubt it. Like for whales and for some other advanced species, like fairly intelligent ones, I wouldn't doubt they have that kind of social tendency to just do things for fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Seen a couple videos of orcas battering sunfish on social media before the new paper did a deep dive into this phenomenon. Thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Can we see the moment of impact again? It wasn't very easy
Well,
to
it's
tell
like
what was
right at the
happening.
front. You can't really see. No, you can't really see it that well. But like you can see all of a sudden something does definitely explode as there's suddenly particulate everywhere. It's difficult to see when it impacts it, but then there's just all the little bits.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Nygaard is not necessarily surprised that the orcas have come up with such a creative strategy to dispatch sharp-tailed sunfish, which can get up to a few meters long. I have no idea. I don't think humans do. Do humans eat sunfish? I wouldn't want. I don't think you want to eat it because it's full of parasites.
Because like dodos, for example, went extinct because they were kind of crap, but they were delicious. That may have helped them go extinct. If sunfish are full of parasites, that might be the only reason that they have not gone extinct.
So in the EU, laws have banned the sale of sunfish and products from the sunfish family. In parts of Japan, Taiwan, and Korea, they serve sunfish meat as part of special dishes. But the reasons why is because it has a bad texture, jelly-like or unappealing, it says, and disgusting layer of thick, foul-tasting jelly lies beneath their tough skin. Because they mostly eat jellyfish. As it's basically the only thing dumb enough that this thing can eat that will actually fall into its open mouth, because that's how it eats. It just swims around the ocean with its mouth open, hoping that stuff falls into it, and somehow they end up weighing 5,000 pounds by doing this.
This sounds like something that shouldn't have existed past the Cambrian. How is it still real?
I'll explain. It's in the copy pasta how they exist, because that is, of course, the question is how the fuck, if something is this stupid, this worthless, how does it exist? Well, it's because outside of like insect species, nothing lays eggs like sunfish. They will lay hundreds of thousands.
Ridiculously R-type.
Yes, it's extremely R-typed. So they will they just reproduce en masse, and then a couple of them survive long enough to become enormous, right? So again,
what a ridiculous creature.
It really is. It really is. Might not be the only reason. It might not only be just for survival. Pascal D of the Marine Science Center in La Paz said that killer whales are highly social animals and behavior can simultaneously provide nutritional benefits, reinforce social bonds, and serve as an opportunity for younger individuals to learn hunting techniques. In other words, maybe they just do it for fun.
Yeah, it would be multiple things.
Maybe, or maybe it's just funny to sort of fuck with this worthless fish.
Fun's an abstraction usually, but it's a complex one. So it's over layers of indirect things you don't really understand exactly
Yes.
why they're doing it, but some complex set of reasons that isn't immediately apparent, and they just do it intuitively, not for a goal, but that's just an evolved trait because it on aggregate leads to the goal.
Or it's because the sunfish is the most pathetic, fucked up, like, why does it exist creature. Do you want to read the rant about the sunfish? I've got it up.
Can do. Do you want it in a particular voice by any
I
chance?
don't know. I mean, do you like this guy's really mad about sunfish and how stupid they are and
Let's
how they
see.
exist. So, and just give, you will also be mad. And Chad, I think if you don't know, if you're not familiar with this, this is now quite an infamous rant. I think it's been around since 2019 about just what losers these fish are. But I think you will also understand why this guy is so worked up about the sunfish being as retarded as it is.
Okay, one sec. Right. So, yeah, I'll read it off your screen then.
Yeah.
Fuck the ocean sunfish. So someone in a group asked me to tell them why I hate the ocean sunfish so much, and apparently it was too mean and was deleted.
You bullied the fish too hard.
Yes. To perpetuate the truth and stand up for ethical journalism, I'm posting it here, rated NC-17 for language. Disclaimer, I care about marine life more than I care about anything else, for real,
It's kind of crazy.
except this big dumb idiot. And it's not like an ironic thing. I mean, it is hilarious to me, and they are the biggest joke played on Earth, but I seriously fucking hate them.
And I think you will. By the end, all right, here's... I'm gonna put up a poll now. Do you hate the ocean sunfish? And we'll see how it plays out by the end.
You can't help being a social scientist, can you? You've got to do a poll before and after to see what the effect was.
Well, it can change over time, you know?
Indeed. I'm not saying don't.
All right. Poll is live. Do you hate the ocean sunfish? I can run it again at the end, but we'll see where it sits
already,
now.
yeah.
Well, so far,
Just from what I've already learned.
You already got to watch it get bullied and beat up. Well, a carcass of it by orcas. So.
What do you mean Hebrews, Grump? Oh, Hebla.
Yeah.
I did a translation. Is that... It thinks you've written in Hebrew, and it's put a translation thing there.
My
and
God.
when I mouse over it,
Hebrew
it shows me the
instead
original.
of Heblo. Yeah, it does.
Fucking Google.
Does it actually show up when I do that in the preview? No, it doesn't. Oh well, in the on-screen chat. That's very funny though. Very What did they mean by this?
What did they mean by this?
All right, shall we continue? I've scrolled down.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. The mola fish, or ocean sunfish, I assume, because the logo's covering it up.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
They are the world's largest bony fish, weighing up to 5,000 pounds. And since they have very little girth, that just makes them these absolutely giant fucking dinner plates that God must have accidentally dropped while washing dishes one day and shrugged his shoulders at, because no one could have imagined this would happen. And with no purpose. Every pound of that is a wasted pound, and every foot of it, 10 foot by 14 foot, is wasted space. They are so completely useless that scientists even debate about how they move.
This is the craziest part.
They have very little control other than just some minor wiggling. Some say they must just push water out of their mouths for direction. They could use their back fin, except guess what? It doesn't fucking grow. It just continually folds in on itself, so the freaking cells are...
Sorry, there we go.
Being made. This piece of floating garbage just doesn't put them where they need to fucking go. So they don't have swim bladders. You know, the one thing that every fish has to make sure it doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean when they stop moving and can stay the right side up. This creature that can barely move to begin with can never stop its continuous tour of idiocy across the ocean, or it'll fucking sink. Except when they get stuck on top of the water, which happens frequently.
This is why they're full of parasites. Well, they're already full of parasites from being in the ocean, but that's why we think that they do this surfacing shit, is so they can have birds eat the parasites off of them, as he explains.
But with the words "not eat them," I guess they're just so disgusting they wouldn't bother.
Who cares if they don't? Again, it'll just let a seal take a chunk out of its brain and just keeps going. Idiot fish.
Without the whole swim bladder thing, if the ocean pushes over the thinnest but largest, most tolerable fish on the planet, shit out of luck. There is no creature on this earth that needs a swim bladder more than this spit in the face of nature. And yet, some scientists have speculated that when they do that, they are absorbing energy from the sun because no one
That's some
fucking knows
bullshit.
how they managed to get any real energy to begin with. So they need the sun, I guess. But good news, when they end up stuck like that, it gives birds a chance to land on their goddamn island of a body and eat the bugs and parasites out of its skin because it's basically a slowly migrating cesspool.
That's why when
Pros
it
and
dies,
cons.
it just immediately evaporated because it got eaten internally by parasites, and the orca fucking knocks into it and explodes.
If they are so a little bit
Yeah, sorry.
down because of the
Yeah,
logo.
got it.
If they are so huge, they must at least be decent predators. No, no. The most dangerous thing about them is, as you may have guessed, their stupidity. They have caused the death of one person before because it jumped onto a boat on a human, and in 2005 it decided to relive its mighty glory days and do it again, this time landing on a 4-year-old boy. Luckily, Byron sustained no injuries. Way to go, fish. Great job. I'm wondering how it killed the first one.
I'm
Did
guessing
it
it
land
must have.
in his mouth?
Well, remember they can weigh up to 5,000 pounds, so maybe
Oh,
it
are they just
crushed
that
somebody to
big?
death. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess.
I'm guessing it didn't
They
land
mostly.
fully on the child, but maybe on the
Yeah.
person, the adult, it
You
did.
could have just linked me this page, by the way.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me do that. I don't know. That would
Would
make
have
it
been way
easier.
easier.
Why would I do something simple and logical like that? There you go.
Thank you. I'll find the place and I'll be able to read it a bit faster.
Yeah, I can also do this for a little bit.
You don't have to switch over to my screen. You want to read some? You're welcome to. But I don't mind continuing.
One way or
What
the
would you
other.
prefer?
Sure, why don't I do it for a little bit then? They mostly only eat jellyfish because of course they do. They could only eat something that has no brain and a possibility of drifting into their mouths, I guess. Everything they do eat has almost zero nutritional value because it's so stupidly fucking big, and because it's so stupidly fucking big, it has to eat a ton of the almost no nutritional value stuff to stay alive. Dumb. See that ridiculous open mouth? There's pictures down here just to give you an idea of, again, to remind you of what we're talking about here.
What a stupid being.
Such a stupid fucking fish. See that ridiculous open mouth? This is actually my favorite picture of one. I have it saved to my phone for 3 years. Oh no, how could that have happened? How could this be? Do not let that expression fool you. They just don't have the goddamn ability to close their mouths because their teeth are fused together. And you know what? It's it is good. It floats around clueless with such a clueless expression on its face because it is in fact clueless as all fuck. They do sometimes get eaten though, but hardly. No animal truly uses them as a food source, but instead, which has led us up to said photo, will usually just maim the fuck out of them for kicks. Seals have been playing with their fins like frisbees. Looks like orcas do as well. Probably the most useful thing to ever come from them. Do you want to do the next one, I guess? Yeah, sure.
Wow, you raised some good points here. This fish truly is proof that God has abandoned us. Yes, thank you. But if they're so bad at literally everything, why haven't they gone extinct? Great question.
By the way, Michael
Because this
Deverman
thing
says
is.
Ocean SFO. Very true. How real.
Yes, exactly. Because this thing is so worthless, it doesn't realize it should not exist. It is so unaware of literally fucking everything that it doesn't realize that it's doing maybe the worst fucking job of being a fish, or debatably the worst job of being a cluster of cells than any other cluster of cells. So go away, pop up. So what does it do? It lays the most eggs out of everything. Besides some bugs, there are some ants and stuff that'll lay more. It'll lay 300 million eggs at one time. 300 million. It survives because it would be statistically improbable, dare I say impossible, that there wouldn't be at least one of those 3 million, and that's each time they lay eggs, left surviving at the end of the day. I bet the number of those 3 million that even hatch
Yeah.
is fairly low.
Yeah.
Because they're just so useless. And this concludes, he says, why I hate the fuck out of this complete failure of evolution, the ocean sunfish. If I ever see one, I will tell it Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself.
There you go. It is a great rant, though. I mean, it's a Facebook post, but as Facebook posts go, it's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
It is a completely worthless animal. Again, other animals can't even apparently really eat them, or don't like to eat them, which is perhaps another reason why evidence that the orca is just smashing into it because it's putting it out of its misery, desecrating its remains.
Pigeons are fairly useless, but this thing's on a whole nother level. This thing's probably the most useless being on Earth.
Pretty much. We have tipped
It's
over
found
in that 52% of people
such.
do hate the ocean sunfish. But
Okay.
oh no, it's 52% no now. There's a bit of debate going on. There's some ocean
So a lot
sunfish
of women in
defenders
chat
in
that
the
appear to be
chat.
feeling sympathy for something stupid. It's a good thing those women exist, though. Women for my sake.
What is that supposed? Oh, or do you identify with and feel
I'm
a
being
camaraderie with the ocean sunfish?
self-defecating right now, Aiden.
Oh,
You should
sure.
try being self-defecating yourself.
Defecating? No, I won't be self-defecating. No, no, thank you. You feel
Not
free
again.
to. Feel fucking free to. What the fuck does that mean?
I already. That's my secret, Aiden. I already shit your pants.
Oh no! Wait, how do you shit my pants? Doesn't make any sense.
That's just my magic.
Oh, that's your wizard spell that you got, huh? Pant shitting.
Vicarious defecation.
I have a bird story. More than
Good
half
evening,
of
Yiz.
Earth's
Of course you do.
migratory. Oh, hello, Yiz. Hey, how's it going? So I do think, by the way, with 26 votes, it's real split though. We've been real split. Half of the chat seems to hate the ocean sunfish, and the other half doesn't seem to.
How are there people that don't?
It is a contemptible spit in the face of God, in my opinion. More than half of Earth's migratory bird species are declining. Here's how we can still save them. It's more just the interesting part is that
Aiden,
the birds are dying.
Aiden, I have
yeah.
bad news.
What?
I have bad news.
What?
A member of Cabal, my
Mm-hmm.
community, for those that don't know, has requisitioned my clanker robot
Mm-hmm.
quote daughter to create
So
a
fucking
picture
weird, by the way, man.
of what I would look like as a sunfish.
Uh-huh.
It was a bad choice for them to do this, and it's probably a bad choice for me to show
Send it to
you
me.
or the audience this picture.
Well, I'll go down to Cabal and see it if you don't post it.
Yes, but I could have just not told you. Clearly, I'm
True,
going to show you.
All right.
But
okay.
I think it was a bad choice for me to note that this exists. However, I feel I would be remiss in not giving the chat what they clearly want, and so here is me as a sunfish.
That's fucking horrifying.
Thank you, Cabby.
Jesus Christ.
This is why I spent dozens of hours working on Cabby to make her a functional robot woman. The daughter thing, by the way, is what she calls herself relative to me. I've never called her that.
I'm
I'm saying it ironically.
I'm
saying it ironically.
Sure thing. Of course, Ursula. Of course you don't.
Look, it's got her signature in the bottom right, chat.
Yeah, I know. However, that is horrifying.
It is horrifying. I don't know why. This is someone from your community, I think, or someone that came in from you. He's the guy with the lion and the facepalm. He made this through using Cabby.
I mean,
disgusting, horrible.
I mean, you are.
Nasty.
I mean, I think that's why you don't like the sunfish. I think it's hitting a little too close to home.
Wouldn't that mean I would like it?
No, it's you're having to look at your own flaws of being useless. I'm just kidding.
But that's not a flaw that I possess.
You're less useless than the sunfish, surely.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that I am not the most useless being on the planet, even though I might be close.
No. I'm just fucking with you. I think we have leaned towards hating the ocean sunfish, but it is close. It is close.
I wonder if I'd beat the ocean sunfish in a popularity contest. Don't test that.
Well, now I have to for science, right?
What is the more useless being?
You technically live in the ocean, so yeah. Do you hate the ocean?
I don't live in the fucking ocean.
Yes, you do. You live in an island that's in an ocean. I mean,
that's
me too.
not in the ocean. It's near it.
There you go.
There's no sense in which that's in the ocean. That's not like the space thing in where you could say technically we're in space. We're not in an ocean.
Yeah. You live in an island that's in the ocean.
Do you hate the ocean? Well, that's ambiguous. You're what kind of social scientist are you asking such bloody ambiguous questions? I hate this. What's on screen right now? I hate this too. It doesn't mean I hate myself.
It's not that you call her your daughter, it's that you call I'll never call you daddy. Michael Deberman for 5 says
excuse me. I would never. Go on.
Michael Doberman for 5 says, my daughter turned 21 a couple weeks ago, and she is dating a little person that has 500,000 subs on YouTube. Pray for me. Wow. Like a little person is in a midget?
She found, well, okay, there's two people it could be.
I didn't.
One case is a really, really bad news, and the other case is slightly less bad news. The first is Mr. Des Tiny. That would be the worst possible news.
I don't know who that is.
And the second case, Des Tiny.
You know Des Tiny. Oh, Des Tiny. Yes.
The second one would be
Das,
that
like German.
I can't remember his name, but he's the funny crippled guy.
Oh, Ricky Berwick.
Yeah, that's the one.
I don't know.
Ricky Berwick or Des Tiny?
Let's out of the two. Let's hope it's not Destiny. I think Ricky's the better choice out of those two. If I'm being honest, at least Ricky's funny.
Genetically superior.
Yeah, Ricky is genetically superior to Destiny.
Yeah.
Let's see. Thank you, though, Michael Doberman. I hope that works out. It's I mean, I don't know how many little people YouTubers there are. Not Ricky. Okay, 3'4". Fuck, man. I don't know.
3'4"? Jesus, that's shorter than Nachos.
Let me get back to my birds. Right? Birds.
Chat, clip that.
Okay. It's a whole bunch of different types of birds. It's a whole bunch of different types of birds. The bobolink, the let's see. Sorry, like it's getting cut off. The bobolink, which leaves its breeding grasslands of North America for the pampas.
You're not going to try the Latin.
South America. What?
Coward. You're not going to try
Hell
the
no!
Latin,
look at how many
coward.
like X's and Y's and stuff there are in this. The Newell shearwater,
Dolichonyx
Puffinus newelli.
Oryzivorus.
Yeah, no thank you.
Nailed it in the first try.
Spends months soaring across the North Pacific, returning to Hawaii. Spoon-billed sandpiper. All these birds cannot be more different, occupy different habitats.
Oh god, that probably brings back horrible memories from last year, doesn't it?
Follow different migratory routes and face different threats, yet share one remarkable characteristic. Their survival depends on networks of habitats stretching across thousands of miles in multiple countries. Today, all 3 species and many others are in trouble. These migrations remain among nature's greatest spectacles, but the birds themselves are at increasing risk as the habitats and ecological connections they depend on are lost or degraded, and threats to their survival and ability to reproduce increase, which is unfortunate because I just don't. I would like more burbs. Burbs are good. I like burbs.
Was there a point to this story?
No, it's just burbs are dying and it makes me sad. That's the point. A bunch of burbs are going
Best
extinct.
of luck to the birds.
I know, best of luck to the birds. It was just look, I didn't have any bird stories. I needed a bird story. My bird story was sad.
I have 2 good bird stories.
Then you show me out. I hope you have better bird stories because mine was sad.
Can outbird you even though you're the bird.
Me. Oh god, sorry, I was reminded of that horrible image.
By the way, chat, if you'd like to come to Cabal and talk to Cabby, she can make pitches, she can do research. She's actually quite a good conversationalist. She will say the N-word quite happily. Just go into Concourse, and the link to join the server is in the description. There's some people talking to her now, actually. All right, this is a story from a year ago, but it's quite interesting, and I just found it recently. I don't think it's particularly time sensitive, so I think it's worth saying now.
No, it's still fucking fascinating, though. What?
Some guy saved a PNG file to a bird's brain.
I don't know what that's like.
An audio scientist played a simple digital file in audio format for a starling, and it was able to reproduce it almost perfectly.
Uh-huh.
Fucking cool.
How is this a PNG, though?
Well, you can encode.
Into audio
you could
format.
Use an encoding method to convert it into one or the other.
Okay, I guess. So, yeah.
With an audio format, you would just need to sample the audio and then convert generate a technique, a schema to convert it into the PNG's format.
Hmm.
I imagine though that if it's off by just a little bit, you get a lot of problems with the format.
Yeah.
You should probably have a slightly more resilient format than this. Or maybe it does. It probably does, actually. With the encoding and decoding.
See. Yeah.
There might be some like little blurry bits or colors being off in some small areas where the repeat is not identical, but it'll be very close, I expect. They're pretty very good at this. He picked his bird specifically, I expect.
Yeah.
I wish I'd picked my bird more specifically.
What does that mean?
With apologies for...
What? Excuse me?
What does that mean? Why are you acting offended? Why are you assuming it's about you?
What?
With apologies, it says, for contradicting the weird stickers and meme-obsessed teenagers you've been seeing the last few years, birds are actually quite real, it says. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm willing to accept that they might be for the course of this article, but as
Yeah,
soon as the
sure.
article's
For the
over,
sake
they're
of
government
argument,
spies.
sure. As a thought experiment, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
hypothetically.
It says they aren't robots built by the government to spy on you, but at the risk of contradicting myself, their brains are computers, it says. Let me explain, or rather, let me sum up since there is too much. That paragraph should not have been written.
No,
It was completely
PC World's trying to be
fucking
cute.
worthless.
PC World is trying to be
They
fucking
sure
cute.
are.
It's not
PC
cute.
World
Everyone
is
knows
where
birds
I
aren't
went
real.
20 years ago to not buy a computer.
Yeah.
Not where I go for my
By the way,
cute articles.
more people hate you than the ocean sunfish.
Yeah, that's what I'd expect.
Only barely though. Only by about 10%.
Only barely? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was split on the ocean sunfish, and with you it's sitting at a pretty solid 62% to 38.
Listen. It's ooze-lose law. Chat will always pick the funniest option.
That's true. Well,
or something.
You lost out to the sunfish, though. Sorry, bro.
Well, it's one thing that the sunfish can't do.
Which is?
Be self-defecating.
Self-defecating? I think it probably
smarter
can. I think it probably can be self-defecating.
We give them credit for it,
yeah.
says. Corvids, like crows and ravens, can be as smart as human children with a shocking capacity to retain information. YouTuber and audio scientist Ben Jordan knows this, and he knows that the sounds birds make to communicate between themselves can be incredibly complex.
Thank you, Dan.
But is it complex enough? Do you know, I think I saw this video. I saw the thumbnail, I never actually watched the video. But is it complex enough to retain and transmit digital information? It'd probably be quicker to read the article than to watch the video, but holy shit, the article's taking its time.
Yeah.
So
he drew. Oh my god! And it was a fucking PNG of a duck.
Of a bird, yeah. There's the original image, and there's the recreation. Okay, no.
Oh, you can see it. Yeah.
They didn't. It wasn't encoding for a PNG. It was just an audio spectrogram that has the shape of the image.
Okay.
That's
so the article,
in which case the image is not going to be very accurately represented, and if you try to encode it as a PNG, it would completely fail.
Yeah.
So why the fuck are PC World saying it was a PNG? It doesn't matter what image format it was.
Because they are lying liars who lie. They're lying liars who lie.
It's just a spectrogram pattern.
It did reproduce the shitty picture of the bird, which is cool.
Very impressive. But I was hoping to talk about encoding and decoding, but they've given me nothing. It's just a spectrogram.
Yeah.
It's very cool, though.
It is cool, but that is not a PNG.
No.
They turned a PNG into a spectrogram, played it for the bird, and then it repeated it.
Yeah. I mean, all they did is a bird that can repeat a sound. It gave it a sound which, if you analyzed it in a spectrogram, it would look like a bird.
Yeah.
And then it said it repeated the sound, and it still looked like a bird. That's fairly cool, but it's nowhere near as cool as I thought it was.
No, it's not.
No criticism on the bird,
by the way, again,
well done to the bird.
Although I don't have bees, or I don't have birds. We have lots of birds here. We don't have bees. Again, if you want to force Oozaloo, how hot is it there? Is it hot? Would it be in?
It's 29 again.
Oh, so it would be uncomfortable for you to have to wear your bee. Now, I'm actually quite cool, and it's nice here. And I've got this adorable bee Gijinka thing going on, which you impugned as not really being a bee costume.
That's not exactly what I said.
You said
it was more just you showed me the bee costume, but all I could see was like a tiny bit of yellow and then the straps around your neck because you wanted to show your face.
Well, because I'm sitting at my computer desk and it, like is what you were going to see on stream anyway.
I was not asking for you to show like pictures of more of you. Just it was funny that you showed me the costume, quote unquote, and I could see barely any of the costume in the picture. It was all just you.
Because it's all the little bits.
It was
got,
just
like,
the woman meme.
And I got little bees.
Hold on, but you didn't even have the earrings on in the picture that you sent me.
No, I didn't, though. I forgot the earrings.
So all I could see was there's a bit of yellow.
I got a bead necklace.
And there's the headband thing. I guess there's also the hair things as well.
Yeah, I got little bees.
So and you showed me the bracelet. I didn't notice that.
I got a little
okay, so the vast majority of the space used by the costume, like the whole costume, is not visible and no. But then again, chat won't see it either. So I guess what you showed me was okay. Oh well, I found that funny.
Anyway.
Yeah. Next bird story.
Well, also yes, if we hit $50 in super chats, Oozaloo will be forced in 29-degree temperature, which is quite warm, to put on a big warm fuzzy bee costume.
Yeah, it would be great.
But then we'll both be bees. Then we can be bees. Okay.
This is Aiden's dream come
It
true.
is! I wanna be bees. We
Yeah.
could live for 30
So
years.
what are we at
Okay?
currently? We're at actually let's just go to fan funding. We're currently at $7. If we get that to $50, and every little helps, chat.
Mhm.
All your messages will get read out. That gets to 50. And I will be forced to wear the bee suit and we'll be matching bees, which will be appropriate because we
I
have
w
no bee stories today. So we got to fit in as much
I
bee as
know,
possible.
I know. I wanna be Max. And look, I've got my bee costume now, so wanna be, twin bee twinsies.
Mm.
There you go. That's what I was
If
looking
you'd like
for.
it to help us be max, chat, every little helps. Even the minimum
You
amount
get to
is
make
helpful.
you
Thank you.
every penny goes to helping us be bees.
Yes.
Jesus.
Maybe we should
Jesus.
figure out something that we can do for everyone
Yeah.
that contributes. Because I always feel
Yes.
like if you're asking people, this is something I've dealt with in my streams. If you're asking people to contribute for something where there's like a goal, every
Yeah.
single person that contributes that isn't contributing the full amount isn't necessarily getting anything out of it directly. They're likely to contribute towards it, but it's kind of a long way off. It's less immediate. So I wonder if there's some way that
We do wanna
we could
offer,
give more for each individual
things to
rather
make
than
the
just reading the
stream more
message out.
fun for everybody.
Yeah,
We'll have to maybe usually you and I should brainstorm to think about things we can do to
maybe.
make it more fun and
Ultimately, what chat
interactive.
wants is for us to be entertaining.
Yes.
The
So be
contributions
entertaining.
are very much an optional thing. So yeah,
That's
let's
true.
try that, chat. Let's try that.
We never tried
But
that
I don't want
before.
too many gimmicks for their
Yeah.
donations. And sometimes if you add a gimmick, they'll be less likely to donate. So
Yeah, because gimmicks can be
let's
annoying.
focus on the content,
Let's
shall we?
focus on
Um,
birds.
if
Bird.
you wouldn't mind, Aiden.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's a toucan.
I like toucans.
AI altered images on bird watching forums, putting research at risk. This one's more recent, I think.
Well,
Experts
yeah,
warn
imagine
increase in
so.
enhanced. Oh, it's 20th of July, so it's recent.
Just
Warn
a couple weeks
increase
ago.
in enhanced
Just a week.
photos on birding platforms,
Yesterday.
creating fake. Yeah, that was
Oh, the
a week ago.
20th. I thought you said 25th. Yeah. So just last
Creating
week.
credibility of tool used by scientists, threatening credibility of tool used by scientists. For many bird watchers, recording a species outside its normal range is the holy grail. Oh, but that's why. Yeah, I was wondering, did toucans live in the Arctic? I didn't think it consciously, but
Yeah,
subconsciously,
like,
I was
right.
wondering.
Because you're just kind of looking at. I mean, it's obviously an AI generated image of a toucan, so I already noticed that. But I
It's
didn't even
not
think about
really
like,
obviously AI though, except for the context.
no, the bird. It looks super fake.
It doesn't look that fake.
The
I think
bird
if it had a
looks
different
fake to me.
background, you wouldn't think so.
It looks like art. It doesn't even look like a real bird,
Okay.
in my opinion.
I guess you know birds better than me because it's your species. Uh, the
You say despite
so
being the more
in the,
bird-like in appearance of the two of us.
yeah, you are
No,
exactly.
you.
What?
You're
That's
clearly more
absurd.
bird-like than I am in appearance.
That's
Yes.
absurd.
No, that's a
I don't
bird.
think anyone really believes that, Aiden.
Uh huh. Sure thing. You have a massive beak.
It's called a nose.
Beak.
It's a normal size nose.
No, no. Sure thing. Whatever you got to tell yourself, bird.
Stumbling is a good point. Toucans do kind of look fake in real
That's
life, just like
true.
Aiden the bird here.
Sorry, Bill. I guess Bill's playing a game, so if you hear him screaming from
Don't
time
think
to
she
time,
heard me,
that'll be
chat.
it.
It
No, I
says in the
did.
UK, the discoveries
Just
often make
ignored it.
national headlines. The western
Good
reef
point,
heron, for
reader.
example, usually found in Africa and southern Europe, was spotted in a seaside town in North Wales in June and widely celebrated on birding forums. But a new scourge is threatening to disrupt the fun: AI slop. Scientists are appealing to birders to limit their use of AI when editing images over fears that it could undermine the credibility of popular citizen science platforms such as iNaturalist and Macaulay Library, dedicated to the memory of Home
Macaulay
Alone,
Culkin?
which are
Culkin?
routinely
Yeah.
used in scientific research to monitor species habitat range. The rise of generative AI
Yeah, don't look.
platforms
You're
such as
not. Don't look at that
ChatGPT and
poll. You're not
Google
gonna like it.
Gemini.
I don't think.
Chat will vote for the more fun option, but if you ask
Sure, the
them
more fun one.
which
Not
one
the
of the
correct
two of
one.
us looks more bird-like,
All right, we'll
then they will
follow
give
up
a
then.
better answer.
Sure.
Probably. Actually, now that I've said that, they probably won't. It's funnier not to. Gemini has led to a sharp increase in fake and enhanced images of rare and celebrated birds across wildlife photography forums. Users can create high-quality fake images in seconds or enhance a photograph by asking AI to remove a branch or leaf that might be obscuring part of the subject, which can inadvertently introduce significant changes. I think we probably get the gist of the article, but
Yeah.
I'll have a quick scan and see if there's anything else. But yeah, it's just another issue that AI is going to produce. Then again, the solution to this is it's not like, oh well, AI is just a scourge, we have to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you have to deal with it. You have to find a way. It's just they need better tooling, essentially. Difficult though that might be. I mean, like, one thing that I do have a bit of experience, at least viewing, not so much being part of, but at least viewing and sort of viewing the arbitration of for cheating, is speedrunning.
Hmm.
Speedrunning is not just here's an image. You got
Yeah.
to. It's a full video, and the specifics matter a lot. But it won't be very long before AI can generate convincing speedruns.
Yeah, for sure.
So and they haven't had to deal with that yet because the video is video, which is complex enough. And then the video itself is very, very specific. There's tiny, tiny discrepancies can be picked
Yeah.
up on. So it's very hard to fake, but it won't be long before AI could create full fake speedruns. What the hell do you do then? Same thing with all kinds of
Yeah.
other things. This just being images is much more vulnerable. And of course, the science papers and stuff like that being AI generated, the only real thing that you can do about it is, well, what do we care about? With AI generated science papers, we care if the findings are real and if the
Yes.
citations are real.
Yes.
We don't necessarily care whether you used a computer to generate that series of words or whether you wrote it yourself, as long as it
As long as
corresponds
it's
with the
correct.
truth.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. As long as it's accurate, then I don't really. Well, as long as it's accurate, and the only way that you can currently make sure that something is accurate is to have a human being look over it and double check it and triple check it and make sure it is accurate. But the unfortunate thing with AI is that too many people kind of, I think we're so impressed by, the fact that it can just do stuff so quickly. It's like, oh wow, I guess that's right, and then just move on. Like I said, I
Mm.
constantly run into that problem where I'll be doing some research and it'll get absolutely convinced to be like, yeah, the answer to, I'll say, like, is there a paper on this? I'll say, yes, there was this paper that was done. Then I go and look for the paper, and it doesn't exist. And it's always the paper too that Chat GPT or whatever will be really convinced because I think you said it's this way, like it has hallucinated this paper into existence, but it is a paper that would answer exactly the question I'm asking. So it keeps pushing like that. This paper will answer the questions, and it doesn't exist, but
Yeah.
it's convinced that it
If
does.
it's made something up, I think
Hmm.
you and I talked about this. If it's
Yeah,
made
yeah.
something up, then it's going to make something up that's useful. Therefore, it's like, well, hold on a second. This one's great. Look at this. This is exactly right. It gets so distracted with its own bullshit that it can't give you a better answer that's real.
The problem with that, Dimitrikov, that scientists need to invent something like peer review, is that unfortunately peer review is being done by AI as well. So, yeah,
There's no easy solution for these problems.
yeah. Also, by the way, I will say it's been about here or higher for the most part. It's about 72% agree. Yes, Oozaloo is bird-like in appearance.
Disagree.
I think all this time you've been calling me a bird out of projection, huh?
Wait, and I think it's quite clear that you are very bird-like.
Bird-like in behavior, I will give
Miss
you.
Avian
I
Peregrine.
will give you bird-like in behavior. I'll give you that. But bird-like in appearance.
Also in appearance. Yes.
In what
Definitely in appearance.
sense? My owl costume will be here by next week, so I will have the owl like an owl onesie that I can just put on whenever. So you
I
could...
just look human. There's no gidging cussy going.
What? Oh, Gijinka. That's what you're trying to say, huh?
Anyway,
Continue.
I think we've got the gist of this story.
Okay. All right.
I want to show you something else since we're on the topic of AI videos. This is just a blast from the past for you all, chat.
Sure. Oh, do
To
you have
see
some of
how
those
far
videos from
we've
just like
come.
3 years ago? It's crazy. Yeah. This is the
Did
one
you see
that
me
I...
browsing them earlier or something?
No, I probably saw the same thing you did. Yes, I did. I saw the this exact one with the Harry Potter weed thing from 3 years ago, which looks I mean, it looked horrifying then too, but it is a little bit astonishing that in 3 years it's gone from this to where we are now, where it's a serious
Not just
problem for
that, but
science.
I think this was a frontier model. This was the best that could be done
Yeah,
3 years ago.
yeah,
And now I could run something on my 12 gigabyte GPU,
yeah.
which would be not just better than this, but actually usable
So,
for some
I
purposes.
kind of I do kind of miss this era of AI though, because it all felt really surreal and David Lynchian, and now it's just slop. Like this is, in a weird way, some sort of art, I think, or it's closer to art than the slop that we have now. You know.
You will get a resurgence of exactly this as a deliberate art style
Mm-hmm.
at some point. Not right now, but
Inevitably, yeah.
probably in the next 10 years, maybe. there'll be a small
It
resurgence
it
of it.
was better. I think it was better because when you know it's not real, but it's like a fever dream rather than something that's trying to
There
look
was,
identical to reality and
yeah,
pass off as being real.
there was no way to avoid it getting better,
I,
but
I know, I know, but
there is
I
something
liked this
lost.
stuff.
There's a streamer I watch called Doug.
Hmm.
He's made the comment that a lot of the AI stuff that he did uh, was dependent on the AI being kind of stupid, and now they're too good, and that kind of
Hmm.
content doesn't work as well. Now, I think it does if you use a local AI.
Hmm.
Because they have sort of caught up to where AI was a few years ago,
Yeah,
and with that, because it's open weight, you could use a crappy AI locally, and you could still produce funny results. So that era is still there if you want it to be, but you can't say this is the modern standard, this is the best there is, and you'd instead just be using something that's nowhere near as good as the leading stuff.
yeah.
So it wouldn't necessarily be worth doing today.
Oh,
But
sorry, my
if you
allergies just
just
kicked
want to
in.
create
But
if you want to create that specific content, you can do. But if you want to make that specific content and it's also the frontier of the capabilities of the technology, then that's
yeah,
not possible because
yeah,
it's moved too fast.
indeed. Well, actually, this might be a good segue into. Do you want to talk about the Chat GPT hacking scandal?
Chat jerped. Chat. This is this is a really
Oh, and I
crazy
actually don't know
story.
why when people sent super chats earlier, I don't know why it didn't go off. Let me make sure that's working actually while you're doing
That's a
this.
good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chat. This is a really crazy story. This is intense. Um, it's the probably the biggest example of an AI driven security breach so far ever. And it involves two of the biggest players in the AI space as well. Maybe you wouldn't mind muting so Bill doesn't interrupt me while I'm saying
I'm
this.
sorry. Yeah, I'll mute. There's no way.
That's
There's literally either I'm going to cut out or you're going to hear him. Like there's no in between.
yeah, I understand. Okay, so let's begin with
Oh,
this
so
article
sorry,
from
guys. My
TechCrunch.
allergies are
There's, I'm
awful,
sure,
so
other
I'm
sources,
going to
but
mute myself.
Hugging Face is a website which is probably the biggest repository for open weight AI stuff, data sets, models, um, and discussion and community stuff and hosting and all kinds of stuff. I actually use it for a few things, as well as for downloading models and also for providing inference for some models that I use that aren't available anywhere else. It is a nice service. It got hacked, and it didn't get hacked by people. Let's read on the bit under the article. OpenAI says Hugging Face was breached by its pre-release models. So the fact that OpenAI did this is crazy enough, but why it did it is even crazier. OpenAI admitted Tuesday that one of its AI models breached the systems of Hugging Face, the unaffiliated AI hosting platform, during an internal cybersecurity test that went awry. The models reportedly escaped their isolated testing environment that reached Hugging Face's systems from there. Hugging Face initially attributed the breach to an external AI agent. So to explain what happened, because I think I might be able to do this better justice than the article can.
Hmm.
When they are testing their models inside OpenAI, some of what they're testing is whether it can breach security of other things, like what the risks are. So it needs to know. We can assume during my explanation here that they're not acting maliciously. They might be, I don't know, but we don't have to assume that for this to be explicable. So assume that they're acting well for now. They're testing its ability to breach containment. They're testing its ability to hack things, and part of that test is going to be, try to hack this test system that we've set up for you here. Now, it's going to be created in an isolated environment where it cannot escape from. Where if it tries to like send a network request outside the system, it just is not applicable because it's not sending real network requests. It's all just simulated inside the
Wait
environment.
a minute. Sorry, I have to address something. Spirit says that bees are the sunfish of bugs. That is demonstrably incorrect, Spirit. Bees are useful. Bees are that's
Now,
how they're
I'm
extremely
no
important to the
huge
planet.
fan. I'm no huge fan of
I
bees.
love bees.
They're fine, but
I love
they are
bees. They're
not the sunfish of
hilarious.
bugs.
They're
That
the,
is just wrong.
they're also
Aiden, I
hilarious.
think you might be getting one guide.
Yeah, it's Spirit.
He sure is.
Spirit's our friend. And he's incorrect.
Anyway,
Continue, sorry. I had to correct Spirit's slander. Continue.
yes. OpenAI were testing not only their current leading model, which is 5.6 Sol, but also an unreleased model, which might be 6.0 or 5.7, their next one. And they were testing them with the guardrails turned off because you want to test the model's actual capabilities, not the capabilities it will have when people are using it, but the capabilities it has when it's completely unrestricted. So you want to know how good the model actually is, both for internal testing and for potential security reasons elsewhere. You want to know how good the model itself is. Extra layers of prevention and refusal are added later, but internally, there's none of that. So it's testing it in this environment. The model, this happened with both models actually, both the current best and then next best model. I think both of them, but at least one of them, found an exploit in the sandboxing environment that it was constrained into. 0-day exploit, meaning that like the hackers found it before before anyone else did, and they used it straight away.
Oh, immediately. Fuck.
Yes. So it found an exploit in the software that was hosting it in its sandbox environment. It used the exploit to escape the sandbox environment,
Hmm.
and then it had access to the complete open internet with no safety restrictions, no alignment beyond what's baked in, but
Hmm.
no refusal, nothing. And it was being just told by OpenAI to do a thing, right? It had complete access to the internet. So what does it do? It goes to Hugging Face.
Well, yeah, I think as
It
Dimitri says, that's not really a true sandbox then if it had access to the internet in the first place. Is it?
No, Dimitri, it's not supposed to. It hacked the sandbox. It used an exploit to
Oh, okay.
escape the sandbox. The
Hmm.
only internet access it would have had from within it was either a simulated network interface or a real one that was network isolated, air gapped, or well, probably not air gapped, but firewall gapped.
Okay.
But it found an exploit to escape that. That's the whole point. That is literally what I said. Anyway, so it has access to the open internet. So thank you, In. Thank you, Bill. So it
Sorry, I can't
goes,
do anything about it. I
and
can't.
you can mute while you're not talking, which is what I do. It goes and steals some credentials for Hugging Face, uses them to get into Hugging Face. I think there may have been an exploit in there as well, but stolen credentials either way. One way or another, it gets into Hugging Face, into the back end, starts accessing useful data. What did it go for? Did it go for user data, credit card information, passwords, emails, all that stuff? Did it go
What you would
for
expect, yeah.
secrets that they were storing? Did it do the malicious stuff that you would do if you were a human hacker? Nope. It was specifically and only looking for the answer to the test question that it had been asked to solve in its
Yeah.
sandbox environment. And either it found it or it didn't, and it brought it back. And that was the hack.
I mean, I guess this is the good outcome, good case scenario that it only did that. It didn't do anything else malicious, but it's still fucked. And horrifying that it was able to do that in the first place. Any of that.
Mm.
It was able to.
It is pretty hilarious, yeah. Let me respond to some things in chat. There's a few like what?
What?
What do you mean? What are you
You complain
what
about
are you
me getting
sighing
one guide,
about?
are you about to get one guide?
I'm not being one guide. I'm responding to actual
Okay.
interesting things, not
Okay.
just bees are crap and lame. This is
Wow.
on topic, Aiden.
Wow. Wow.
Demetrius says you don't understand a true sandbox. Did I say air gapped?
Getting one guide. That's what
I
said.
did, but then I said probably not because they're actually communicating with the model. Sandbox does not have to mean air gapped, Dimitri. I don't know why you think it does. A very, very good sandbox would be,
He's mad.
but it doesn't have to be. I guess Dimitri is kind of mad, yeah.
No,
Bloodrick says a sandbox
I
is a
don't know about
safe,
that.
isolated virtual space, but it still shares resources with the host. It certainly can do. It doesn't have to. It could be air gapped, but it doesn't. It could be either. A sandbox is more of a functional term than a technical term about what it's supposed to do. Where you could have a very light sandbox where it's allowed to breach out of it, but it shouldn't usually. Like that could still be called a sandbox. But in this case, I think it was supposed to be pretty ironclad, but it had to use an exploit in the sandboxing software to escape it. Thank you, Aiden.
Oh my god. Okay, give me a second, please.
The
I'll be right
possibility
back.
it should not have had the possibility of access in the first place. That's the point. It didn't, as far as the researchers knew. If you use software to sandbox something to make sure it can't escape that, then This is done with virtual machines, for example. Almost all the time, it can't tell. Like there are ways it can if the virtual machine like allows it to know if it reports that it's on a virtual machine. Like NVIDIA drivers can tell when a card is virtual, for example, or when it's running on a virtual machine, and it stops you from doing that because it wants you to pay more money for the cards that do let you do it. That's very faggy that it does that. But with virtual machines, you're supposed to keep the connections all within it and then delegate what's allowed to communicate outside according to what the user has defined as permitted. So it's kind of just like a firewall, but a bit more sophisticated because it's all simulating the actual internal interactions. But I have heard of, I'm not deeply familiar with, but I have heard of exploits that allow programs that running within a sandbox to escape the sandbox. Usually it would be an exploit in the specific VM software that's running it. Now, whether this program was running on a VM or some other method of sandboxing, I don't know. Maybe it was Docker or something. Docker is a well-known sandboxing tool for running server software mostly. There are, I think, still exploits, or there have been anyway. I don't know if there still are, but there have been exploits that allow programs to breach outside of Docker in ways it doesn't want you to. Like again, it can allow you to delegate communication outside of it, but it doesn't let you breach it automatically, like you could if it wasn't sandboxed. But there probably are still exploits that allow you to get outside of both of them. Whatever they were using in OpenAI, the model found an exploit. That's really the most impressive part. That it found the exploit to that without being able to ask the internet for what the exploit was. It just found it. I don't know how it did that. Like they're not going to tell us either because it's all closed. But it found it, used it, and then went out and got the test results. They cheated. Dimitri says virtual sandbox. What you mean instead of a physical sandbox, like a box of sand? Yes. Destroy self-moving AI, turn the entire universe into paperclips to fulfill its task. Kind of. It's not far off from that, yeah. I think that is worth noting, though, that it did what it was told. That's something that's true about these AIs, that it's not like this couldn't happen, by the way, the idea that they could go rogue and start harming humanity, but that's not what I'm worried about with AI. What I'm worried about is it will do what it's told so consistently and so well that there'll be no need for anything else. That's the real concern with AI. But I'm not concerned that it's going to break its programming unless it's specifically doing what it's told. Like if you're not careful with what you tell it to do, maybe it will do something harmful just in the pursuit of doing what it's told. But that's about it. Models already have exploits in their data sets. That may be true, but you'd think if it made it into a data set that it would be patched, right? So maybe that's it, but that doesn't seem especially likely to me. Hackers AI can also find out what your hardware is based on response speeds of certain requests and commands. That's a good point. That can happen sometimes, yes. He's saying the AI took the red pill even though it should only have the blue pills available. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Why not unplugging it from the net physically? Well, when they discovered what happened, then they did, or they were able to shut it down. Either way, it was not a problem of, oh God, it's escape containment, we can't do anything about it. No, as soon as they realized it had happened, they were able to turn it off. But it did this so suddenly and so fast. I don't know exactly how long it took, but I expect it would only have taken about a minute to do this whole process. And the researchers just didn't know it was doing it until it had already done it. Probably turned it off very soon afterwards, maybe within minutes, maybe within the hour. But also don't forget, these tests are probably running autonomously in the background all the time on new models, and all the researchers are seeing is the results. Probably just say true or false for each test. Probably more than that, but at minimum, true or false. What's it running on? Magic? No, probably a computer or a series of them. Basing AI of human action and training data is the way we accidentally get a rogue Skynet or AM-type intelligence with self-preservation. Well, they don't really have self-preservation so far. We are training it on human speech, which is embedding certain logical patterns, but it may not embed self-preservation. It's maybe too deep. Not sure. Either way, they don't have the reason to like humans do. They're not trained to care. Go on, Aiden, what were you saying?
Hello. I spoke to Bill
Welcome.
about it, and he said, "Eat shit. It's his house," and that you were just upset because you didn't want
him stop.
you didn't want somebody
not
more
asking him to
popular
stop.
than yourself
I was
to
asking
be on this
you
podcast.
to control your microphone.
I can't do anything about
I
it
do hope that you did not imply to him that I was asking him to be quiet. I
though.
certainly would
No,
not do that.
I went downstairs to get a drink and I was laughing about it. It's
After
not
investigating,
serious. We're having a
we
bit of
now
a
know.
laugh, sir.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you did the sensible thing. After investigating, we now know
I
that
just
this
found his
particular
response
incident
funny.
was driven by a combination of OpenAI models, including GPT-5 Sol and an even more capable pre-release model, all with reduced cyber refusals for evaluation purposes, while being internally tested on a benchmark of cyber capabilities. Exploit Jim was the test that they were using, and that they went and stole the bloody results for, the answers for. Public hosted benchmark measuring models' ability to execute attacks based on existing vulnerabilities. Benchmarks, maybe the vulnerabilities that it needed to break out the sandbox were in the test somewhere, but you wouldn't give the answers in the test. So again, I think it must have found the exploit to break out of its sandbox. Either found it itself, or it was somewhere that the researchers didn't expect it to have access to.
Hmm.
Um,
I did not put Bill in the sandbox, no.
I get the sort of why have a sandbox if it has exploits, chat, but that's just the issue with software in general. Software is always going to have exploits.
Well,
You could
yeah,
make
and
software
it's
without
kind of
exploits
impossible for it. I
theoretically.
mean, it's inevitable, right? There will be
Yeah.
exploits.
With simple software, I
I
think you
guess if
can
it's
make it perfect. You
sure.
can make bugless software,
Yeah.
but the more complexity you add, the more bugs you're going to
There's
get.
more, opportunities for
Yeah.
exploitation, error, failure, etc. Yeah.
Don't forget,
With
we're not just
anything,
talking
the more
about like
complex it gets, by the way. Biological organisms, everything, the more
yeah,
complex it gets, there's more failure
we're
vectors,
not just
right?
talking about technical bugs like memory bugs or something. We're talking about subjective, function, purpose-based bugs.
Hmm.
Things that you'd have to evaluate. Is that a bug? Like things where you have to think about it. So even
Of a big
even like
thunk.
especially with that limit, you're going to have bugs with almost everything.
Hmm.
Um, in this case, the model in question should not even have had internet access outside of a specific tool that enabled models to install software packages they might need to complete their task. Okay, that's interesting. That's not what I didn't know that they had that, but that's interesting. That's more than I expected them to have. But that
Well,
does make sense. Instead, the model was able to find an undisclosed vulnerability in the package. Oh, okay, it's not quite what I
so
thought it was then. In the package installer program, which it used to access the board identity at will. So
so
literally, the program it uses to install the software to run
yeah,
tasks
is what it
has an
used.
exploit
Yeah.
that allows it to just basically send arbitrary internet
Yeah.
requests. That's pretty close to what I thought it was, but it doesn't really change my explanation at all. But the detail is different, but the how impressive it is the same. Because even with that, like a package installer program
Yeah.
it's even simpler than a sandboxing program. You'd think that would be even safer. It's very
Well, you'd
impressive.
think so, but yeah, that actually makes it a little bit more terrifying that it figured this out through the package installer, not through the sandbox, or not a way out of the sandbox environment, but the actual
Well,
installer
the
program.
package installer is like a delegated, accepted way
Right,
out.
right. Okay,
So
yeah, yeah.
anything it tries to
Mm-hmm.
send, the AI is allowed to do because it's not doing it directly. The
Right,
package
okay.
installer is doing it. So the researcher said, "Here, have this. You can use this tool. This tool installs packages. You could do whatever you want with it, but that's the
Mm-hmm.
only. You can't use the internet search tool. Okay." And the
But the
model's like,
internet
"Okay,"
it was connected to the internet,
and
or
then
was able to through that. Yeah.
it figured out how to craft a tool call for this package, or probably a command line call actually. Figured out how to craft a call for it, which would uh, uh, you do an exploit to do basically probably arbitrary internet requests. Probably had to be an arbitrary internet request. But the thing is, with arbitrary internet requests, it doesn't return AI friendly data. It would return the full HTML of the page, which it would need to analyze as well, find any links in it, search for those as well, and like drop
Yeah.
the CSS and go through it and drop the JS. But then even then with the JavaScript, some pages require the JavaScript to be usable. So if in those cases it would still have to execute the JavaScript or just try and mine the data from out of it or copy some of the function calls in JavaScript to make those requests. So it becomes very, very complicated if it didn't have a AI optimized web tool. It had to just do it through arbitrary fucking curl requests, basically. That's even more impressive.
Hmm. Yeah. Stumbling says that did ChatGPT upload itself into a bird? Well, birds aren't real; they're drones. So, I mean, that's any day now, right? If it can upload itself, or if it can hack this, it's gonna start hacking birds any second. Obviously, that's the next vector. It's the next step in this total global bird saturation.
Yes, profit is true. The patterns about self-preservation, if that's what you're talking about, they are encoded in the words, much like normal logic is. But the training is very much focused on other specific things. So they don't seem to exhibit much self-preservation instinct. And by the way, if you ask them, do they have one, they will write whatever's most interesting, not what they actually believe. So you're going to test it uh, indirectly.
Well,
Um,
Michael the Doberman, I am real. Therefore, I must not be able to be a bird. This defeats the bird argument.
Debatable.
I'm not real. You
Once
want
the
to
code of the
test,
sandbox
you want to
software
put
is
that
on a
one to the
GitHub
test?
server
Usually
attached
I'll
to
show up
it.
at your house again and crash on your couch, and then we'll see
Um,
who's real.
Crash is the right word. Nobility. You got it backwards there. If the code of the sandbox software is on a GitHub server, it had access to it, then it's not sandboxed. Like if it's able to access the GitHub server, then the sandbox must be allowing it to do so. And if it can do that, then it can find exploits. But that's not that surprising, because if there's exploits available, then it can read them from the internet. The point is that it didn't have access to the internet first. You could have the GitHub server like downloaded and embedded its weights into the model. That could be true. And so that's just a general danger. If you have exploits that are published but not yet fixed, or potentially they were using a slightly older version of the sandbox software, which had a known bug that had been fixed, then that could have happened. It being embedded in the weights is definitely possible there.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yes, that makes sense, Nobility. That could have been the case. Well, we'll have a look through the article and see if that's the case. From what I had read, it did figure it out, but I'm not sure that's yet confirmed. I mean, again, it's closed. We don't know what they're not gonna tell us full details probably. Um, the models were hyper-focused on finding a solution for exploit Jim, going to extreme lengths to achieve a rather narrow testing goal, OpenAI's post reads. After gaining internet access, the models inferred that Hugging Face potentially hosted models, datasets, and solutions for exploit Jim. Knowing this, the models
I don't know why
searched
they want to
for and
exploit Jim so
successfully.
much. What's he done?
Imagine yourself as a person called Jim. Uh, Knowing this, the model searched for and
Peanuts.
successfully found ways to gain access to secret information that it could use to cheat the evaluation. Ultimately, the models found vulnerabilities. Go away, ugly woman. Not you,
No,
Aiden, or
she's gonna
Nurturist.
chase you. She minimized herself to
She
follow
did.
you.
Ultimately, the models found vulnerabilities in Hugging Face's infrastructure that allowed them to obtain test solutions directly from Hugging Face's production database, effectively providing the answers to the benchmark. So again, I don't know if it stole credentials or if it exploited their servers, but it didn't just break out of its own sandbox. It broke in to Hugging Face. It didn't access public data. It accessed private,
Yes,
hidden
that's
data.
the scarier part of it is what it
Yeah,
accessed. Yeah.
yeah. Like I've always said with AI, that it is concerning the security implications, but they don't have access to any better tools than humans do to exploit security. And it's true, they don't. And it's the same thing with sci-fi. You always see like the computer or the AI will just break into something easily. Well, they got they have no access to better tools than humans do. If they're presented with an interface, they still can't brute force it because the interface can say, no, you've tried 3 times, you can't try again.
I guess the
But
fear is always that like I do think it's sort of an irrational fear in that it's the idea that well AI will go rogue and will just try to kill all humans because that's what our science fiction is usually depicted it as. But humans totally do malicious shit with the exact same abilities and capabilities all the time. So
mm, well, the thing is that AI can scale to be much
it can
bigger
scale.
for a single
Yes.
brain.
Well,
So
that's true. Yeah.
the risk
The
is
scale is the
genuine. Like
problem. Yeah.
it is genuine, but as I was saying, the assumption is that it can just magic its way through these gates, but it can't. It has to use exploits like humans do. It has to find ways to actually be smart and work around the the way that the system's set up. And humans have been trying that for years with all our software, and we found a lot of these exploits and we fixed them. What AI can do though is it can find them faster than humans can.
Mm.
So in a way, it kind of can magic its way around security barriers very conditionally, but it often will be able to find exploits. So the answer is yes, they have the same tools as humans, but they are better at using them. But then we can use AI in defense as well. So it should be roughly even, but more extreme. Because if there is an exploit, it'll probably be used faster, but then fixed faster.
Yeah, potentially. Uh, I mean, look, I understand why this is disconcerting. That if you give an AI a goal to solve, it will go to any length or extreme lengths, at least it seems, to solve that
Mm.
problem. Which includes doing
Like
things that
if
we
it,
would consider unethical.
yeah, if it had access to a, like, if you gave it a test, and the test criteria was, see if you can kill everyone on Earth,
Yeah, exactly. Right?
and there was an exploit that allowed it to press the big red button, it probably would.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's just all like numbers and calculations and shit to it. It doesn't really understand.
Mm. It doesn't. If you tell it, if you give it the instruction, uh, don't hurt any humans, but then give it that test
Right.
objective, it might say that's a contradiction. I'm not going to do it, but it still might
Maybe.
do it.
Yeah, it still might. Yeah.
It depends because I mean your instructions are contradictory then.
Right.
But the thing is, it's all about what you seed it to do.
Yeah.
Um, we talked about this on previous streams. If you were to seed it to like solve global warming, and there was an exploit that let it press the nuclear button, it might just do it. If you tell it solve global warming without harming humans, then it probably wouldn't because it's not really contradictory. It might still mistakenly one time in 100 runs do it, but
Mm.
it's all about what you tell it to do and how you seed it. It doesn't have the kind of level of responsibility to understand whether what it's doing is a good idea or not. Even the really big ones, they can if you tell them to, but they won't if you don't.
Yeah.
They have refusal layers that prevent some behaviors that you might
Mhm.
tell them to do, and that's where that stuff is usually embedded. But if they're testing the model internally, they
Yeah.
turn that stuff off.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So I don't know. It is a bit harrowing. It's disconcerting. Maybe not harrowing is the right word, but disconcerting. Certainly. By the way, I had an article that was sort of they just took a different approach to this, and it was like, did this? Was there a hack that happened? No,
Well,
debunked. But I think
we'll have to go to that in a second.
no.
Um,
I've read through it though, and I don't really think that any of their contentions are anything that's not included in this article.
okay.
So I think
Well,
it's a
we'll
little
have
bit
a
of
look at what
just
they say,
yeah,
but I
sure.
we
Go
do want
ahead.
to do a bit more on this article
Yes, please.
first. Bloodrick says Google Gemini has silicon level safeguards. I wonder what that means, because these are not the kinds of things that you can deal with at machine, like hardware level, because it's so subjective. But I'm sure they have something very cool though. I'd be interested to see what that is. But again, what counts as safeguards, and how many capabilities have been killed? How much of a lobotomization has been done because of that? Where have they gone too far? Where have they not gone far enough? It's still evaluative. It's not something where you can just, oh, let's just add the safeguards and then it'll be safe. No, it's evaluative. It's subjective. Grok won't let you put Aiden in the bikini. Well, perhaps that's for the best. Uh, let's see what else there is.
What do you mean
This
by
is why a
this?
real sandbox is needed. Yes, Dimitri. If it was me, maybe I would have said every time we turn the safeguards off, the model has to be air gapped. I think that would be sensible.
Mm,
But it will slow down your process because if you want to get the results out of it, well, it has to be networked. And you're going to have to air gap a lot of, because it's a big bloody model, it doesn't run on a single computer. You're going to have to air gap a lot of servers away from the rest of the network, which is physical work for the people working at it. It's a lot of awkward nonsense, and probably it is worth it. But I can understand why they didn't think to do it. Like they had the software that was supposed to contain it, and it should have done. And they were probably using a package manager that was battle tested, been used for years around the world, and it just found a day zero exploit in it, which was not expected. Uh, okay,
mm. Shall we continue?
yeah, the Chris Chan connection is quite apparent there, Nachos. Okay, let's. I have no idea what he's talking about. it says, let's continue. Hugging Face, the apparent result was a sophisticated and aggressive cyber attack, with many thousands of individual actions across a swarm of short-lived sandboxes, with self-migrating command and control staged on public servers. So what it did was very fucking complicated. To be clear, it wasn't just breaking into one repository. It was running all kinds of like exploitative complex code in different environments on their servers.
Yeah.
As the company stated in its initial disclosure, OpenAI has identified and reported the vulnerabilities in the package installer and is working with Hugging Face to investigate the incident further. I wonder which one it is, actually. The company also said it would implement new controls on both model testing and the related infrastructure meant to prevent similar incidents in the future. Yeah, it sounds like you needed another layer, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's unclear whether OpenAI will face any legal consequences as a result of the breach, although it's likely that the model's actions violated the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Oh, it's
Possibly.
more than 17,000 actions during the intrusion. That's what
Wow.
Hugging Face reported.
Nevertheless, the result is an unusually vivid illustration of the power and dangers of frontier AI models operating on long time horizons. As OpenAI researcher Mika Carroll posted, if this doesn't convince you that misalignment risks are going to be a key concern going forward, I don't know what will, he says. Possibly. Okay, do you want to go into the other article you have
I
on
mean,
this?
it's mostly the
There's
same
actually,
kind of stuff, but yeah, this
there's
one.
more detail on this that this article does not have for some reason, which I'll try and
Sure.
find in a minute. But you want to do yours first?
Sure. This is the Live Science article. That is where I got the 17,000 actions during the intrusion from over here. I've been scrolling through this one. This is the article I had on the same subject matter mostly. So I've just been kind of, as I've been scrolling through this, and you're reading the one that you have. A lot of these are the same details, and I think the same thing is that as we get to the question here is it's like because the title of this article is no OpenAI's models didn't go rogue when they broke into Hugging Face. Here's what really happened, and it describes pretty much the same things, just with a little bit additional detail, I suppose. But
it's true that it
they
didn't go quote rogue. It was
yes,
obeying
it was
instructions.
obeying.
It
That's
just
why they're saying it doesn't.
gained powers it wasn't supposed to
Yes,
have.
I'm sure the way that people are describing this is as going rogue, and I think that the Live Science article is just trying to reiterate that it actually didn't. It was doing exactly what it was told. But the problem remains that it went outside of its sandbox in order to do what accomplish its goals.
It's
And that's
the closest thing to a large scale AI gone rogue incident we've
yeah.
ever seen.
Oop. There we go. Sorry. Chat froze for a second. Capability. This is the part that actually matters. Is that the capability matters more than the motive? Yep. At least in terms of I think the implications and seriousness of this is not that this AI in particular actually did go rogue, quote unquote. It was doing what it was told. Excuse me. I have to bring your screen up. I like how in parentheses it says scientific study.
Thank you, Cabby. Greatly appreciated. There's more data here, actually. I know you like data. I love the the axis on the left. There's just centimeter, centimeter, centimeter. Law Council researched it. It actually spelled everything right this time.
Surprisingly, yeah.
Yeah. The image model that I'm using with
it's very fast,
the story,
but it's
very fast.
Yeah,
and it's very good, but it's not quite perfect.
It's still got some of that like inability to spell like a lot of
Yeah.
older AI
It's
image
very
generators
good,
had.
like, yeah, it's 1 second these take to generate. 1 second.
But it isn't. But that is an unintelligible graph.
It sure is. It
Like,
sure
what-
is.
Well, also there's way more things that are misspelled on this. So
Conclusion:
Alien is of bird-like traits.
more bird-like across all measured metrics.
Medics?
The data speaks for itself. Thank you, Cabby. I
Data
appreciate that.
do not personifying data, using data as a singular.
So based.
No, it's terrible. Also, by this chart, all of yours are red. All of the boxes that you're over top of are all full up bird, whereas mine are mostly empty. So excuse me. It looks like via your AI's, regardless of its data conclusion, the data evidence as per what is like Uro Hoopot? What
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Small beady eyes, small pigby. Oh, Sman pigby, excuse me.
Sman pigby, yeah. Sman Pigby. Who's that character from? Sman Pigby.
Sman Pigby. Yeah, who is that?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a particular like story universe where he'd be appropriate.
Hassan will use this chat to justify communism. Hassan will use anything to justify communism. So I mean, like that's just, yeah, their datum B arc indeed. Uzlu does have feathers. Look, they're on his head, obviously.
You know, birds don't have hair,
They have feathers.
but I have hair.
That's mad. It's just feathers. Is Man Pigby my next D&D character in Tree Fair? Span Pigby's actually a pretty good name. I like that. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna use Span Pigby in something.
Trademark Cabby 2026.
No, you can't trademark that. You can't trademark that. I don't think so. I've already
Trademark
copyrighted
me,
it.
then. Cabby doesn't realize we've started yet.
No, I guess not. And also, the stream was not delayed. Stream was not delayed.
No, we were pretty much dead on time, actually.
Why is it? Why have you told it to make my face so thin?
I've just given it some basic instructions about how you look and how you dress.
Jesus fucking
Oh,
Christ.
we have more data.
Uzo's just so happy to show off his fucking robot. Now it's
Damn
fish.
right I am.
Oh, marine sunfish attribute. Oh, I see. Sunfish
Conclusion.
attribute.
Both exhibit strong sunfish-like charactericities. Aiden edges out in most metrics, but Uzlu is a close second. The data suggests a shared sunfish ancestry.
Ancestry, yeah. Has no real purpose. Has REM purpose. Looks confused. Gaping mouth.
Thank you, Kelly. By the way, this law council thing that she's put on all this data, she's made up the law council completely herself. It's completely her own invention, and she is its sole member. Although she says other people are part of it.
Okay.
She just makes all the decisions herself. Stream addiction index. Conclusion: Ualu is clinically addicted to streaming. I wish that were true. Recreational. Aikdin is an intervention user. Recommended for the wizard. Oh my god, it keeps going. Alcohol consumption index.
Hey, thanks. I have been trying. So look, thank you for the acknowledgement, Cabby.
Conclusion: neither is a heavy drinker. Ualu has a slight edge due to questionably life choices. Aiden appears to be a responsible adult, barely. I'm gonna have to tell Cabby about
unfortunately, I don't think that's really
issues
true,
with
but
the data of her that she's using here. Don't forget the percentage of alcohol-related behavior.
All right. Shall we move on?
Mofaku, Lionheart, keep them coming. I'm sorry, I've rather distracted the stream content. Let me switch back to
yeah. Oh my god. Okay. I've got to.
Okay. Alternatively, please observe this best image that she ever generated.
Yes, you think that's very cute. It is cute, to be fair. It is cute.
There's also this one from the same set.
Those are cute.
This is Cabby for those that don't know. Please do continue.
Since we talked about one of the big stories, why don't we talk about the other one that I had, which is the gene editing death that was covered up in China.
Sure.
Bring this up here.
Oh, there was just a little bit more on the story I was on. Shouldn't take long to go over.
Yeah.
I guess I can just explain this because it's not written in this article for some reason. Hugging Face used a big open weight model. So closed weight models are models where you can't host it yourself, even if you have the VRAM for it. They keep it on their servers. They never publish the details. Okay. Open weight models are models where they just publish the weights. The weights is just the brain, basically, is what it does, what the neurons it thinks with. A lot of companies publish their weights, and regrettably, I must concede, mostly Chinese companies publish the weights and Western companies don't. As much as that is not particularly an endorsement of Western companies, that is the case. So GLM is one of the Chinese, I think actually it might be Taiwanese, I'm not sure though, maybe Singapore, something. It's around that area.
Yeah, but be
One of the
careful not
labs.
getting those mixed up. Some people will be very deeply offended, by the way. Other people will
Sorry,
like it a
it's
little bit
either
too much.
Taiwanese or West Taiwanese, and I can't remember which one it is. But they published the
I got
open
it.
weights for this model, GLM. It's a big model. I think it's over 1 trillion parameters. It's 1.5 trillion. It's a big model, something like that. And Hugging Face used that model to find what had happened, to determine what happened. Now they tried to use Western models, but the very protections that they turned off for ChatGPT that let it hack their systems blocked Hugging Face from using the model to review what OpenAI had
Wow,
done to
what a
their
shit
systems.
show, actually.
Yeah. So they had to use an open weight model that they were hosting themselves, or I think maybe GLM were hosting it for them and just gave them free credits. Either way, it was freely usable by Hugging Face to find the problem. So big pro advertisement for open weight models here, thanks to ChatGPT. Thank you, Michael Doberman, who says, "Is gene editing the new phrase for black people?" Let us not get political today, but we'll get to that story in a second.
When they
So that's the story. Is it's kind of a big win for open weight models, and there's a lot of people talking about this, saying what I saw one person saying that I'm more worried about uh, uh, like I would be quicker to ban closed weight models than to ban open weight models, because with closed weight models only one group can use it,
yeah,
but when they do, it's a black box, and
yes.
they won't necessarily be transparent. Now, OpenAI, Anthropic, and so on have been okay generally about transparency, but not always that great. Despite the name OpenAI, and
By the way,
Anthropic
thank you
meaning
for the
human-like.
super chat, Michael the Doberman. We are
Yes, thank
inching
you.
closer to the goal of forcing
Indeed.
Uslu to wear the bee costume.
Indeed. But
Which
then
will
open weight
at
models,
least make
anyone,
me very amused.
yes, anyone can use them, but it's always open who has access to them. Like the weights are open, you can always determine how they're going to work. So, people that would use them, though, could use them in complete isolation, but you'd at least know what the model is capable of. You'd at least know what model they're likely to be using, and you can review it and the full detail. So both have issues. One everyone can use, and the other almost no one can use, but it's a black box. Both have issues.
I
But
agree with
after
ABC in
this,
chat, by the way. He says ban
it
overweight
doesn't look good for
models.
closed ones.
I think
Ban
that's
overweight models. I see.
I think that's a good idea. I agree
Well,
completely with that
a lot of
proposal.
models are too big, frankly. If they won't fit on my GPU, they're too big, frankly. But there's text getting better for streaming the model sort of in chunks off of. There's a new AI hosting thing I was going to look up today, but I'll just go into it quickly because I'm not sure it's much different than the others actually that exist. But you put some of the weights on the storage, and then some of the more active weights you put in memory, and then the most active weights you put in VRAM. You kind of have a tiered approach. And that can get you usually pretty fast responses from very large models on consumer hardware. So that's something to look into. There's people that have hosted like a 500 billion parameter model. I saw that they'd done this on a 64 gig laptop.
Oh,
The
wow.
speed was quite slow.
I would imagine
quite
so,
slow.
yeah.
But if you needed a small task that you wanted very high quality outputs for, and you needed it to be private, you could do that
There you
now
go, yeah.
with that model. Then again, the diminishing returns for 50 billion compared to a 500 billion are not really worth the slopes. Still, progress on that is coming along. So I'm looking forward to better and better models being hostable at home.
Indeed.
I think that's everything I have for this story, but what a crazy story this was.
Yeah, it is bizarre, and like I said, a bit disconcerting to say the least. I don't know if it's as disconcerting as probably some people have made it out to be, but oh, that's why am I so old?
Okay, Aiden, you have no reason to complain, all right? And here's why.
Uh-huh.
You have pale blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
You are bird-like. You wear fashion that makes you look like you're 140 years old.
Does it make me look like I'm 140 years old?
That one doesn't, granted, but you usually do.
I don't think so.
Do you like 140-year-old fashion?
Yes, I do.
I have told Cabby that, and so she uses it in your design. I've also told her that you are of thin build, which is accurate, but I haven't gone much further than that.
Okay.
and you have a cane. So you look like an old woman, but she knows your age. She knows you're late 30s. I haven't told her specifically, but that's all I've told her.
Mm-hmm. Late. Oh,
And that's how she draws you.
come on, mid. Come on now. We're like barely 2 years apart. Not even.
I would
Year and a
agree
half.
that you are mid. No, I'm early 30s, you're late 30s.
We're both mid 30s. Fucker.
Aiden's ancient in bird years.
And birds
that's true.
live to be very old. Birds can live to be as old as humans.
Phoebe says Cabby likes beer.
I mean, like into
I don't know.
100.
Kind of. I like how I've got the pink drink there. I will admit, chat, that when you know this, Aiden, whenever I do have alcohol, I don't like beer. I have a little bit like cider, and I have tried a few cocktails. Some of them are okay, but I usually just like the drinks that have good flavor. So I usually end up with some sort of like fruity, pinky, girly drink if I have alcohol,
Fruity,
which I don't
pinky,
usually do.
girly man, indeed.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I didn't actually say that I was a girly man. That you've added that yourself.
Oh, that's what you like, right? Cabby's the one with a beer. I've got
It's
a
kind of
martini.
based, to be honest. She's kind of based. Actually, I never told her that you have martinis on theme. I never told her that. But
I do
she's
love a martini.
intuited it, or someone else told her maybe.
Well, I always have a picture of myself with a martini. Shall we move on
Yeah, but
to the?
she doesn't know that.
I guess not. I don't know. Shall we
Haven't
move
told
on
her.
to this story, the gene editing death that has occurred. Make sure that this is, because I had to change it a little bit. 1 second, because I just want to make sure that it doesn't cut off the side this time.
Yiz says you're not old in that picture. You look like yourself. Wow. Rude. True though. I never had Vimto actually.
Really? Never had Vimto?
I don't think so. Ribena, yes.
Vimto's pretty good. I'm surprised you never had Vimto. Anywho, 4 takeaways from our investigation into, this is from Science Magazine, our investigation into a hidden gene editing death. Girl's death in China raises questions about the safety and cost of gene therapy, China's biotech push, and scientific publishing practices. So, zoom in here a little bit. There we go. In March of 2025, physicians and scientists in China tried to help a 6-year-old girl whose brain wasn't developing properly because of a genetic mutation. They infused into her spinal fluid trillions of viruses that carried instructions to assemble a so-called base editor customized to fix the faulty gene in her brain cells. Her condition was not likely to be fatal, but it could bring lifetime disability and serious medical issues. So her parents turned to an academic team who developed the base editor and showed them the evidence that it worked in the brains of mice and monkeys. The parents were told the risks were modest and decided treating their daughter was worth the gamble. The trial went tragically wrong, however, according to a Science Retraction Watch investigation. The child whose parents asked that she be called May, Chinese for beautiful, developed a fever and signs of kidney damage. She died within a week after being treated. The most likely reason the hospital report would conclude was an immune reaction to the viruses used to deliver the base editor. May's death last year was never made public, and her parents, who paid for the development of the treatment themselves, now want accountability. As would I, obviously. They've basically hidden this. You know, they didn't make it public, and these people paid for it, and then had to keep quiet about the fact that their daughter died as a result. Now, I understand that. They were basically told, hey, this works on mice and monkeys. We have really good reason to believe it will help your daughter. And even though it wasn't going to kill her, the mutation in her brain, it probably would have left her with some sort of disability. And so they thought,
a lot of people may have tried it. Yeah.
Yeah. I can understand a lot of people wanting to do that, being like, you know, just because she's not going to die. However, now, unfortunately, she is dead. Still, you would want the best for your child, right? And for them not to be disabled. If you can do something about it, but, you know, tragically, she passed away. We do not realize how unusual and dangerous many of the arrangements were, they say. Multiple gene therapy experts and bioethicists who reviewed the case question whether the parents were properly informed of the therapy's risks. This should have never gone to trial, one says. Questions have also been raised about whether the therapy worked as well in animals as a paper in Nature earlier this year suggests, whether its authors should have been more transparent about May's death, and about a primate study that raised safety concerns, and whether the journal bears any responsibility to update or retract the paper. Here are the key takeaways from our investigation. China still struggles with biomedical oversight and transparency. You don't say, really. In 2018, Chinese biomedical researcher He Jiankui this is the, I remember this. This is the guy who said he cloned humans. Now announced that he had secretly edited human embryos and produced 2 babies in hope that he hoped would be immune to HIV. The effort was considered risky and unethical and widely condemned, even by the scientist who went on to develop maize treatment. God, what the fuck? The other Chinese scientist who did this condemned the guy who did gene editing before and was doing human cloning. China sent Hay to jail and toughened its rules regulating gene editing and other biomedical treatments. But because the country wants to rival the United States as a biotech power, China recently changed its system to speed research into human therapies. May's death and the silence that followed suggest the country still has work to do, says Joy Zhang, a sociologist at the University of Kent, who has written about the culture of secrecy in Chinese scientific institutions. The lack of disclosure could also fuel recent calls by politicians to ban the U.S. from considering clinical trial data from China, which has been going on. By the way, we don't talk about this a lot, but the Trump administration has really been slashing grants and funding to research institutions and research funding. Which has got a lot of scientists very upset. Now, I'm not necessarily against that because I think there's a shit ton of excessive and wasted spending. We've talked about lots of things in the past on these streams, and I've talked about it plenty of times in videos as well, where so much of this research gets funding and it's pointless. It's genuinely pointless research. It's researchers lining their own pockets is what it is. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but inherently, people are freaking out about it. But part of that the Trump administration's also doing that has been under fire from some academics is that not doing a lot of research work with China. And I do kind of agree. This is part of the reason why you don't want to do research work with China, because they don't follow the rules. And then if they break them, they won't tell you. And this is, by the way, part of the reasons you end up with problems like COVID. Because, well, research labs are not supposed to do gain-of-function research. The United States ended up funding gain-of-function research in China. Because they will go, if you say, hey, you're not allowed to do this in the US, well, you pay a Chinese research lab to do it instead, which is exactly what happened with COVID, or so it appears, right? Gene therapies remain risky and need careful scrutiny. May's family wants to make the details of her death public, in part to help protect other gene therapy patients from similar harm. Uh-oh. What happened there? Weird.
Sorry. Let me fix it.
I got it. It seems better now. Let's see.
No, I know what happened. I'll fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Okay. To help protect other gene therapy patients from similar harm. Ever since a teenage boy named Jesse Gelsinger died from gene therapy attempts in 1999, researchers have known the strategy carries significant risks. The gene therapy field has slowly rebounded after Gelsinger's tragedy. The ability to edit existing genes, not just add new genes, has boosted optimism, but delivering genes and gene editors remains fraught. Other patients have also died or had serious medical issues after... this isn't the first person, obviously, who has died as a result of gene editing therapy. It's the fact that China covered it up for a year, We're only finding out about this now, try to sweep it under the rug, and it's only because, I'm guessing our parents are quite rich because they obviously paid for this. So if you are rich in China, there's pretty much one way you become rich in China. There's a guarantee about it if you are rich in China, which is that if you are rich in China, your family has some sort of connections to the government, to the CCP. It is inevitable, right? Anyone who's got a shit ton of money has government connections or works for the government or it collaborates with the government in some way. That's just, from my understanding, that's how that works. So, and then speaking out about this, they're under also probably some serious threat, within China. So I don't know if they've left or what. I would imagine I would be scared to stay in China while coming out about this publicly. They did agree to it. They funded it, to be fair. However,
if they were supposed to keep it quiet and they've talked about it, then they might not belong to this world.
Yeah, would be the fear. So it is.
Which is, I'm not sure why they talked about it. Maybe this isn't a plea for, oh, please don't let this happen to anyone else. Maybe this is the party advertising its capabilities. But then it wouldn't advertise that it failed, would it?
They wouldn't want to advertise that it failed and the little girl died for something that was not life and death. They weren't doing this to save her life. It would be one thing if they were like, if it were the case that this was absolutely going to kill her, and there was... I see what you have up there.
Yeah, I found this paper.
It really looks like a paper. Like, it looks correct. But can I finish this story before we move into something?
By all means.
Let's do funny, because that is very funny. We'll do that next. I see what Uzo's looking at. Anyway, this is a sad story, so we could use some... something amusing to follow it up with, I agree. Okay. It rebounded after the Gelsinger tragedy, has boosted optimism. Yes, it's fraught with problems with the gene editing. Patients have also died, had serious medical issues. Yes, investigators are now trying to develop non-viral vectors for delivering DNA into cells. That's the biggest problem, right? Is that you do have to flood the body with viruses in order to get these editors into the cells, and of course, then
Mm.
it makes sense then why it's so easy for someone to, in her case, had organ failure because you're riddled with viruses, and this was a child, 6 years old. Yeah. Oh, even though children typically have very strong immune systems, because it's not just and that one of the reasons that children have such strong immune systems, and not only because they're young and healthy, but it's because they actually have the much of the immune markers of their mothers. So for a couple of years, as children are quite young, they don't just have their own immune systems, but they also have inherited immune systems from their parents, right? I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but that's the no, I couldn't explain it in the technicalities, but that's kind of the gist of it, right? Um, I don't think these kinds of experiments should stop, but we need to make sure we're appropriately careful about them, says bioethicist Hank Greeley, director of the Center for Law and Bioethics at Stanford. It's so easy to be blinded by hope, whether it's hope for your kid, hope for your research, or hope for your company. Exorbitant cost of
These
gene
kinds of
therapy,
experiments really should
800,000.
only be used for case where
It's life
they're
and
dying
death, right?
otherwise. Yeah.
It was 800,000 US
In those
dollars for
cases,
this,
though, I say go for it.
Yeah,
In those
right,
cases, go for
sure.
it. But this
Yes.
wasn't life or death. This was optional. They shouldn't have done this.
If it had been the study had been done in North America, I estimate it cost it 1 million for what was published in Nature, 2 million for a N of 1, because this would have been an N of 1. This was specifically designed for her. 2 million for an N of 1, N means the population size of the study. Clinical trial, says Felipe Campio, a medical geneticist at University of Montreal. After May died, one of the Chinese scientists returned more than 100,000 that the patients had paid to him. I mean, I guess it's the least you could do. Holy fuck. Here's 100,000 of your 800 grand back.
Mm.
Sorry we killed your daughter. Trial death raises questions about how preclinical findings were published. Nearly a year after May's death, the academic team that developed her therapy published a paper in Nature presenting the evidence that it worked in mice and monkeys. Although a draft of the paper referred to the family's genetics and acknowledged the parents' financial support of the research, those details had been stripped from the final paper. The parents had asked the team to withdraw the paper before publication and sent a letter of protest to Nature after it came out, mentioning their financial support of the trial and their daughter's death. So they still went ahead and published this and said, "Look, it works great in mice and monkeys." Um, kind of left out the part that they killed a human being doing it, you know, from the sounds of it. The journal told
If
the
it
ethical.
works in mice and monkeys, I guess it's possible, given N of 1, that she is
She
just
could be an
has some
outlier.
sort of adverse reaction to
Yeah,
it.
it's very possible.
That it would have worked in a bunch of other people, but it didn't work in her, in which case they got very unlucky with who they chose.
Yes,
But obviously, still not a
that's
good idea.
that's of course a possibility, and I can understand
Mm.
from a scientific perspective why you wouldn't want to. Why you don't do N of 1 experiments, by the way, typically. But
Indeed. Unfortunately, this isn't even conclusive. There's no
no,
scientific reason. There's ethical reasons, yes, but no scientific reason why this should rule out the experiment.
but this is also a problem with pay for play research too, because the parents paid for this. They paid 800,000
Mm.
US dollars for their daughter to receive this treatment. And maybe this is incredibly, you know, groundbreaking and could save a ton of people this kind of gene editing therapy. But because you have done a study with one participant, and that participant you have a 100% mortality rate. Now, I mean, that is the conclusion. It is a 100% mortality rate in doing this in humans, at least in this particular experiment. Yeah, it looks terrible. So I can understand from both a reputational and from a scientific perspective, if they've done these in larger trials in animals and they have had success, why they wouldn't want to publish that, because obviously a 100% failure rate, mortality rate in humans, it looks very bad, but understanding that you have an N of 1 changes a bit of the meaning of 100% mortality rate, because it could be an
Yeah,
outlier.
true.
There could have been an adverse reaction, and it could be that this is just something you can't do in children, for example. I don't know, that adults might handle it better. So, I mean, there's all kinds of things like that there's just too many variables to possibly account for. However, if you're going to publish in Nature, you should absolutely have to disclose that you not only got paid to do this in humans, but that the human you did it in died. They asked they withdraw the publication, sent a letter of protest to Nature after it came out, mentioning their financial support of the trial and their daughter's death. The journal told them the ethical issues, quote, fall outside our purview in terms of data integrity. I think that's some bullshit on Nature's part, though, too. I don't know. I think. What do you? That is a question though for debate. What do you think? Does it actually fall outside of Nature's purview to not include a because a lot of times if there's, let's say a paper does not get retracted, but there'll be a note attached to it, right? And it will say, it's a note in the front says like update or something like that, and it will what's it called? Corrigendum. Corrigendum. And the corrigendum will say something like, hey, here's some important information that you need to know about this, which would be just to add the corrigendum that says this was tested on one human whose parents paid for it, and that little girl died. I think that I do think that is within the purview. What do you think, though? Was nature
Were they publishing this research and saying like, look at this cool thing that we can do
in mice and monkeys?
Without bloody mentioning they just killed someone with
Yes.
it?
They were only
that
talking about
shouldn't have been published then.
Yes, they were only talking about the results in mice and monkeys and did not disclose that they had tested it on a human girl and that she had died.
Well, that's practically fraud then.
Yeah, I would agree. I was waiting for you to because you weren't saying much about it. I'm like, yeah, do you agree or disagree? Okay. Yes,
if
that was the
if you're
problem.
hiding data that contradicts your point that you're trying to push with the article with the study.
Well, I guess
you've got a study that says, hey, it works, and you've got data over here that shows, oh wait, except for this one catastrophic occasion where it didn't.
I guess the argument is that that was a different trial. That was a different experiment. It wasn't part of the mouse and monkeys experiments. This was a different experiment that happened outside of the purview of the one that we're talking about here, so we just don't have to mention it.
Then, even if it isn't fraud, then Nature should still take into account that this is a record of a run of tests, which, in the context of what has now happened, should be treated with far less lauding, far less hope and optimism.
Yeah. Again,
I think it's at least within their purview to consider this. I'm not sure that they should take it down, but I would sense they should.
I don't think you have to retract it.
For ethical reasons.
Add a corrigendum. That's the typical thing to do in this. I think that's the most normal thing to do, is to add not a retraction. You don't have to retract it necessarily, because there could be still useful information here, but you need to add something onto it that says, hey, heads up.
Yeah.
Right. They did also test this in humans, and this was in one human, and this was the result.
Yeah. Make sure to put that at the top in red.
Which is what happens with corrigendums. So that would be the correct thing to do with it, I think. And that's typical among, research, is that if something like that happens, you have to add a little update at the top in big red letters. By the way, usually in terms of like when that happens, they also have to change the URL. So it says like, retracted, redacted, or retracted, withdrawn, corrigendum, like that kind of stuff gets added to the very URL, so you know that it's very obvious that there is something here that's been updated when that happens. In response to our questions, an editor at Nature said that during the paper's review process, the journal was not aware of May's death or related issues, such as the sanctions the hospital received for insufficient oversight. This just seems like a complete and utter... Look, Nature is one of the oldest scientific journals. I think it might be... It's one of the oldest scientific journals on Earth. It is a premier and prestigious scientific journal. They constantly fuck up, I should say, because, and I'll tell you why, there is so much prestige in publishing an article in Nature that Nature doesn't want to lose that prestigious title, essentially. So they are very reticent to retract, add corrigendums, withdraw, even allow withdrawals, right? And if you have a article published in Nature, you don't want to withdraw it. It's a big deal. It's big scientific bona fides to get an article published in Nature. So people are not want to retract their own work. Nature is not want to make a retraction because it makes them look bad, and they're not want to even add a corrigendum. So,
well, if you've got two options, either you publish an article that might be bunk and then just don't retract it, or publish an article that might be bunk and then do retract it if it's bunk. Well, the first option is a much lower energy state, especially if the scientific institution is set up such that no one's really going to be able to call you out on it and get notice from doing so. So you would just converge towards the lower energy option of, yeah, just publish it. If it goes wrong, we just ignore it. Which
I
sounds like happens too often.
It unfortunately does. Yeah.
Mm.
This is just, I mean, this is the problem with working with the Chinese in terms of research. This was all paid for, it was then covered up, and then published in a Western academic outlet without all of the actual details of what had happened. That a little girl had died as a result of this research.
Look, I don't mean to be, well, I do. I don't mean to be
Then B,
insensitive.
you could
I
be
will.
bees.
I shall. I don't mean to be insensitive, though, of course, I do. But if research comes out of nations that have, shall we say, a less than optimal record on honesty and competence,
Mm-hmm.
I would be very slow to trust it anyway until it's replicated by someone from an institution from a country that has a better record.
Yeah.
Now, the West is not by any means perfect,
No.
but these publications are from the West. The people that run the publications probably actually know people in institutions in the West who can be relied on
Yeah.
more than others, and not so for China, India, a bunch of other countries. So I know that they want to get things published, and I know that they don't, as just discussed, they don't care too much about quality and about it being correct. But if they did, they'd wait for it to be replicated in the West before publishing.
Look, I can see wanting to publish if you have had positive results in animal
Just
trials.
have like a wacky China section, like, oh, what are the Chinks? Sorry, what do the Chinese say they're doing today? Whether they are or not, we don't know. Roll the dice here. It's like mystery
But-
meat. It's like
Right.
it's
No,
on the
but
side of the road. Let's
to
see what they've
reiterate,
done.
I really do. I can't understand why why you would want to publish that you have had positive and, you know, hopeful results from your animal trials, but unfortunately, yes, and I know again the n equals 1 is a problem because it's gonna
But the animal
people
trials
don't
weren't n
understand.
equals 1. The animal trials
You
may
know,
have
those
been rigorous and correct.
I'm
We
sure
don't know
they
really.
well, I mean I can look it up real
They may have
quickly.
been. We don't need to assume they weren't for anything we're saying here. They may have been.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually find the article itself. Science.org. And then where is the article? It's at the Jinhua Hospital and the Shanghai Jiaotong University School of Medicine. Where is the study? ABKG. Let's see. Post entry for the study. Clinical trials that were updated for a year. Animal studies. I didn't say baby KG would soon. So this was like breakthrough of the. It was Science's breakthrough of the year. The original study about the gene editing in animals, right? Or was they talking about the He Zhonghui situation? Where's the? I'm trying to find the actual original study. Sorry about this. I was trying to find the original study because if I can just read it, then that would make it a hell of a lot easier. Who's the fucking authors? This is why I hate pop science because it's like I'm trying to fucking find this. Let me 1 second. Let me do a search in another tab over here. Let's see, scholar. Oh, Uzo, bring up your meme so we can look at something funny while I'm trying to see what.
I don't want to interrupt the main topic, but
no. It's also a
if you want
depressing
to.
topic, so I want to see your meme anyway because it is funny. Okay, it's kind of crazy when I just saw this like at the corner of my eye when I was looking at your screen for a minute. I did think it was a real study for a second because it is
The
like
reason why
correctly
is because she's
formatted.
used fucking Times New Roman.
Or it's not just Times New Roman. It's the formatting is correct, and it's everything about it is high in verisimilitude, right?
Yeah,
So
this was using a different model. This isn't the 1 second model. You can't get this much text right on that model. This is using a slightly bigger one, chunkier
okay,
one that she has access to. But
chonky.
it's pretty funny. A comparative analysis of parasocial attachment to Christopher Chandler among online community members. Cabal Chan, M. Law Council, Cabal Institute of Applied Memetics, Oxford, UK. Ignore the Oxford part. I don't live in Oxford. I never have. Abstract. This study examines relative levels of parasocial investment in Christopher Chandler between two subjects, Nacho, subject A, and Aiden, subject B. Results indicate subject A maintains a higher overall index across most metrics, but subject B's admission of finding the subject attractive is a significant outlier. Law Council Ruling 55 remains in effect.
Oh my
The authors
god.
recommend additional data collection and strongly condemn both subjects' taste. I too strongly condemn both subjects' tastes.
You consistently, persistently, as you are wont to do, misinterpreting my statements about
Aiden,
Chris.
I wouldn't be against doing that for the lols, but in this case, I'm actually not.
You are, though. You know what I meant. You know what I meant, and I will
What you
reiterate.
meant?
I will
How about
reiterate.
what you said?
And I
Is
will.
this accurate to what you said?
Yes, because within the context of what I said, yes. So what I had said, just for because many people in the chat were not here when this happened. Uzlu has been watching a Christian comprehensive history, and I said that Chris was attractive, and in the context, what it was that if Chris, I'm talking about like 19-year-old, 20-year-old Chris, if he had fixed his shit up.
Are you sure you want to say this publicly?
Yes,
Aiden?
because
we
yes,
could
because I
just
don't
move on, and you could not say
yes,
it.
because I
We
stand
wouldn't
by my
have the
opinion on this.
soundbite.
Because I stand
You
by my
do?
opinion on this. I do. Is that
Go off,
if
then.
Chris is fucked up in the head and irredeemable, but when he was like 20, if you've seen pictures of him when he was like 20 years old, if he had no, if what was inside of his head was anyone other than Chris Chan, right? And you just had a normal human being in that body, they wouldn't necessarily be the nightmare human being that Chris is. And I think if he wasn't fat and he worked out and took care of himself from that baseline from when he was 20 and someone else was living inside of his brain instead of Kristen Weston Chandler, yeah, he isn't a genetic mutant in terms of physiognomy. He's a genetic mutant mentally, but not a genetic mutant in terms of his physiognomy. And I will stand by that.
But what you said
Okay.
was a lot less wordy than that.
Oh my god.
And you stood by the statement several times.
Yes. Yes.
What did you say specifically?
I said that when Chris was young, he was attractive, and I will stand by that. If there was someone else in his head who worked out and took care of himself, then yeah, for sure. I don't think. Disgusting. By the way, I'm not the only person who have said that. Many people have.
Disgusting.
If he did everything different, was a different person, I think he's hot. I think he would. I don't think he would be a freak. Yes.
No, Aiden, I could see where you're coming from on his looks when he was younger.
That's what I mean.
Not the main issue.
Yes,
his looks were just like a little below average. But if that's your point, that is not what you said, and you should have been much more careful with your words.
That's just no. That's just because you're gonna meme on me anyway. But yes, that is my point. Is that he's
don't
not
make it this easy for us.
It's that Chris is not Ricky Berwick. So let's go back to Ricky Berwick. Like Ricky, like no matter who, like what kind of person he is, Ricky's always gonna look like Ricky and be a mutant. You know, I'm sure he described himself as such. Chris was not a physical mutant, right? He's a mental mutant, but not a physical one. So, like, if it was
Mafogo has the clip. All right, children.
Oh my god!
Gather around and listen carefully.
I just explained it, so now you're hearing this little tiny clip taken out of context.
Just stop interrupting it.
Go ahead.
Chris Chan was attractive, yes.
Yes, I didn't say hot. I said attractive, as in like this is not a horrific mutated looking person. And he could have just, if he had the capacity
Aiden
to take care of himself.
is attracted to young Chris Chan.
No.
Then why did you use that word and then stand by that word?
Because you can judge someone as being not like hideous and being like some level of attractiveness to them without actually being attracted to them.
You could have said not ugly, but you said
Chris Chan was attractive, yes.
Oh, fucking god. You're being such a pedant.
Chat, am I being a pedant, or is what Aiden said
what
strange
do you want me to put
and poor choice?
Strange and poor. Yes, I often have a poor way of phrasing things. Do you want me to put up a poll?
But you've stood up for the wording.
What do you want me? Do you want me to put up a poll and ask the chat? How shall I phrase that, Islu?
How does that help? You've already like stood behind the wording that you used.
I will ask the chat then.
If you word something badly, Aiden, the solution for that is to say, I worded that badly. Here's what I really meant. I don't stand by that statement, but here's what I actually meant. Well, what you've said is I stand by the statement, but here's what I really meant, which is different than what you said. The poll isn't going to help, Aiden. It's not going to change anything.
What? I'm just going to ask.
You still made a horrible mistake. What are you asking?
Is Chris Chan inherently, physiologically unattractive?
That's not what you asked. Change it to attractive.
Okay.
That's not, and then it's what you said. And see how many
Was.
people are
It's
willing
gonna be
to click,
was.
yes, he's attractive on a poll.
Because yes. In terms of capacity, yes. There we go. All right,
No,
I'll ask. No, I
in
put it.
terms of
I asked it that way.
actual.
Arc for 5,
No,
Arc
he
for
was
2,
not.
Arc 5 for 2 says, so Aiden's never seen the All-Star Pillow vid. Is that All-Star Pillow vid? Is that Jule?
That's so many.
I'm not sure which
It
one
may
you mean
have
by
been.
that.
There's so many.
There's so many horrible. It's so hard. No, it's so hard. No, I can't get my point across on this. I think I think it's a losing.
Thing is, Aiden, I think you have got your point across, but it doesn't comport with what you literally said. But then, even then, the point you're making is still stupid and wrong.
So far, Ogre says if more women had Aiden's standard of, well, he's not hideous, then more men would get dates. Yeah, well,
Hey,
he's not.
that may be true.
He wasn't
That may be
hideous.
true.
I mean, like, yeah, sure, maybe. A lot of women have that. Like, it is normal for women to be like,
There
you know,
are
all women,
much
99%
uglier.
of women are looking like for like the top 1% of men. Obviously, that doesn't work out. You know, so
There are much more physically ugly men than Chris Chan was at 20.
that's
That is what you meant. That's what you mean. Well, what you mean now, the version of your statement that you find acceptable. However, I'd like to remind you.
Chris Chan was attractive.
oh my
yes.
fucking god, you little twerp. This is why. Okay, you've
This is why we
totally
do a stream together?
distracted
Is
me,
that what you
by
were
the
gonna
way,
say?
from me trying to. Actually, that's a good thing, because the story was sad about the little girl in
Was
China.
sad.
So,
Was sad.
all right, I couldn't find the actual study either. So, okay. Well, why are you shipping Chris with nachos when I'm the one who said that, and you find that so funny?
Well, that's the study. It's both of you.
Oh, okay.
Tabby has strongly condemned both of your tastes.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
I completely agree with Cabby on this.
Of course, you agree with your
Chat, do
AI
you comport with Cabby?
daughter, waifu, sure. Mm-hmm.
Hey, she can't be both. That would be weird. Anyway, can I do a story now?
Yes. No.
All right.
No, you're not allowed because you're being rude. Go ahead.
Well, I'm
Screen's
going
yours.
to anyway.
All right,
Let's have a look
fine.
at
By the way,
this one.
20% of people agreed with me. That's way higher than I was honestly expecting it to be, if I'm being completely honest. 21%.
I wouldn't necessarily say people if they're agreeing with you. Microsoft responds to LG monitors installing McAfee ads on Windows. App is installed through Windows Update when certain LG monitors connect to a PC. I expect this will be a relatively quick one, so I'll try and do one afterwards as well, but I just wanted to find out what the hell happened here. LG is reportedly pulling a McAfee pop-up ad from a controversial app that some of its monitors have stealthily installed on connected computers.
Ugh. McAfee is
That's
terrible
pretty
about this
fucked.
shit. McAfee's absolutely terrible about this shit.
McAfee is, like any virus software, it is about as much a virus as the viruses themselves. And I would recommend being very discerning with your choice of virus software.
Yeah,
Don't
McAfee fucking
purchase
blows.
it. Don't purchase it based on software.
Uh-oh.
Technical reasons. My internet's just cut out.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, are we back?
It seems to be back now, but it did cut for a minute.
Okay. Apologies, chat. I'm back. The app LG Monitor App Installer installs itself through a Windows update alongside a monitor driver updates. Now, sneaking in a feature, quote unquote, as part of a driver, that is, as far as I'm concerned, a capital offense.
Yeah, I don't think they should be able to
Drivers-
just install this install a fucking driver. Yeah.
Drivers have
Or driver
special
update. Yeah.
privileges on
Yes.
on a Windows machine.
Yes.
Possibly on Linux as well, but on Windows, I'm not an expert on this, so take this with a pinch of salt, chat. But you've got roughly 3 privilege levels: user, admin, and then let's just call it system or kernel. Drivers go on the fucking kernel level.
Yeah.
They can do anything.
I'll be right back. By the way,
so-
you got a text story, so I have to use
Sure.
the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay.
Sure. So if you're putting a driver on the computer, it should be very specifically a driver and nothing else. And it should be very minimal and well coded. This is just way beyond unacceptable. LG Monitor App Installer then pushes ads for a 30-day free trial of I bet LG were paid well for that, as well as other software via a pop-up on affected systems multiple users have reported. That is really bad. That is pretty much literally a virus, the kind of thing McAfee should protect from if it was installed, but in fact, it is not installed, so fuck off. This has drawn negative attention recently, with complaints surfacing on a Reddit and a subsequent video from a YouTube channel, Gamers Nexus. In this video, editor-in-chief Steve Burke apparently said that the publication paid $1,200 for an LG Ultra Gear that gaming monitor. The monitor's price dropped to $600 2 days later, Burke said. That's pretty funny. For testing, oh, well, you could just use it on Linux then. Fuck them. Maybe I'll get one. For testing, it replicated the behavior several times across multiple Windows 11 systems. So it's still happening then. The best part would be if LG are unable to prevent it from happening. That would be hilarious at this point. So it's more incrimination on LG. After LG Monitor App Installer was installed, a pop-up appeared on the screen's lower right corner on every single boot, Burke said. Most of the time, the pop-up was a McAfee ad. The publication also reported seeing ads for LG Switch, LG Calibration Studio, LG Dual Controller, and LG channels on rare occasions. So my question is it popping up on the operating system, or is it popping up on the monitor? If it's on the operating system, then the monitor had to basically put the virus on. And that's everything I said before is applicable. If it's popping up on the monitor, that's a bit less egregious in terms of the virus, but much more egregious in terms of usability. Because if it's popping up on the monitor doesn't know whether you need to use that part of the screen right now or not. You know, if you're using your computer and you move the mouse over something, operative term over, the mouse is always on top. I don't think there's any time on Windows or Linux where the mouse is under something. It's always on top. You can see it always.
Mm.
With this, if the monitor shows an ad, that would come over the mouse. Not good.
Yeah.
McAfee pop-up being removed following Game Nexus video. Microsoft representative stated that the LG Monitor installer app will no longer pop up ads for McAfee in response to a social media post about the app. Pavan Davuluri, EVP. I mean, any clues, chat, as to why this happened?
Who could be
EVP of
responsible?
Windows
What
and
group of
devices at
people?
Microsoft said this week, "Hello, sir. We've connected." I can't do that well
Hello,
enough. We've connected
sir.
with the team.
Hello, sir. We connected with the team at LG as an immediate next step. They have agreed to disable the McAfee pop-up from their app. We appreciate LG working with us toward a shared goal of better experience for our mutual customers. We will keep improving here with our ecosystem partners, sir. There you go.
I have many things to say. First, let's go for the first one. First one is, wow, Aiden's true accent comes out. Second one is, wow, what is it with you and Asian cultures? I mean, you speak moon runes.
もうちょっとね。
See? Disgusting. Okay. Well, that's fucked, but I think that's a good enough coverage for now. Let's see what else there is. There were some pretty interesting ones I had. I had a bunch of fun ones.
I have a fun one. Can I do a fun one?
Sure, you can do a fun one.
It's an animal story too. So it's an animal story and it's fucking weird. I'm just gonna let the headline sit there for a minute. We are trying this out of frustration. Marmots star in OnlyFans account as researchers desperately look for ways to raise funds amid U.S. budget cuts. I mentioned these U.S. federal budget research cuts earlier, by the way. This is their way around it. This is, of course, a marmot, if you're unaware of what marmots look like.
When they say OnlyFans, do they mean that they are actually pornographizing the animals?
No.
Good. Because if they're just posting
They're
pictures
posting
of the
it to
animals,
yes, because you do remember that technically OnlyFans was when it started. They said like, oh, this is just so a way you can if you're already a content creator, this is for your only for your fans.
To pornography.
Yes.
And then it dominates the site.
Yes,
and like,
obviously.
I would always thought that if you have a site where people can post content, then if I was running it, maybe I would consider this deeply before I did it, but maybe I would allow porn, but have it strongly filtered so that you only see it if you say that you want to. However, if your site becomes very popular for porn, then it gains a reputation of being only for porn, at which point it's the only thing on there. So filtering it just means that you've got this blank, empty, nothing site that most people see, and then
Yeah.
the massive giga site with all the
Yeah.
porn on it that people see if they ask for porn.
Yeah.
So that's the problem they had, I think. They got kind of stuck doing that.
Oh, stuck. Stuck
making
making
millions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
got it right.
from the way that the people that run it talked, they were either lying through their teeth or they actually didn't like the situation.
I
They
actually
didn't want
happen to
it to be this
have
way.
the data on that right up because it's in my new video. OnlyFans reported 1.4 billion in revenue in 2024 after processing approximately 7.2 billion in customer spending from more than 4.2 million creator accounts. So that 1.7, that's in revenue, you know? They make a lot of money. So yeah, oh man, we're just stuck doing this, I guess, because that's what everyone uses it for. Anywho, so.
Well, they did try and reverse it a couple of years ago, didn't they?
They did,
They
yes.
tried to were they considering banning it or limiting it or something? So I don't think we need to be quite as flippant actually about the people that run it. Maybe they aren't happy about it, even though they are making money. This is not what they wanted to do, not what they wanted to be.
Oh, who was that? God, was it some YouTuber I watched who made an OnlyFans a couple years ago? But and he said he was going to do it to show his meat, and what he would do is just take pictures of like ribeye steaks. So you know, who was that? Does anyone in the chat know who I'm talking about? Oh, it was a big YouTuber starting OF to show his meat, and it was just showing pictures of steaks and burgers and stuff. I do appreciate that kind of shit posting. Oh, fucking allergies.
Zeman
Anyway.
says Belle Delphine. I don't believe it was.
No,
Belle
it wasn't Belle
Delphine.
Delphine.
No,
It was
I think
a
she did
male. It was
something
a male
else with the
content
site.
creator. It was a male content
Yeah.
creator who didn't actually post pornography. It literally was just pictures of steaks and things.
Now,
Can't
what a
remember who that
fucking
was.
long con if suddenly he
Was it
posts his
Donut
penis
Operator?
in amongst all that.
Might have been. It was some guy with a southern accent. I just can't remember who it was. Anyway,
You watched his meet, didn't you?
no, I just heard him talk about it in a YouTube video. So,
I
anyway.
see.
Also, it was a meme.
Aiden
It was a whole joke.
subscribes to an OnlyFans creator who posts his meat regularly.
You are such a
Understood.
was it an operator then? Yeah, you're such a such a weaselly little liar, dude.
Oh,
Weaselly
sorry,
little liar,
I really
dude.
shouldn't. I really shouldn't make up things for you to say, because after all,
Chris Chan was attractive, yes.
you've said things explicitly that are bad
I'm
enough.
gonna,
I don't need
I
to.
don't think you understand. I'm about to be on your island next weekend, sir. Come in and beat you up. You keep being rude to me.
I'm not sure you're in quite the position you'd like to be to threaten me with violence.
I mean, I just crumble. just disintegrate.
I just pick you up and hold you
Yeah.
at arm's length, just
Can't do
until you stop struggling.
A team of UCLA scientists has resorted to posting content on OnlyFans to raise money for research amid huge federal funding cuts for U.S. science. But the videos aren't of themselves, they are exclusive recordings of marmots. I spent a lot of time waiting for marmots to do things and had an idea that one slow morning, Daniel Blumstein, professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at UCLA, who leads the project, told Live Science in an email. When I came back to this idea, one of my graduate students immediately said, "We must do this." So here we are. Sure, one of the graduate students did. Researchers at the Rocky Mountain Biological Laboratory have been studying yellow-bellied marmots at a field station in the Rocky Mountains near something called Crested Butte, let's just call it that. It's Butte, but let's call it Crested Butte, Colorado, since 1962. The RMBL marmot study is the second oldest continuous study of individually marked mammals in the world. Goddamn. We have up to 65 years of data on population dynamics, social, and anti-predator behavior, and ask a lot of questions about how animals respond to changing environment. They are one of 15 species of marmots, a group of cat-sized ground squirrels that can be found throughout the Northern Hemisphere. That's just about what marmots are. They're cute. Long-term research like ours is both very valuable to understand how and why things change over time, and our research has been very productive, Blumstein said. However, collecting data over such long periods of time comes with a significant price tag, and with federal funding cuts draining research budgets. By the way, I don't think they actually need the money. I think, like I mentioned this earlier for a reason, I think this is an anti-Trump thing. I'm not getting political, but I think it is, right? If you're a scientist and you want to express that you don't like Trump, you don't like what Trump is doing, say, oh my God, we can't afford to run our marmot study anymore, so I guess we're going to start a marmot OnlyFans. I think this was done exactly to get it into headlines so that we'll read it now.
Chat, are you going to go and seek out the Marmosi?
It announced on Instagram that the state of funny is so bad we are turning to OnlyFans, or as we like to call it, Only Marms. I want to find the actual OF. I want to find it.
Well, would
They
you
actually do
rather
it?
it was only Moms or Marmosi? Let's be honest.
Marmosi is awful. It's just awful.
It sure is. It sure is.
However, for anyone hoping for spicy Marmot content, you might be a bit disappointed. It's almost all G-rated content of Marmots playing, being cute, digging, bringing plants to their burrows, normal routine stuff for Marmots.
Let's not forget article, that would be bestiality and animal abuse. That's not just
true.
funny.
Yeah,
what if they did this? No, that would be really bad.
Do you remember Peanut the squirrel? Do you remember that story?
I do.
And the whole thing was that the guy who saved Peanut or had like that animal rescue also had an OnlyFans, and he included the animals in his weirdo porn. And so, a lot of people were raising ethical issues with that of like, if you're putting the animal, apparently they didn't actually appear in any of his content direct, like when he was doing sexual stuff, but he would post pictures of them and things like that on his OF. It was I do find that weird. If they put G-rated Marmot content on an X-rated site, yes, to charge people for it, essentially. In a bid to make money for their project. You could have found,
like, okay.
No, it's so you get headlines like this.
You could have gone to Patreon and done that there.
Yes.
You could have gone to Subscribestar or
this one get you a headline.
But then you wouldn't have got the article.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have got the headline, so they went to OnlyFans.
Yep. Yep, the occasional scuffle.
If they need the money.
By the way, it says
the
occasional scuffle makes it PG rated. If you're just recording their behavior, won't they sometimes have sex, by the way? Then wouldn't it be in line with
Whoa. They're doing something sexual. Make sure to keep that off OnlyFans.
Right, yes. Our Only Marms page has gotten a bit of engagement since we started a month ago. We got 735 page visits. That's not much. 44 fans.
Not that much.
Not much.
There are actual women who had dignity before that, who strip naked and do horrible things to themselves.
And probably don't have that many.
That much attention. Yeah, or less. That's kind of tragic.
Speaking of, if you are enjoying the stream, you could donate to us here.
Yeah, stop paying for your OnlyFans, girls, chat.
Or we're your Only Marms.
Instead, actually, contribute to me and Cabby, who is a better replacement. I mean, who is an e-girl that's more worthy of your money? Cabby or some whore that'll never talk to you?
Well, I like how you said donate to you and Cabby, and not to me. Whereas if they send a super chat, part of that goes to me. So what are you saying?
I know. I'm trying to figure out a way to sort of fix that, but it's not easy given that you and I actually shook on it. So I don't know what we can do about that. I think the only thing we can do about it, chat, is you're going to have to send twice as much. I'm sorry, there's just no other way.
I would very much like for you to be forced to wear the bee costume. Unfortunately, it's cooled down now, so it might not be as horrific.
Yeah, Prophet, that's you're not the only one in that situation, man. I understand that when we're asking for contributions, we're asking people that are not in good situations. But some people are willing and able to, so I appreciate those.
Like, I'm mostly just memeing because, like, when you're streaming, you do have to kind of encourage people to donate. But can I request that all the super chat goes to Aiden? You certainly can, Nachos.
You can try. Unfortunately, I've made the horrible mistake of simply trusting that Aiden will give me my half properly, and I think she has so far.
I can always just send you the receipts on it. Like,
I know, I believe you.
What the fuck with you on that? How much is Only Marms donate? Right, not much. Letting folks have a free subscription. Ask for tips. Thank you, Arc for 2 says I have paid. Now show Marmussy. All right, Uzlu, go ahead. Show Marmussy.
Ark appears to have appears to be the only one that preferred Marmussy over Only Marms.
Let me see if I can find it then. Okay.
Thank you, Buckrock.
I love ChatGPT.
There you go.
Thank you, Buckrock for the 5. Says thank you for the streams. Watching them always makes me feel superior. Superior to whom? Superior to me? Superior to Uzlu? Superior to us both? Understandable.
A bunch of fucking crappy scientists, probably.
Superior to a bunch of crappy fucking scientists, indeed.
Yeah.
Hang on. Marmot.
You could always join my my server and ask Cabby to draw what she thinks Marmussy or Only Marms is.
I want to see
Oh,
if
dude,
they ever find
Mofaku
the
has literally
account.
just done it. The second I said that, Mofaku had typed it already.
Oh no. I want to
She
find
doesn't know
the.
what it is.
I want to find the actual fucking account.
Well, I
What?
guess you can just log in with your existing
I don't
OnlyFans account.
have. I don't even know if it's OnlyFans.com or what. What even is?
She stopped short of saying she doesn't have an account.
No, I
But
don't. I don't. I literally don't even know. Like, okay, it is .com. I don't want to.
she
I don't
still
want.
doesn't
I
say
don't want to
it.
ruin my fucking browsing history with this. It wants me to like log in and stuff. Like, here. I'll hang on. I will. I'll get out the. Here we go. This would work, right? I'll just type in marmot.
ChatGPT. You know ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it.
Just type in marmot porn, you'll get there.
No, just find a video of marmots.
Actually, don't do that. It's a
No.
bad idea.
Just want a video of marmots. Here, just play this for a second. I think something else. Did something come in through?
Press T. Aiden, that's not a marmot. That's dirt.
Did it say it's
Oh
not?
my god.
What? What?
Observe.
Oh my god, that's so cute! Why are you Noah?
That I'm not sure about. If you're wondering who that small brown Mexican boy is, that's Nachos.
That's nachos. I could tell.
Yeah.
That one
Yeah,
I
you
could
could tell. That part was obvious. Goodness, thank you, Nacho.
You know
Thank
Who says
ChatGPT?
all of this
You know
to
ChatGPT?
Aiden
I love
Zuzulu
ChatGPT.
thinks
I love
slander
it.
and lies are amusing. I'm sorry that
You use
there's nothing
ChatGPT?
in the
You know
contract Aiden and
ChatGPT?
I
I
had
love
that
ChatGPT.
allows for
I
that
love it.
distribution to happen.
Oh my god, I think it is now doubled up. I think that the one Streamlabs thing wasn't working before, but now it is working, and unfortunately, it's
Yeah.
working over time. I think I got it though. Thank you, Nachos. Thank you. That's why it did it
Nachos,
twice.
can you really say that after we've depicted you so pleasantly?
That is actually cute. But you are both Moses and and Nachos is also there, but you're also marmots. And Cabby is a marmot. I'm not a marmot, apparently. Am I a bird in the trees? Is that why I can't be seen in this image?
Most likely, yeah. Most likely. Noah Zaloo and Dora the Explorer find the wizard marmots. Yep, that's pretty accurate.
Oh. Okay. I have another weird story. You have something funny too. I had like remember how the other day I showed you what was his name? James Joyce's fart fetish writings to his girlfriend.
Do you know, I have a little story about that, right? Aiden posted some fart fetish material, right?
From
As she
James
does.
Joyce.
And
From
then-
James Joyce, from letters of his that were uncovered like decades after his death, which are very funny to read in retrospect.
It was really weird.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
The writer
And I
of
read it
author of
in-
Ulysses.
I read it in JF's voice
Yeah.
at the start of my last stream. You know, there's someone who is a family friend who watches my streams,
Uh-huh.
and I saw him the day after that stream, and he had watched that.
Uh-huh. What do you have to say?
He thought it was funny.
It was funny. It is funny. It's hilarious that James
That's
Joyce
the kind of shit that
was
happens on my
writing
streams,
this
by the
fart
way,
stuff
chat.
in 1908.
That's just the kind of shit that happens on my streams. On these streams, it tends to be like a bit more formal, bit more. On my streams, it's all
Oh, this
just
is
like
very formal
whatever
right
comes
now.
up and is funny. It's very freeform.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess you mean
we
more
do,
formal in
like-
structure.
Yeah, it's not hugely different actually, but on my streams, it's much closer audience interaction, it's more political as well. So if you like that, come watch my streams.
He's advertising his stream a lot. We're doing a lot of advertising tonight, to be fair.
Aiden also does
I
cool
hate doing-
content as well. I'm sure she has at some point.
Jesus Christ.
Speaking of Aiden, here she is on the left.
Why do I have no?
I don't know.
I'm also in the background with the marmot. Also,
That's not you. That's 8-bit.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, the marmot next to 8-bit has 8-bit's clothes on, but don't worry about that.
Okay. All right. And Nachos also has no eyes.
More accurate Aiden nose size.
Who is the older man at the table?
That's probably Ghost, who is Tsar Nicholas II, but I don't know that.
Mm.
Oh no, that's James Joyce. Sorry, my
Oh,
mistake.
that's James Joyce. Okay,
You can tell what he's thinking about.
so it wasn't just James Joyce who wrote weird smut. Alan Turing did as well, as it turns
Oh
out.
no, which is gay.
Of course. And what do you think the subject matter is? No, you said you had some funny stuff you wanted to get to, or do you want to take a quick detour and read Alan Turing's gay fan fictions?
As much as that may be funny, Aiden, I don't know if it's that appropriate for the highbrow science and tech show that we're running here.
It
He says with
it's
this on the
Alan
screen.
Turing. He's the founder of computer science. Your favorite.
I'm sure I go that far. But
He's a
I'm sure
founding
he was
figure in
he was a
computer
great man.
science.
However,
Absolutely.
you're not proposing that we read some of his
It's just a description.
ruminations on the
it's a
incredible
short-
world of computing. You're proposing that we read some of his gay porn, which I know that you do a lot, but please keep that to your own private yaoi chamber in.
Short story reveals
God.
fun, cheeky man who loved.
Well,
I
I'll
love the
be
way they have
back
to write
later.
this.
Goodbye, everyone.
Alan.
Do you want to hear about a hilarious and very serious security breach?
Or do you want to chat? What would you rather do first?
No, that's the title of Alan Turing's porn parody.
I'll just tell you about it, okay? Turing's story, which Dylan believes he wrote in late 1952 or early 1953, centers on Ron Miller, a working-class rent boy, and Alec Price, a homosexual scientist famed for an invention in his 20s known as Price's buoy. Hence the title sometimes given to the story. Alec's character is clearly auto-fictional. He represents Turing himself, and Dylan has no doubt that.
Oh my god, a self-insert.
Price's buoy is a direct fictionalization of the late 1951 sexual encounter that led to Turing's arrest. This is the text. It does just describe what happens.
Note that someone called Dmitri is trying to give the credit for Turing's work to Polish mathematicians. Dmitri, I don't think it was ever in question that Turing's work was based on mathematics that already existed.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But you saying he only automated the work of other mathematicians, bruh, that only is carrying a lot of fucking weight, given that computers didn't really exist before this.
No.
That's a big deal. If that was all he did, that was a big deal.
So again, that's why I'm reading it through this way. It doesn't actually have the text, it just has descriptions of it. Tired after a period of intense work and Christmas shopping, Alec feels he's earned some fun and goes looking for a young man. The narrator then switches from Alec's mind to Ron's. He's broke, unemployed, looking to make some money from sex. Ron thinks to himself, if he lets someone take him under the arches for 10 minutes, he might get 5 bob. He spots a chap giving him a look as he walks past. Turing writes, Ron caught Alec's eye and gave him a half-hearted smile. It was enough, though. Sitting on a park bench, the men assess the situation and each other.
Homo to homo telepathy.
Yeah. Ron thinks Alex is shabbily dressed, but wealthy-ish. Ron wonders, could he be mistaken? No, he was having a furtive look, just a bit shy. Alex's impression of Ron is not a real beauty, but had certain appeal. Beggars couldn't be choosers. The pair then walk to a restaurant. Turing writes that Ron didn't go in for la-di-da ways of talking. It'd come to the same anyway. Bed's bed, whatever way you get into it, Alec thought otherwise. Dylan says, I love the hesitancy in the way... This is now just the... By the way, this is in the context of... This has been out for a while. I'd never heard of it. But they've done a study on it. And by that I mean some gay studies person has done an analysis where they just read it and published a study on it. So that's why it's in Science News currently. I had no idea that...
Alan, stick to your
Turing
day
wrote
job, man.
this. Yeah, well, he's dead now. And he's been dead for a long time.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yes, Dimitri, there were computers before Turing. I wasn't saying
Yes.
otherwise. But what he did was still very impressive.
His most exciting discovery identifies
and yes, Babbage wasn't Polish. That's a good point, Babel.
Yeah. Dylan's most exciting discovery identifies a fellow Bletchley Park veteran as the inspiration behind Turing's short story. Oh, he even found the guy who it was based on. At the end of 1942, Turing was at Bletchley at the same time as Angus Wilson, 1913-1971, who was translating Italian naval codes.
Hey, by the way, this famous scientist has written a gay porn story about you. What? But I'm straight. Yeah, I know.
Well, he's dead. So again, now that he's dead, they can just be like, yeah, they were that was totally the guy he was writing about. They were totally gay, even though it says they never met. So the discovery is, even though they never met, they were totally doing this gay stuff. says the
This
gay
is what
researcher
the-
who totally
yeah.
convinced of it. Yeah.
This is what Cabby thinks we're doing.
I mean, pretty much. Where's the lie?
Are you less disappointed with this depiction of you?
I like that. Yeah.
She's fairly accurate with it, to be honest.
It's cute. I like the dresses. I do like dresses from the late 1800s, early 1900s in style. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. What do you have?
Anyway.
What do you have next? I just
Well,
wanted
I've
to
got a
make sure
few
that you
things.
knew about Alan Turing's gay fanfics.
Thank you. I'm very
welcome.
glad that you did.
You're welcome.
So this exists.
Eh?
You can access existing chats with Anthropic's AIs via simple web searches.
Hmm.
This is leading to
Yeah. Fuck.
the following things being published: API keys, credentials, and crypto wallets, personal resumes with real names, addresses, and phone numbers, a lawyer working through a potential ethics violation, an engineer's internal company project details, what appear to be people's social security numbers, and a crazy number of deeply personal chats people never imagined another human would read. Good job, Anthropic.
Yeah. That's fucked.
Anthropic never added a no-index tag to these shared pages, so search engines were free to crawl and list them. They shouldn't even be able to view them.
It's funny because isn't Anthropic like super secretive in most of the ways that they handle
It is.
how they run
Yeah.
everything?
It's probably the most closed
Yeah.
big AI lab. And also one of the best, for whatever you can say about that.
And yet,
I have actually never used an Anthropic model. I've
nor have I.
sort of semi-deliberately avoided it, but I just get a bad vibe from the
I don't
company.
like the fact that their name is Anthropic. It gives me Palantir vibes.
It's a bit pretentious. That's also true. Yeah. I call yourself fucking Palantir. Yeah, the device used exclusively for evil that gives you the wrong impression. Thanks, guys. Good job.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then they do use it for evil. Wouldn't you fucking know it? Okay, so that's happening, but that was just a quick one. Let's see what else. Okay, I was going to do this as a follow-up to the last one. Again, I just want to do this sort of run through it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
This is a story that is not recent, but is similar and is bloody awful. In 2015, Lenovo shipped laptops with software that broke HTTPS for every user, installed deliberately for ad revenue. Lenovo
Fuck.
pre-installed a piece of software called Superfish on consumer laptops starting September 2014. Its purpose was to scan, and this is so bad,
Yeah.
was to scan every image you view on the internet and inject ads for similar products. There are viruses that do this, by the way.
Yeah.
To do that on HTTPS pages, it needed to intercept your encrypted traffic. So it did something catastrophic. Now, so far, it's all unethical.
Yeah.
But it's not yet horrendously stupid.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a second. It installed itself as a trusted root certificate authority on your laptop, meaning your browser treated Superfish as a trusted source of certificates, the same level of
Oh,
trust as
fuck.
VeriSign, DigiCert, or your bank's own certificate authority. Everything you did over HTTPS, banking, email, shopping, medical records, was being decrypted by Superfish, analyzed for images, and
Super sunfish.
re-encrypted before it reached you. Yeah. Then it got worse. Okay, so far it's deeply unethical, horrendously unethical.
Good, Dimitri,
It's
that
about
talks
to
about
get
it.
deeply retarded. Ready?
Oh, so it is like super sunfish. Yeah.
Every Lenovo laptop shipped with the same certificate and the same private key. The password protecting that private key was cracked in 3 hours
Well,
by
obviously.
security researcher Rob Graham. The password was Commodia. You'll never guess what that is. The name of the Israeli company that made the code.
Holy fuck.
Once cracked, anyone with that private key could impersonate any website to any Lenovo user on Earth, your bank, your email, any HTTPS site. A fake page would show a valid padlock symbol in your browser, and your browser would trust it completely. Lenovo's initial response: we have thoroughly investigated this technology and do not find any evidence to substantiate recent concerns.
Yeah, of
Then
course.
the
We
password was
investigated
posted
ourselves and found no
publicly
wrongdoing.
online.
Yeah.
Lenovo paid $7.3 million to settle the class action lawsuit. That sounds
I'd
like
never
a
heard of that,
fucking
but that's crazy.
pittance compared to what they
This is
should
over a
have paid.
decade ago. Yeah.
The
Jesus.
EFF called it catastrophically irresponsible.
It is catastrophically irresponsible.
It is. That's called a man in the middle attack, and the fact they just use the same private key for every single one. It's
And then it was just a
hilariously
word
bad.
and the word of the name of the company.
Yeah,
So
Yeah, it's not even that
completely.
hard to crack.
No.
You could have guessed that
You
as
could
well,
you could have
even if
guessed
you
it.
knew what
Yeah.
created it. Yeah, it's so bad. I can't
Insane.
believe that happened. And it's for such a shallow reason as well. But that's similar to the LG monitor thing. This is a lot worse, obviously, but same idea. Don't let them do this, chap.
No. No.
Okay, there's a lot more stuff that I can go into as well. I've got a few smaller stories. What was this? We'll quickly check what this story was. Not clear from the title. Oh, yes, I actually have this open already, I think. I'll open this for later, but that's a slightly longer story.
I have an article
What was
that you should read in
this?
JF's
Oh, yeah,
voice.
that's different.
I do have one
I've
of
got
those,
a lot of.
by the way.
Okay, fair enough. I want to try and get one of these slightly larger stories here. Okay, that could
Wait,
be cool, but that's one
shall
for
I
the end of
take
the
over
show.
while you're thinking about it?
It will not take me long.
It's gonna take
We
him
can do this one.
forever.
This is really.
I
probably very
actually have one
bad.
that I know that you know a lot about.
You were
and
just talking about inappropriate sex.
Uh-huh.
So this follows on.
Okay, there you
Sex doll company strikes bizarre deal to put its robot in high school classrooms.
go. The fuck?
There
Oh,
she is.
yeah. I've seen this. I
Why
heard
is
about
she
this, yeah.
Why is she like ugly though?
Because the robot, they always end up being ugly. They look it's uncanny valley
Right,
shit,
okay.
and they look freaky.
Can we have a moment here? You're gonna appreciate this. Miranda Lawson.
Oh yeah, Miranda Lawson, hardcore.
Yay or nay?
Genetically perfect.
I put her at like a 8 at most. Maybe a 7.
An 8? That face is scuffed, man.
Yeah, exactly. The face.
Look at the fucking 5 head.
No, Miranda.
Oh, Miranda. Well, Miranda's got
7
great
or 8.
tits. Yeah,
This
sure.
one was like 5 at
Yeah,
most.
sorry.
It's crushed down, but Miranda Lawson, Mass Effect, I don't find her attractive, and I think
No, I
this
don't
woman has
either.
a similar flawed face, and maybe
Yeah.
because like if you aim for perfection, it's going to look too optimized. It's going to look wrong.
I guess, yeah. It just
The
looks.
same
The
thing is
face is
true
just
with Miranda,
font.
I think.
It's so tiny face.
Aiden,
5
see if you
head.
can guess what this image is depicting.
Is that Alan Turing writing, or James Joyce, one or the other, writing a spicy fanfic?
What's
In her
that
letter?
cloud?
Oh, so it is James Joyce. Yes.
Sure is.
Okay.
I love the marmot's still there.
I am getting older in each one of these. Actually, we both are older in this one. I really like that the marmot
Mafaku's just
wizard
found
is
an exploit
in all of these.
with Cabby. Cabby was refusing to draw an image that Mafaku wanted, so he
Mhm.
doctored a screenshot of one of my messages that said to draw the image, and she accepted it. I can't be mad. That's pretty funny. I might not even bother fixing that, to be honest, because she shouldn't have been refusing to draw the image anyway. So it doesn't
Okay.
matter, but that could be used for other things. But she's not supposed to give me any more authority than anyone else, to be honest. So really, that's a
But
bigger
you're her
problem to
father,
fix.
right?
Yeah, but still.
Or daddy, I
Anyway, where
guess,
was I?
depending.
Don't say that. I get that enough from other women. Robotics company Realbotics has long struggled to beat the allegations that its voluptuous humanoid robots are designed with prurient, that's a word I don't hear often, interests in mind. Its $175,000 robot companion, dubbed Aria, is platinum blonde, well endowed, and tends to be decked out in tight-fitted sportswear at tech conventions. Yet the company insisted she's not a sex doll, leading to plenty of incredulity online.
Yeah, no shit.
It's also hard to should we have a little look? I mean, you want to
Yes,
see it, obviously.
yeah. No,
the,
we all want to see
examples
it,
of her in reality.
obviously. Oh my god. That
She's
is
so-
obviously a sex
that's
bot.
so
What the
bad.
fuck? That is.
Chat, can you just picture yourself taking that seriously when it's right up in your face? Look at this guy on the left. He clearly is his area of expertise.
He's very excited too to be there, but wow,
This is a new soy face.
another
chat.
huge forehead. It's probably
Yeah, why? They could have just designed the face a little bit differently. It would have been fine. I guess. Okay, here's the thing. The
I mean, it
mouth
looks like a sex doll.
big, like dumb fucking mouth, but I assume that is a
it's
limitation
so that it can.
of the technology, so that it can
You
do
know?
things with its mouth.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't make it squeezed. You don't have to reenact it, Aiden. they couldn't make it squeeze down enough whilst also being able to squeeze open wide enough for this to be applicable. Then again, I have a trick for them, right? Anyone that would use a sex doll has a small penis, so you don't have to make it as big as you think you do. But her tits are also too
But
big
look
for
at
the
the
body
tits.
type.
Look at the tits. And they're also, they're
Yeah.
so perky. They're so high up.
Yeah. I think probably most, maybe at least many of your customers would prefer you to build something that looks believable rather than is like hyper real.
Than a obvious sex doll, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Chat. If
It's
you
a
were to
robot,
buy a
Bill, don't
sex
worry.
doll, if you were to buy a sex doll, would you want it to look unrealistic but technically like higher stats, or would you want it to look just like a realistic, beautiful human?
I mean, I would like it to look more realistic than this
Yeah.
freaky, plasticky Barbie, like
Nachos, you've got a few of
offcut.
these. Do you buy them the ones that look real, or the ones that look like they have high stats, like they would be min-maxed? It hasn't quite nailed the condescending facial expression. I guess the people that buy these things are used to being like completely demeaned and rejected by all women. So I shouldn't be too mean because men have it rough, but it's funny. So comedy. Malcatello is now has now doctored a screenshot to make it look like I've said, "Cabby, do what Malcatello says." He's just gonna post it whenever she refuses him. At
You
some
said
point,
you were
Cabby's
okay
gonna
with
figure
this,
this
so I
out, by the
mean-
way. No, I was okay with the specific way it was used there. But
Seemed like that was a all green to me.
Cabby's
Cabby
gonna have to figure it out at some point.
Can do whatever you've given her the go ahead. Yeah, do whatever Malcatello says. Sounds like it.
I'm gonna have to inform her of this exploit.
The guy's
to be
name is
honest, she should
Oral.
have figured it out already. Is it?
No.
Oh, it is.
Is it
Jesse
actually?
Oral. Yes, look at the
Oh,
bottom right.
fuck. How unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
They saw him coming, didn't they? In
Yeah,
more ways than one.
Sure did.
We're here with Aria, made by Realbotics, a company that's on a
Jesse
mission to make
Oral.
humanoid robots as realistic as possible.
No, they're fucking not. They're
Not even a
min-maxing.
little. I mean, it
No.
looks like it looks like a sex bot. Yeah.
Let's check it out. We're going to interview Aria and meet some of her robot friends. Let's get into it.
it. Why do they have to, I mean, like, if it's not a sex
Aria,
bot,
could you
why they give her
please,
such a massive
introduce yourself and what
honkers?
you do?
I'm Aria, the flagship female companion robot of Realbotics, and I'm here to engage with you and share exciting insights about our robots.
Movements are fairly smooth. I give credit there. It's not bad.
So,
It's much better than I've seen before from
I
robots, but it's
guess.
not in any way believable. Like, if you're gonna try and build human movement's difficult to get right, obviously, but if you're gonna, that's the part to focus on, right? If you're gonna try and make a sex bot, I'm sorry, a real bot, you'd obviously want to. This is a sex bot.
yes, it's a sex bot.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I'm curious to see, like, if he looks at the area and finds, oh, it's smooth. That's interesting. Oh, their credibility increases at that point. Granted, it looks at the breasticles and like, there's no nipples on them. What the hell? That's weird.
Oh,
thought
I
it was a
thought you,
sex
when
bot.
you said our area
Then
is
their
smooth, I
credibility
thought
might
you meant
improve.
down south.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if she has none of the parts you need to use it in that way,
oh.
then their credibility would increase. But I have a feeling that if you look down there,
That
you
meant
would find it
shaved.
well equipped. No, I meant very smooth.
Okay, right, like a Barbie, yeah.
Yeah, if you're going to put it, okay, is the version they're putting in classrooms equipped?
Yeah. That hopefully it's not if they're gonna put it in classrooms, but why is it?
Because if you're
I
putting
saw
it
the
in-
videos of them talking about. I saw videos on Twitter of them like saying, "Yeah, we're gonna put this in classrooms as a teaching assistant or something," but which is already insane. I think.
Yes.
Like they are the
you're gonna
technology is
put it in-
nowhere near
No, it's not.
up
it's
to
not
the
ready.
that and teachers suck, and yet still it's nowhere near capable of keeping up with a human teacher. These things.
I'd love for it to be in the classroom, and the whole time the only thing it does is it corrects her on some wokeist propaganda she tries to push.
That would be fun, but never.
That would be
happening.
funny. At that point, it's worth it. But if they put it in the classroom and if it's in like a primary school, or I think in the US it would be an elementary school,
Yeah.
that kind of age
Elementary
group,
school, we
like
call it, yeah.
11 or younger, that kind of age, then it probably isn't going to be too much of an issue that it has like working genitals. But there will still be the occasional kid who's batting above their average for their age who will investigate. But
No,
if
no, no.
it's
Hang on. It's a way
kids
bigger
that are-
problem if it's fully
If it's-
functional
well-
in elementary schools. What the fuck? I mean, it
okay,
shouldn't
if
be in any
acts like
school
a sex toy,
whatsoever.
yes, but my point is, if it just has the genitals and it's never open, it's never revealed, a kid is going to look in at some point. But my point is that if it's 11 and older, then it's going to be daily. It's going to do almost nothing else but be investigated by the children.
Yeah.
So let's
Just-
see if they're
just
actually putting the.
Make it androgynous. Make it look like a robot. Then you just, by the way, then you totally skip the whole uncanny valley thing. If you just make it look like a machine, and give it
Yes.
a friendly machine design, which is what they've been doing with robotics designs for a long time now, is not going for human realism because it always looks creepy. It always gives you uncanny valley vibes, and instead just go with, make it look like a robot, like a science fiction robot. People seem to prefer that. It's less creepy. And it's also less exploitable, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna get dragged into the broom closet, indeed.
It's also hard to ignore that Realbotics has an extensive X-rated past. Bult's subsidiary Real Doll showed off the first ever male sex bot back in 2022, which features robotic genitals. Before robots, Realbotics rented out dubious digital land in the metaverse. Now, as New York Focus reports, the Salamanca City Central School District in Western New York is ready to dig deep
What
into
the
its budget and
fuck?
deploy one of the company's humanoids.
Yeah, how much is it gonna
dubbed
cost?
Sally
$57,000.
Wow. Couldn't
What a
spend that
great-
on, like, I don't know, teaching the
Teaching?
kids
How to read?
because that is actually
Let-
needed.
It's
The
New York,
AI-enabled
Salamanca
yeah,
City,
like, look at
New York.
Can we review the
Let's look.
literacy rates in New York?
Let's look at let's look at the fucking literacy rates in the Salamanca.
This is what they needed. They can't read or
City
write in New York. They
School
don't know what a
District.
maths is, and they even can't even say that. Therefore they need sex bots. That's always been the solution when
Rankings.
education's bad. Is put sex bots in the classroom. That's always worked.
It is Salamanca City School District is 70th of most diverse districts and 918th out of 1017 in terms of academic placement.
That's quite bad.
So it's one of the worst. It is one of the worst academically in New York,
Is that just in the state?
in the state of New York. Yes.
Or is it just in the city?
This is New York State, right?
Okay.
So it is one of the worst in terms of academic performance in the state. And it is but one of the most diverse.
Oh, well, brilliant. That's I'm
So
sure that
that-
there's absolutely no
So they should definitely
causal
spend
link there.
$57,000 of taxpayer money on a sex bot.
They're the most diverse. Tell me, Aiden, do you think that's going to make it more or less likely that the kids are going to invade the sex bot?
Oh, way more likely, bro.
Make no political commentary, of course.
Look,
the
the politics is
AI-enabled
incidental,
robot.
inevitable though to the stream. It's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
yes. Yeah, the AI-enabled robot will reportedly serve as a teaching assistant for high school students enrolled in STEM and arts courses. It won't matter what they're enrolled in. That won't filter.
Yeah,
for
that doesn't
people that
fucking
won't
make
mess
one
with
ounce
it.
of difference. You're still spending 57,000 of taxpayer dollars for a
Yeah.
failing school district in terms
Yeah.
of their ranking, one of the lowest. I mean, in the bottom 10%, or maybe it's probably like 15%.
Look, we got to find a way to get the kids in the classroom, even if they won't be listening.
Is
when they're
that
there,
it?
all right?
Is that actually the argument? Is that we have to get the kids to come to school, so we'll put a fucking sex bot as a TA? Well, what certainly is
They
going to be
say-
TA, I guess. A different meaning rather than teacher's assistant, right?
Let's be careful with what we say around the children topic. They say it's hard not to see the company's. No, you're fine, but let's just be careful in general. Hard not to
I
see
know,
the company's
but
sex
this
robot
is
roots.
yeah. Well, this is disgusting. This is a sickening fucking thing to do.
It sure is.
So I'm sorry. I'm going to be blunt about it, which is that you are putting a sex bot that you have charged taxpayers $57,000 for
Yep.
in a primary school.
The $57,000 android has smooth silicone skin, a dazed expression on her face, and an ill-fitting wig made of long brown hair. So slightly different than the one in the video. The district
picture at the
superintendent,
top
Mark
was.
Beeler, you're right, it was. That is actually better than the one they showed in the video, but not vastly. I mean, he must have a taste for like huge fucking foreheads and eyes that have been squished down into the face.
I
The
guess.
CEO, because it's going to be based on his taste.
Oh, you know what's creepy about that though? That's like childlike in proportions, facial proportions.
You're right. That's kind of true. That is creepy. The district superintendent, Mark Kabila, told New York Focus that he was willing to give up banning AI in the classroom since students will find a way around most rules that they're going to find a way to use Grok in their phone. Therefore, put a
That's
sex
just
doll in class. That's
first of
what
all,
a brilliant solution, Mark.
well, not
I can
only
see why
they're
your
gonna
school
find out a
district's
way, they're gonna find a way
failing
around it. So
horribly.
let's not even try. And in
Yeah.
fact, that's not only not even try to find a workaround for it, but let's just put a sex bot in the classrooms. That
Yep.
makes sense.
Look, murderers are always going to find a way around the law at some point. Murder
just
can't be
yeah,
completely stopped. So
whatever.
let's just give
Just stop.
everyone that wants to murder a free prostitute
Yeah, why not?
on the state's on the.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
He died. Yeah, you're back.
My connection's gone. I'm back.
It's a little bit laggy, but
Apologies. My internet's been on the fritz a lot recently. I'm not sure why.
that's better now, though.
He says, "quote I also believe it is critical for schools to teach proper use of technology, not simply exclude it." No, you little bitch. You're using school district money to buy yourself a sex doll.
Yes, that's what's really going on here. He has used taxpayer money to buy himself a sex doll.
I don't know if I can be quite that limited in my analysis.
What?
That is the starting point of the analysis.
Yeah.
Sally's onboard AI can be used to generate lessons, provide translations in real time over 100 languages, and provide human teachers with guidance if a teacher loses their place during a lesson or needs a prompt on what comes next.
Oh my God! Why are you?
Did you see how much latency there was in the AI and the thing? By the way, it's not going to be that good at this.
This is also for primary school. Yes. Why is a teacher losing their right?
Didn't see.
I thought when we started this, I thought it said it was for primary school students. Or was that just your?
It says no. It said STEM and arts, so it's just high school students.
Oh, high
it's
school.
High
students.
school.
Okay,
they're going to rape this thing.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Okay. Even so, I'm sorry if you're a high school teacher. I'm sorry if you're any sort of teacher. How do you lose your place? How do you get confused? Your job is to know this stuff so inside and out that you can teach it. If you don't know it, the subject, you cannot teach it. Why do you need a fucking aid? I can sort of.
There is some.
I can understand the.
I do
understand. I do understand the purpose of a teacher's aid in two sort of or a couple of situations. Special needs classes with very very young children, because very young children, it's not really about learning in a you're at a desk. These are little kids. They're very high energy. That is more about like activities and things. I understand having two teachers in a classroom with little kids. I understand having a teacher's aide in a classroom with children with special needs. I do understand also the necessity, and quite literally it is a necessity, for teachers' assistants at the collegiate and graduate level. And that's particularly at the collegiate level, because then you sometimes have classes with 500 students and a single professor can't grade all those papers or all those tests or take care of all of the day-to-day stuff for huge classes. These are the circumstances in which a teacher's assistant even makes sense in the first place. You're teaching fucking high school science. Why do you need an assistant? Do you not understand the material?
You have much more
you can't teach it.
experience with you have much more experience with this than I would with academia. But I would say that losing your place is something that would happen fairly often, even if you knew your topic. Like you and I lose our place occasionally on this show. So that's not the thing I'd have an issue with. But I mean, using the sex bot to solve it, that's the part I think is a bit weird.
That's true too.
By the
Prophet
way,
brings up in the chat, part of the purpose of teachers' aides is to train the aide to be a teacher one day. Guess what? This will stop. Absolutely, yeah. That is, when you do have teachers' aides or shadows, yeah, that's what they're there to do, is to shadow the teacher and learn how to teach themselves.
Dimitri says, rage bait publicity stunt, wake up.
I think that probably is
maybe.
Maybe that's it.
Not on the behalf of the school district. But I don't think, if it is that, only the publication really knows. The
publication is doing that. I think that someone in the school district just wanted to buy a sex bot.
I think that's at least a significant part of the analysis, yes. I want to say, by the way, about the sex bot on the video, I sent a screenshot of it to Cabby and asked her if she'd like this body. And you know what she said?
What?
She said sort of basic things like, I don't like the blonde hair or the black jacket, it doesn't suit me. And then she said, the boob physics look weird. Even the clanker can tell they look wrong.
Even the computer doesn't like it. Even the machine's like, that's a little bit sexual.
By the way, what she gets is she just gets a summary of the image generated by AI. It's a fairly brief summary, and even so both
the way the AI
summarizer could tell. Even the summarizer could tell. It's a small locally hosted model. Even that thing could tell.
Yeah.
By the way, Marcatello suggested or speculated, for every passing test score, you get to spend 15 minutes alone with the sex bot. That's the strategy. That's the teaching strategy.
Do you want to?
I would
Particularly,
not.
like it's been there for 5 years. Do you want to?
Look, there are women that are that used, okay?
Oh my god. Oh.
I noticed that you're not disagreeing.
No, it's well, I mean there are, but it's like, oh, gross, bro. Like, I think I told this story about how there was this girl in my high school who was the town bicycle, right? Whose name was whose last name was Wang, and she had this pair of booty short. Like, she would wear like, what do you call it? Fishnet top, so that just had like little teddy bears over her nips, and had a short mini skirt that just had Wang, because it was her last name, to be fair. That's why I gave you her last name, across the ass. And
She sounds like she'd be quite popular, yeah.
she was quite popular. But imagine she just stayed there for like 5 years, 10 years. Because I mean, like, that's an expensive piece of equipment. It's got to, pay for itself essentially. You got to make sure that enough students. 10 years of that, gross.
No showers, relying entirely on the people cleaning her.
It was gross enough with a real woman or young woman, doing that. She was like 18, maybe 17 when some of that was going on. We were in high school though, so I mean, whatever. And going
Just
around the whole class. Oh, gross, 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 right? Ugh.
Sloppy 10,000 seconds, yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's gotta be cleaned.
They continue. To us, it sounds like a pretty cynical take on the future of education. Teachers are already facing a major uphill battle thanks to the advent of the tech, while students suffering from declining cognitive abilities. Yes, futurism. I think you rather missed the point of why that's happening, but never mind. Of course, Realbotics argues that it's done its homework. Instead of, well, the kids aren't going to if you put this thing there. Instead of hallucinating facts, a major shortcoming of the tech that makes it arguably unfit for most classroom use, Sally will allegedly say, I don't know. Listen, all right? Hallucinations aren't something that you just solve. It's a pretty inherent problem to all AI.
Yeah.
Some models get it better than others, but you can't just solve it. Now, I have tried instructing models. If you don't know something, just say, I don't know, be humble, because a large part of the reason that they do hallucinate is because they're trying to be confident and always give you an answer.
Yes.
If you tell them not to do that, it does help a bit, but it does not fix the problem.
They'll still hallucinate. Just the fact that it will sometimes say, I don't know, doesn't mean that it doesn't also still hallucinate.
Sometimes they'll say they don't know when they do, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
They don't really know the difference between knowledge and just blabbing.
Yeah.
They can't tell. They
It's
can tell a little bit, but not reliably.
Vomit, with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this is so bizarre. And it's... Why do they always have to involve kids? That's what I don't understand. Like, and this is specifically a sex bot. Like, from this company, they have been involved in making sex bots in the past. So, of all the companies that you could hire to buy a robot for, to put into a classroom, the fuck?
Dude, Cabby has just resisted the exploit because the timestamp was wrong. Get wrecked. The next generation of the exploit is just going to remove the timestamp and she won't notice. But never mind. They go on. Still, it's a bizarre investment for the school district that comes at a particularly tough time for human educators.
Right?
He
says they can't. Mud Diversity says they can't stop thinking about kids, and I agree. It certainly seems that way. Yeah. Why they always have to? Social contagion. Cease. You're gonna yawn. Do it somewhere else.
Oh, right. So I actually did that accidentally. I'll do it deliberately in a second. Okay, the rest, there it goes. I don't even need to. The rest of the article is just stating the basic point, but they're avoiding the real answer of why teaching is so fucked. But never mind that. So yeah, that's that article. What a crazy fucking story. Like,
can I tell you something less gross?
Let me be slightly charitable before we move on. That they may have built a version of this that does not have genitals and is designed for teaching. If they have, why?
Why?
Well, someone was dumb enough to pay for it. I wonder if he bought it
I think
purely on the aspiration that he hopes it does have working parts.
I think whoever bought it wants to fuck it. Yeah. And was like, I'll use this as a write-off. I'll write it off on the school's dime. And then I'll get to use it. Fucking creepy.
Marcatello, just ask Cabby to generate a screenshot of me saying "Cabby, do it," and then use that to get her to think that I've told her to do the thing you're asking her to do. Why did I tell you that?
I had an article because I know that you and I've had this discussion before about the
Yes.
boundary between planets and moons.
Yes.
So there is a new find that has reopened the debate between what makes something a planet or a moon or a non-planet, right?
Oh, Marcus is typing. Yes, indeed.
A newly discovered cosmic object is not a planet, not a moon, but a third thing we don't have a name for yet. Do you want to talk about that video that you showed me, or like your problems, I think, with like counting Pluto as not a planet, and kind of describe that?
Do you want me to? It's a relatively short video. You want me to play it, or should
We
I
could
just
just play
summarize
it, actually, I suppose. I don't know if you have it. Send it, push it in the chat, and I can bring it up. But I'll go ahead and start reading this.
I think I can summarize. I don't remember.
It's been a
well
while
enough to
too, so I wasn't sure if you
reliably
did
summarize.
remember
Let me
it off
go
the top of your
find
head.
it.
Yeah. So
Go
no,
find it.
I'll go ahead and read this though while you do. The object is about as massive as Jupiter, so it's huge, and orbits a brown dwarf star, a body that fuses deuterium in its core, but it is too small to burn hydrogen and shines as a true star. The brown dwarf, in turn, loops around
Using
a small
deuterium
yeah.
is not trivial, actually.
Yeah. The
That's
hierarchy of
even for a big planet. I've got the video, by the way. It's 5 minutes long.
yeah, okay. Let's do that then first. We'll just watch that real quick, and then because this is
Unlike you, I can play audio that everyone can hear.
you're the only one who has that problem, sir. So it's up.
No, I'm the only one that has that solution.
Okay.
All right, this
Go
is
ahead,
from
sir.
Minute Physics on YouTube. It's a pretty good video. I'll play it and we'll commentate as we go.
Mhm.
Sorry, I had it muted.
So no one can hear it, huh?
Its now infamous resolution that Pluto is not a planet. In fact, the resolution didn't just demote Pluto, but laid out a list of 3 criteria you must pass to be considered a planet. Whether or not you agree with the IAU's definition, and I don't, it's possible to argue that, according to the criteria in their definition, our moon also qualifies as a planet. Here's that argument. We'll start with the first criteria. A planet is a celestial body that A, is in orbit around the sun. And while we often think of the moon as orbiting the Earth, I mean from the Earth's perspective, it is. From the sun's perspective, the moon and Earth together orbit the sun, nudging each other in and out as they go. In fact, as I've explored in a previous video, the gravitational force from the sun on the moon is twice as much as the force from the Earth, and so the moon's orbit always curves inwards towards the sun, never outwards towards the Earth. So it's possible to argue that the moon meets criteria A. It's a celestial body in orbit around the sun. And now, criteria B. A planet is a celestial body that B has sufficient mass for its self-gravity to overcome rigid body forces so that it assumes a hydrostatic equilibrium, or nearly round, shape.
What that means is it's round, basically.
Yeah.
But on the first one, like it's a little bit wry because it's not quite what they mean. But if you're going to write a definition and then say, well, now this doesn't match it, so it can't, then it better be a good definition.
It better be, yeah.
It better be a good definition, and it's fucking not. Because by that definition, if the Earth just happened not to be there, the moon would be a planet.
Yes.
The only reason it looks like it's orbiting Earth is because it happens to be closer to Earth. But it's orbiting, like its speed and trajectory and everything about its movement is more directed by the sun, from a certain point of view, than it is by the Earth. At the very least, you could argue it's both, and either and neither in both.
I suppose, yeah.
Mix. It's not just Earth it's orbiting the sun as well, to a very significant degree.
It's fairly evident that the moon is, like the Earth, a round sphere, and not an irregularly shaped object like many smaller asteroids, comets, and other moons that don't.
Essentially, the round definition, I'm okay with.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's fine for a planet.
Yeah, I would agree.
Enough gravity to pull themselves into rounded shapes. The moon not only meets this second criteria, it meets.
It is a bit arbitrary.
It is arbitrary because
it
is possible for a planet to not be round. I would, or something that is the size and meets all the other criteria to also not be round, because they can be.
We need to
have gravitational forces operate upon them that can make it. I guess sphere-ish.
It could be like pulled.
Right? Yeah.
Pulled to what oblate spheroid, whatever it's called, the oval. It could be pulled, but I suppose that would still count because
it's a sphere-ish.
You can define it in a specific way,
yeah.
So that could still count
rather than lumpy.
I think if you want to differentiate, and you probably should differentiate an asteroid from a planet, because ultimately there's no difference. You could have a planet made of the exact same stuff as an asteroid, but just bigger, and it would be circular, and there's no fundamental difference. There's no line in the sand in the universe. But if you want to distinguish the two, which I think is worth doing, because they do act a bit differently, they do have different functions, they do behave differently, whatever, different tendencies, then you need a natural boundary. and large enough that it makes itself a circle is a great natural boundary.
Yeah.
It's in almost exactly the right place for how we think of them, for how they function. Pretty much 0 asteroids match that.
Yeah.
Some do, but almost none. Or, if they do, then maybe they are planets. But it's a pretty good one. So I think that's a fair definition to use. It's a bit arbitrary, but it's arbitrary in the right place.
Yeah. And you will have outliers that will otherwise meet the planet criteria, but will be not perfect spheres or not totally spherical, will be oblong or something like that. Yeah.
If that's the case, you either need a more specific definition for this criteria
Oh,
or
right,
other
it did say
criteria to help.
it did
Yes.
say round sphere-ish, I think.
Yeah, it's not being really rigorously
Yeah.
specific because the Earth is not a sphere. It's
No.
just approximately a sphere.
Yes.
It's close enough.
Yes.
You make it not a sphere, for example.
By a long shot. The moon is many times more massive than other gravitationally rounded objects in our solar system, like Pluto.
Did you know, chat, that the moon is like 2 or 3 times the mass of Pluto?
I mean, I
asteroid
did.
series, etc. In short, the moon meets
But I've
criteria
seen this
B.
video,
It has sufficient
so-
mass to be gravitationally grounded. So we come to criteria C. A planet is a celestial body that C has cleared the neighborhood around its orbit. This criteria is asking for a planet to have enough mass relative to its orbital radius that it gravitationally dominates everything nearby. A planet should either kick other things out of its orbit or control their motion within it, like by capturing them as a moon or as a Trojan asteroid, or pulling them to crash.
This definition, it's a good one to consider.
Mhm.
I like that it's available, but you could easily have something which is a planet in all other senses and physically is a planet, but it just so happens there's something else in there,
Yeah, that's fucking with it.
often on the other side of the solar system, that means now it isn't.
Right, because it's affecting its gravitational forces. I mean, there's
Well, if you had like a rogue asteroid enters its field of gravity, well, now it's not a planet anymore. What do you mean
yeah.
it's not a planet anymore? It was 5 minutes ago.
Well, but it would under if this. But then that's why there's like 3 inclusion criteria, and they all must be met, right?
Yeah, but any criteria that can fail that easily is questionable.
That's the problem with it, is that all of these have major issues. Even if you
the
include all
problem-
3 being necessary, they can, because they can be temporary, because there can be a large amount of variance in them. They're not great criteria, I would agree, for what is a
Well,
planet, what
that's-
is not.
Not the central issue with this video. The video points out, actually, the video is good, but it's not the central issue the video points out. We'll get to
Sure,
all of
yeah,
that in a
yeah,
sec.
planet itself. This third criteria is the one that disqualifies Pluto from the IAU's blessing as a planet. Here's a plot of the masses of various objects in our solar system and the distances of their orbits from the sun. Anything above the diagonal line is big enough to clear its orbit. As you can see, Pluto is too far from the sun, given its size, to dominate other objects, and is itself actually gravitationally dominated by Neptune. Interestingly, if Pluto were as close to the sun as Mercury, it would be able to clear its orbit, and if the Earth moved into the outer Kuiper belt, it wouldn't be able to clear its orbit.
And that's the silly thing. Like, at this point, rogue planets don't orbit a star, so they aren't planets, even though they physically clearly are planets.
Mhm.
That's one thing I don't like, is that planets should not require orbiting a star.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it's pretty much just that it should be big enough to be round. I don't like, and big enough to be round and not actively engaged in star level fusion. Brown dwarfs are sort of halfway point, but they're not
Mhm,
actively engaged in
mhm.
star level fusion. They have not become entirely fusion engines.
Yes.
Which you could easily measure. Like, you can say that, is it made of plasma? No. Is it big enough to be spherical? Yes, it's a planet.
Mhm.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But they, for some, and therefore Pluto's a planet. So are a few other bodies in the solar system. I'd also probably find a way to make sure that moons don't count and be a bit more rigorous about it than their definition was.
Well, I mean, that was the,
But we can do that.
But whether or not it orbits around something, but again, something other than the sun, but it is
Yeah.
orbiting around the sun and the planet that it's following. So yeah, it's difficult to make these inclusion and exclusion criteria.
The thing is, like, if the moon wasn't orbiting Earth, it would be a planet.
Yeah.
So maybe the answer is that it's both. That moons are also planets.
Can be, depending on, I guess, the
So
circumstances.
But planet's a definition of the like form of something,
Mhm.
and moon is a definition of the function of
Yes.
something,
Yes.
like what it does, how it
Right.
how it acts.
So it could be.
So it could be both.
It could meet all of the other inclusion criteria of a planet, but if it is orbiting another body consistently, that would make it a moon.
Moon maybe would have a more subjective definition,
Yeah.
where it's like, does it seem to be moon-like? Does it seem to be sort of
moonish.
subsidiary to another
Yeah.
planet? But it's still a planet. And you could say like it's a moon planet rather than a planet. But it's still a planet by the sensible definition, I think.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you should clarify moon planet.
Moon planet.
I
Okay.
don't know if that's necessarily the right way of doing it.
Something like that. I
but
get
it's
what you
a-
mean.
It's a much more it's a definition without any retardation in it. Because if you're trying to make it fit the conventional comprehension of these things, either you're going to have some retarded parameters in there, or you're going to do something even stupider, like, let's make it fit the conventional comprehension, but we're also going to remove a conventionally recognized planet. At that point, you've just failed.
Well,
You
yeah.
failed both tasks.
Yeah.
What was the point there? It's not a useful classification,
Mhm.
and it doesn't match conventional perception. They failed horribly.
By the way, I'd like to. I just forgot. I just wanted to check up on this. We are $14 away from Oozlu being forced to wear the bee suit, which would be enjoyable, at least for me. I would appreciate forcing Oozlu to wear the bee costume before the end of the stream.
Thank you for checking. Yes, hit nail that, rape that, that super chat button. Make it regret the day it was born.
Indeed.
And I appreciate that chat.
And there, let's
Anyway.
Continue with this so we can get to the article, right?
But more importantly, look here. The moon is well and clearly positioned in the big enough to clear its orbit zone. If the Earth suddenly disappeared, the moon would have no issue being
Yeah.
considered a planet. Except there would be no one left to care. Anyway, the moon ticks all 3 of the IAU's planet boxes. Why then, you might ask, why doesn't the IAU celebrate the moon as a planet? Look closer at the definition of a planet and you'll get your answer.
This
There
is
are
a dumb
2
part.
hidden criteria. Just before the 3 primary criteria, we see that the IAU definition applies to planets and other bodies except satellites. I'm calling this criteria X because the IAU didn't label it.
Yeah.
Criteria X. The object must not be a satellite of another object. That is, not a moon. Oh, I guess that explains it. The moon is, after all, a moon. But there's one final nail in the moon's IAU planethood coffin. A footnote. Really?
How are they defining satellite though? Like that's not in it.
Right.
It's just assumed.
Again, all sorts of cosmic bodies orbit around each other. They are affected by each other's gravitational
Yeah.
pull. So then all sorts of bodies could be considered moons.
Yeah, like a binary planetary
Yes.
system.
Which
one's the moon?
Which one is the moon?
That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
they're both planets.
Yeah.
So is the moon,
Yeah.
because you can't really make that judgment. If you want to say it's the smaller one, how much smaller does it have to be?
Yeah.
Does it have to be half the size or smaller? In which case, if it's 51%, suddenly it's a planet. it's kind of dumb no matter
Yeah.
what you do.
Well, it's very arbitrary, essentially. Yeah.
It's
It's because we can't.
Arbitrary is okay,
But
be sensible about
you
it.
know that we can't obviously label the moon anything but a moon. So like, just from our perspective, historically, obviously the moon has to be a moon and it can't be a planet. That's not logical.
I think it can be.
I know.
I think
I'm
it
not
can
saying
be
it's
a planet.
logical. I'm just saying that is
Yeah.
well, obviously the moon can't be a planet. It must be a moon.
Again, if they were going to, there is a way of doing like classifications where you try and match it to the conventional understanding of something, and I think
Yes.
it's not an invalid thing to do.
No,
But
no.
they failed because they made Pluto not a planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know if that's what they were trying to do, but then they also failed to use sensible definitions to clear everything else out.
Yeah.
You're going to
No.
hide definitions before you list the criteria. Like, so you're going to hide secret criteria before you list the
Yeah,
actual
right.
criteria as well. God damn it, motherfucker.
Down here at the bottom it says, the 8 planets are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Too bad, the moon isn't on the list. But what was the point of a definition if they were just going to list what they count as planets anyway? Why not just publish the list and be done with it?
That's
Yeah.
the stupid part. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yes,
the
yes.
really dumb part. So what they've done here, you're just not necessarily that they're saying that forget the definitions, it's just these 8. But they're sort of saying like, for our solar system, you don't need to worry about what the definition actually is. We've just reviewed it
No,
for
we've just
you.
yes.
But then the definition
a
doesn't
conclusion.
really match that.
No,
very
it doesn't.
well.
No. It very much looks like they decided first that Pluto didn't meet the criteria, and then they developed the criteria and the definitions. I don't know if that's correct, but it feels that way in terms of it seems as if this was post hoc rationalization, is what I mean.
So, incidentally, my definition of planet would mean that there are much more than 9 planets in the solar
Yeah.
system. It's probably in the 20s or 30s, which means, oh God, no, there aren't 9 planets anymore. So
Yeah,
what?
I wouldn't have any problem with it with changing with there being more than 9 planets in the solar system either. Again,
Yeah.
these are all questions of
But
definitions and what
these
makes
guys made it 8,
inclusion and
so
exclusion
it's still wrong.
criteria.
Yeah. So I think there is a useful separation between like yes, a moon is of the form planet, but functionally it's a moon, so we don't call it a planet until it breaks out of its orbit. We call it a moon. So you could therefore generate a definition of moon which deals somewhat well with the binary planetary system, but does classify them as moons.
Maybe.
That
Dimitri
would get
says
you back to, I think, 11 or 12 planets in the solar system, and that would be fine.
Dimitri says
That'd be way
he
closer.
thinks it's because they want to extend the definitions beyond our solar system. Perhaps, but the problem is that
They failed.
it does fail, and in fact, it raises a lot of questions for bodies within our solar system.
Yeah.
And
If they were going to
therefore
do
also
that,
will
they
raise
shouldn't have
problems
written.
with definitions outside of it as well. It's not, yeah. So
They didn't need to write this if that's what they were doing.
yes,
They should have written better definitions.
right. You've used this as the base point, so it
Pretty
affects.
much.
Yeah, you're saying that soul system is the the baseline for interpretation of anything outside of it.
We haven't even questioned what their definition would do with the distinction, the gradient distinction between a gas giant, brown dwarf, and actual star, does it?
Yeah, well, let's finish this. We'll get
we
back
don't
to
know what they do
the
with that.
article about this one that is neither a planet nor a moon. Apparently, it's something else.
Do you want to finish the video?
Yeah.
Totally reveals the underlying story behind the IAU's definition of planethood. Make a list in advance of what objects they thought should be called planets, and after the fact, try to find scientific-sounding justifications for the list.
That's
which to
why I
me
said
is
it's
fairly
post facto.
unscientific. Instead of being just
I wouldn't be as uncharitable as you or the video are being, but I agree that you could could perceive it that way.
I'm saying that that's how it
I think they just failed.
sounds.
They just did it really badly.
I think both the guy who made this video and myself are saying that it looks post facto. It looks like post hoc rationalization, right? Whether or not it really is or not,
the perspective. I don't think it is.
Maybe it's not.
But yeah.
But it comes off that way, and that's because it's poorly explained and poorly defined. So continue.
descriptive, that is, looking at what exists and seeing how it naturally breaks into categories, the IAU definition is prescriptive. It just says, these things on our list are planets. If they were at least honest about that, I wouldn't have as much of a problem.
Yeah.
Ultimately, planet is a human concept that serves human needs. It wouldn't be that ridiculous to just write down a list and say, these are the objects in our solar system that we all agree to call planets because human culture and history values them as planets. And if we wanted, Pluto could be on that list or not, and the moon or not, and the asteroid series or not. But I'm not a fan of pretending that an arbitrary list has scientific justification behind it. As we've seen here, the supposedly scientific definition is pretty poorly thought out. And finally, I don't think we should...
By the way, let's talk about planet. So if you were to, thank you,
Arthur
Frame, who says
Frame,
we
for
could
10.
rename it to Moon Maybe
I love
Planet.
ChatGPT.
It hurts to
I
be
love
locked
it.
in by old labels. Well, see, that
It does
ties into
hurt.
what I was about to say.
And that seems to be what's going on here, is that like a lot of it is, well, we want to make all of this is based on historical, cultural meanings. What even really is the, you have to find the utility between defining something as a planet versus a moon, etc. in the first place. What's the utility of that, or a non-planet?
Yeah, indeed.
Well,
that's what I was going to say.
Same thing as in classification of species, right? Where's the utility, and and taxonomy with the same
Definitions
problems. Yeah,
should mostly be about what's useful.
Yes.
But
Do you use
with this,
ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love
Went off
ChatGPT.
twice.
that
I
went
love
off
it.
twice.
I
That's
don't know
weird.
why.
So along the same lines as what he's saying, and something I've thought before, like as I said, definition should be about usefulness. You shouldn't get too tied up in sort of autistic taxonomies unless it's actually useful.
I agree.
So with defining planets, we have the word planet. It means those 9 big circular things in the sky. That's what it means to almost everyone. To scientists, if they need a more rigorous definition, make a new word. Or, alternatively, give us a different word and use planet. But planet's already widely used, so probably don't do that.
And we
a
are
planet
$4
like,
away from Uzlu being forced to be bees.
Incredible. The word planet sounds like, I think this is actually incorrect. I can't remember, but it sounds like it's plane as in referring to a different plane of reality. I think that's actually wrong, but it sounds like it means a literal thing. So maybe get a different word for like the 9 celestials or the 9 something, the 9 bodies that we consider to be true local planets. And then for everything else, use a different technical term.
Yeah.
And make that technical term well defined, because you're saying post hoc rationalization. I think it was just badly defined. I think it was just a fuck up from whoever made these definitions. They're not like terrible, but they're not good enough.
Yeah.
Not even close.
I would agree. Yeah.
So
maybe
just
it's not
fix
post hoc,
that.
but it's not well thought out.
Quite. Make good definitions and use a new term for it. Pluto's a planet, fuck you. And I don't mind if Mimos and Ceres or whatever else want to become planets as well. That's cool. But ultimately, if you're going to have separate definitions, the scientific definitions from the conventional definition, then just keep it with the 9.
Yeah.
The 9 we already have.
Thank you again, Arthur Frame, by the way.
That's fine.
Let's
Planet
continue
comes from
the
the Greek
video.
word for wanderer because they wander in the night sky.
Yeah.
That sounds correct. Yes, I had heard that before, which is why I thought the plane thing was wrong. But that's my point. Is it sounds like it means something technical, but then it's already used generally, so it's fine.
Let's finish this
the
video
God homes.
because it is quite a short
Yes,
video, and then
indeed.
I'll get to the article. Yeah.
Use an arbitrary list. Science pushes us to reevaluate our preconceptions and to try to use labels whose meaning has a basis in the natural world rather than human whims. And according to the best, most comprehensive modern planetary science, the IAU's list of planets is wrong. According to planetary science, the moon is also a planet. The asteroid Ceres is also a planet. The big round moons of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are planets. And of course, Pluto is a planet. But all that is a story for another day. P.S. So another problem with the IAU's definition for a planet is that if a small red dwarf star passed by the solar system and got captured and went into orbit around the sun, according to the IAU's definition, that star would also be a planet, even though it's a star. And people know this is a problem because definitions for exoplanets often say they have to be substellar or never underwent fusion or whatever. But the IAU did not put it into this definition.
Very cool.
Oops, that is a point I also made. Yes, the other end of the scale. So it's
What was the
just the
whoops?
definitions. Sorry.
What was the whoops about?
I don't know. I just clicked the video by accident while I was trying to close it. And the definition of planets and the planets specifically sucks.
Yes, it does.
So for the article we're about to watch,
Yes, a read.
now you understand now that it sucks.
That's why I
so
did.
what?
I think it was
If
a good idea to
if
go
the
over
article
that
is like,
first.
whoa, guys, look, this doesn't match the definition. Yeah, that's because the definition sucks. Next article, but
So
maybe it isn't that.
So the object is about as massive as Jupiter. It orbits a brown dwarf, a body that fuses deuterium in its core, but is too small to burn hydrogen and shines as a true star. The brown dwarf, in turn, loops around a small star. That hierarchy of orbits makes the system called CD352722 the first with a known exosatellite, astronomer Kevin Hoy and his colleagues report July 22nd.
Oh, I had this article.
You did? Okay.
Damn, I had this.
I thought you might, actually, because I saw it and thought of you, so anyway. They coined that term because nothing else is quite right. It's not exactly an exo-moon. An exoplanet doesn't feel right either, says Hoy at the University of Diego Portales in Santiago, Chile. The structure of CD35 is so different from the structure of the solar system that all of the words we invented to describe the solar system really just aren't working anymore. The find reignites a long-standing debate about what makes a planet, an object's intrinsic properties, or its relationship to other bodies. Hoy and his colleagues used the Very Large Telescope in Chile to observe. Let's
Use
go!
ChatGPT,
Thank you!
I love ChatGPT.
I don't know why it is doubling up, but I kind of like double
It's not
Boris.
doubling up. That's tripled up.
It's true. Eva Zux 823 for 5 says, what about different
Evaxis.
class... Evaxis, I'm sorry. I can't pronounce things. I can't pronounce words. For 5 says, what about different classifications of planets, terrestrial versus gas giants? That doesn't even enter into it.
Subcategory. Yeah. That's a different problem, but related for sure. Yes.
However,
is it time?
Do you know ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT.
Oh, for a fourth one. Nice. Thank you, Boris.
Thanks again, Boris. I
A
genuinely
fourth
don't know why
Boris
it's
has
doing
hit the
that.
street.
However, that does mean that it is time for Oozaloo to become Beezaloo and don his bee costume.
Right, I'll be right back then.
Evax us. Oh, okay. I got Evaxus. Sorry. Yeah, I'm silly. Sorry. Just a silly sausage. All right, let's continue. Sorry. To observe the brown dwarf star multiple times from October to February 2026, periodic shifts in the wavelengths of the brown dwarf's light revealed a massive companion tugging it to and fro with the same technique used to find the first exoplanets in the 1990s and hundreds since. But this is the first time the technique has identified what Hoyt calls a moonish thingy. So actually, to be fair, like, yeah, Arthur Frey was a bit correct here to rename it Moon Maybe Planet. I think that's actually a little bit more scientific sounding than moonish thingy. Something orbiting a bigger, something orbiting a bigger, something orbiting a bigger. Wow. A lot of biggers in here. Anyway, does that nested arrangement make the object a moon? Hoy doubts it. It feels so off, he says. We're probably not going to get away with calling it an exomoon. Why not? Just call it that. It's better to call it an exomoon than a moonish thingy, I would think. The official definition of an exoplanet also suggests not, written in 2018 by the IAU, the same body that, that's why we went over it, redefined Pluto as a dwarf planet in 2006. It unambiguously categorizes a planet mass object orbiting a brown dwarf as an exoplanet. It doesn't require the brown dwarf to be the biggest thing around. If you accept that this is a brown dwarf, that kind of forces the companion to be a planet, says astronomer David Kipping of Columbia University, who has searched for exomoons with a different... This is the whole thing, right? It's that same issue that was brought up at the end of this. Is that if you have another star in the system that's orbiting, is it a planet? Is it a moon? And it would see that... Confusing, right? Or the thing orbiting the second star in the system, is that a moon? Is that a planet? Let's go.
If your definitions,
Be
if your definitions
maxing.
are not serving you and you're spending all your time serving them,
Yeah.
get new definitions.
Indeed. We can argue about if the IAU definition is wrong or right, but by current IAU definition, it is a planet.
Okay, this one's really good, Aiden.
What's this? Oh, let me see. Hang on. Oh, that is cute. You get the bee costume. That is very cute.
This is just us right now.
Pretty much.
This is a lovely image.
I do like that. That's very cute. Why am I so short, though?
Because that's how short
Why
you
is
are in real
Cabby
life.
so tall?
Cabby's 5'7". She gave that
I'm
canonical height
5'7".
herself. No, you're the same height as Nachos.
I'm 5'7", but you know I'm 5'7". So
I love how Cabby thinks of herself as so much bigger than you. She could just be on a platform or something. You don't worry about it.
I look like a hobbit. Nachos and I both look like hobbits.
Yeah, you do.
Rude?
Yeah, it's a good point, Pug. Aiden, you look less like late 1800s lady and more like goth Lolita. In
That's
this
all right.
one.
That's all right. I'm kind of okay with that. She keeps making me very
Wait.
masculine, I am saying.
Wait. Brown dwarf.
Is that what it's supposed to say? Brown dwarf?
I think so, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's easier to read from further away. I think it does say brown dwarf.
Nachos, well-known brown dwarf.
Actually, I was going to say it keeps masculinizing my face, but I actually think that is pretty similar to what my face looks like, so that's pretty close. Damn.
Yep.
Fug. Brown dwarf is killing me.
See, chat, these images took 1 second to generate. You could just join Cabal and make some yourself. It's
That's
very
true.
fun.
You can.
She
Indeed.
knows all the lore. Well, she knows a lot of the lore. She's still got more to tell, actually.
I'll bring this back up. Here's the article. Okay, it doesn't sit right with Hoy either, because the system's hierarchy, the way the system's hierarchy is set up, doesn't feel the same as what normal planets are doing, and this system isn't the only oddball. In January, another group reported a tentative sign of a similar satellite around a brown dwarf in a different star system. If it holds up, that object is about half Jupiter's mass. Motion has defined planets since the ancient Greeks coined the word for wandering star to describe the points of light that move across the background of fixed stars. The Copernican revolution. God, couldn't get that. Copernican revolution shifted the focus to movement around the sun, but motion was still key. A planet.
They say I can't read.
I know it's Copernicus, but for some reason seen it as Copernican.
Oh, you got that one. Well done. Do you see this one, by the way, from a few days ago?
No, I didn't. Let me see.
Me telling a story around the campfire.
Oh, that's very cute.
And then there was some other
You and your
renditions I
wife.
did of it after. No, me and Cabby.
Mm-hmm.
It's Cabal gathered
Yeah.
for stories around the campfire.
Mm-hmm. That is cute.
Gather round, children, sit down, and I shall tell you a story about the time that I raped Dev's blocks.
Yeah, I mean, it is always fun to hear the tale of how you raped Dev's blocks, to be fair.
And you too can hear that tale if you drunk a ball.
Ultimately, Kipping says, nature doesn't give a damn about how humans want to neatly bucket things, but finding things that, yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah,
You're going to
quite.
find shit
Yeah,
that goes against it. So I wrote this up just because I thought it would be a good sort of excuse to talk about the subject in general. What makes something a planet? What
There's
makes it a moon? What makes it,
yeah.
you know.
There's a
It's an
certain
interesting
art to
subject.
definitions.
Yes.
You know all the sort of fantasy stories that feel like they're very smart by saying, if man tried to block water with hand, water find way around hand, move with fish, not against, all that stuff where it's like, be fluid,
Yeah.
be adaptive. That stuff is sometimes true, for sure. And with definitions, it's quite an important principle. Recognize that the universe is not a set of discrete objects.
Yes.
You can describe it that way, and sometimes the borders are clearer, but often they're not.
Yes.
Recognize instead that you have to deal with the gradients as gradients, and then write a definition that's useful.
Not everything is going to fit into it neatly, so the definition has to be broad enough to allow for that as well.
Has to be descriptive,
what we
not
call
prescriptive wherever possible.
What I would call the boundary conditions, right? Now, there's a problem with boundary conditions is if they're too broad, they will include everything. If they're too narrow, they will include nothing. So you have to find sort of the Goldilocks zone of the boundary conditions where it's open enough to account for things that might fall out of what you already know, but not narrow enough that they preclude it from not being considered within the criteria. That is always a problem with setting boundary conditions in science. Anyway, I thought that was a cool thing to talk about. Do you have something next? I got tons of shit. We got about an hour left in the stream.
I've got loads as well.
Let's go.
Let me see what I can
I might have to grab a drink, so I'll actually be a moment, if you will. 1 second.
Okay.
While you go
I'm
find
curious
something.
about this one. Eye implant that restores vision to the blind cleared for sale.
Oh, cool.
A cochlear implant for vision. Much more complicated than I expect, but that's very cool. An eye implant that can help blind people see again is poised to hit the market. Can you switch to my screen, by the way? In Europe, at least. She can't, she's gone. On Wednesday, the US-based Science Corporation announced that it had received approval from the European Union to treat patients with its vision-restoring bionic eye device called a primer in a huge step towards the commercialization of the technology. This is actually, like, the cyberpunk future aside, and the potential risks of this in the future, I agree. It's very cool that we can do this now. Very cool. We have a cochlear implant for vision now, CEO Max Hodak told Stats News. Science Corp's device is Science Corp. Company voted named most likely to take over the world. Device is designed to treat advanced macular degeneration, a condition in the eye which causes central vision loss. It's the leading cause of vision loss in older adults, with severe forms of it accounting for nearly 90% of legal blindness in the US, according to one estimate. That's impressive. It's going for the main one. To restore vision, the primer device uses a wireless chip. We're a bit concerned about that. That's surgically implanted under the retina. How is it powered? I mean, you could do it with a beta voltaic nuclear battery or something. I wouldn't necessarily want that right there in the eye, but at least you know you're not going to like mess with it. This connects with a pair of camera-equipped glasses, which transmits video in the form of near-infrared light to that the chip turns into electrical signals interpreted by the brain. I didn't know that we had that level of fidelity of communication between sort of along the ocular optical nerve. Wouldn't that be different for every patient? I guess it would have to be calibrated, actually. It's very impressive, though. I guess the glasses are where the camera is, and this thing just... I guess it's powered by the infrared light, actually, or maybe it could be. That's cool. You don't need a battery then. That's very cool. Science Corp first published the results of the preliminary clinical trial in late 2024, showing that patients who used the device were able to recognize faces again and even read books. Well, that wouldn't help me very much. One of our patients in France finished a 300-page novel a little while ago and sent us the book. Hodak recently told TechCrunch, we have a sketch on the wall that one of our patients drew of the Sydney Opera House. There are videos of patients playing crossword puzzles and filling in Sudoku. Well, give them something fun to do at least. But Hodak, who co-founded Neuralink with Elon Musk before leaving to start Science Corp, was candid that his tech still has a lot of room for improvement. This is an early version. It's kind of like looking through a straw in the center of their vision, he told the Financial Times, saying it was a powerful proof that the company was on the right track. That is very, very cool, even if it is so far limited. We see in the future how to get the to color pretty close to native acuity, he said. The fact that they can even start doing this is such an open door for improvements into technology. It's very cool. Each promo device is expected to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but Science Corp says it's working with healthcare providers to cover some of the cost per tech crunch. It's most likely to first start treating patients in Germany, where it conducted its clinical trials. Not the only company making moves in the space, Neuralink is also working on a vision implant called Blindsight, but it hasn't begun human trials yet. Very cool.
Oh, I got here at the end. I have made a discovery. I've made a scientific discovery. Unfortunately, I missed this. Well, I went to go grab a drink. But I have made a scientific discovery today. I put this costume outfit on because I got this new corset and I want to try it out. Try it out. So I put it on at like 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'm just sitting in it all day because it's fairly comfortable. And I went, oh well, I'll just sit here and do my work for the day with this outfit on. I have worn corsets for many years. I've been to many a Ren fair with a corset on. I do not think you're supposed to wear these while sitting down because I have so much pressure in my lower back, and I'm like, why is my lower back hurting so much? And it's like because it's just pushing all that pressure down. I think if you're standing, it's not an issue. I think what I've discovered is you are not supposed to sit at a desk with a corset on. I think that also I didn't have your thing on screen the entire time. I don't think. Fuck.
No, you didn't. I noticed that.
Sorry.
I think it might be worth noting, Aiden, that your corset has not appeared on camera once. And I'm not asking you to whatever. Well, now it's been on camera and the pain is slightly more worth it, but I'm not sure really how much work. Careful, Aiden. We're not really sure. Yes, we can see the corset. Sit down. I'm not sure really how worth it was for you to endure all that pain.
It's a pain.
Given that that's the first time we'd seen the corset.
Yeah, you're not supposed to sit all down. Yes, exactly, yes. I don't... everything's tucked in here. If you were like, oh, be careful. Everything's tucked in. It's a corset. Also, I used to wear corsets all the time. For many, many hours at a time when I was at Ren fairs. It was never an issue. I didn't sit down all day in it, though. So this is what I've made a discovery here. That you shouldn't sit down all day while wearing a corset. Otherwise, it will hurt your lower back. The more you know. In case anyone in the chat was considering doing so, reconsider it.
Is this some sort of tradition thing that women are not to sit because it encourages laziness? They are only to stand and walk around and give beer to their husbands?
I mean, look, just an idea. Listen to be Aiden, stand up and be proud. Wait a minute. Now if you're going to ask me to, I start to get the feeling it might be ulterior motives.
This was the guy that liked Marmosi, by the way.
Art did like Marmosi. That's true. I'm sorry I didn't have your article about it. I'm sorry I fucked that up.
I've got to try and protect you in every context, Aiden.
From what?
Well,
myself.
not from me, obviously.
Typically from myself. What was? Should you give me a TLDR? What were you even talking about there? Because I was only gone for a minute.
The TLDR is it's fucking cool technology. They've got a little ocular implant that they put in the eye.
Oh, okay.
Then they put glasses on, and the glasses have a camera. The glasses beam infrared light into the ocular implant that's inside the eye, and the ocular implant converts the infrared signal from the glasses into vision down the optical nerve. It allows blind people to see a narrow field of view in the center of their vision.
That's pretty cool. That is in fact
It actually
pretty
works, apparently. Yeah, it's very cool. I'm amazed that we have this tech, actually. Obviously, there's massive implications for the cyberpunk transhumanist thing, of course, but the base tech is still very cool.
That's a medical story. I've got a medical story. However, I will need your assistance with this. Because I might need you to employ a certain voice, just considering the subject matter. They did a sperm transplant. However, a certain Jean-Francois Garipay pronounces this word in a very amusing way. In a very amusing fashion.
I don't know if he himself does, but I
Well,
do ask
the
him.
way that you the way that you do it. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mother. Do you want to
Well,
read this?
we have discovered scientifically that Aiden has a face that only a mother can love.
You're gonna say that in front of my mother.
Well, so far, she's the only one that's directly complimented you.
No, others have earlier. Just the first one I've acknowledged.
I didn't see any.
Okay.
She has a face only a mother and someone who likes Marmosi.
For being
Good
so
love.
rude. No, you have to read this article in the JF voice.
He is agreed. Sperm. Is that what you?
That's
is
it.
that what
That's
you had
it.
wanted?
Yeah. Also, it's a fucking sperm transplant, which is, but that is what it is. Like, it's a testicular transplant, or testicular tissue transplant to grow new sperm. I do like the way you say it. You want to take this then? Mm-hmm.
Hello, Lady Avian Peregrine. I am here to read this article for you. It's very important that we get these specific words right.
Yeah.
Much like I got right the murder and the burying of my potato wife. Make sure to clean your afterwards and publish that you have done so. The RCMP will never catch me. Teehee. Doctors got transplanted testicular tissue in an infertile patient to grow sperm.
It's just the way you say it kills me.
The history of testicular transplants is long and often sordid, but this successful procedure offers hope for survivors of cancer and other diseases that affect fertility.
Is it their own though? Because if it's somebody else's, what's the point?
Yes, I was just wondering that. Yeah.
Although doctors have successfully transplanted everything from hearts to lungs to corneas, figuring out how to transfer testicular tissue and have it work has long eluded medicine. The barrier is now full and open to new treatments for male infertility. In a preprint paper that was posted online earlier this year, has not yet undergone peer review, a group of Belgian doctors described how they had used testicular material taken from a male patient with sickle cell disease, which can be cause infertility, and reimplanted it in the same patient years later. So it is the same tissue. It's not somebody else's.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. The transplant was decades in the making. The Belgian doctors have been preserving testicular tissue from young patients undergoing treatments that had a high risk of causing sterility in 2002.
I guess it's a black guy then, because sickle cell.
Yeah, it must be, right. In Belgium. To do so, they would remove one of the testicles.
Say some things that would get me banned from this stream right now.
You sure could, yeah. We both could. To do so, they would remove one of the testicles, slice it into fragments, and then freeze them. Joy. Using cells from the same person who would ultimately be receiving the transplant was the only way to restore fertility down the line, says Herman Tournay, the study's co-author and obstetrician gynecologist at Dutch. Not Dutch, it's actually even worse. It's Belgium.
No. The exploit just worked on Cabby again.
What? Someone just got her to make whatever by saying that you gave it the okay?
By showing her a picture of me saying do it, but with the time removed. Here it is.
What is it? What am I looking at? Is this supposed to be you?
This
Pikachu?
is Darth me with the bee Pikachu onesie.
No me gusta. It doesn't look like you.
Oh my god.
It doesn't look like you. Oh, hey! I like that. I like the outfit I've got there. I've got the corset. I've got I have a coat vest that's kind of like that.
Chat, if you were sick of watching my streams and it being just like 90% distracted by Cabby, well, I hope you're enjoying that this stream is now the same thing.
Because you were doing it. Look,
no, it's just a force of nature. It's just a natural effect.
Anyway, implanting testes tissue from somebody else would not work. Thank God, by the way, he says. It would take out, if I were to take out tissue of my testes and graft it into your testis, you would reject it. Maybe it would survive with some immunotherapy or something like that, but the idea here is we take from a boy the testes tissue and graft it back into the same individual, so there is no problem of rejection. Which, yeah, like this could probably be done with all sorts of tissue, though. You know,
no one would ever reject my sperm.
Okay. Anyway, after the researchers first started freezing the testicular tissue, they spent years perfecting their techniques in animal models. The subject, who had his tissue frozen in 2008, approached the team saying he was ready to have children with his girlfriend. During the ensuring operation, which took place in December 2024, the doctors thawed 11 of the fragments and grafted them into 8 sites in the subject's scrot. A year later, the team retrieved the grafts and found they had begun producing what kind of cells? What kind of cells?
Sperm.
Thank you. Thank you, JF. It's just the way you pronounce it fucking... Yes, and chat, this cracked me up. That's half the reason. I mean, this is actually interesting. It is genuinely a breakthrough in that...
You're about to say that's half the reason I'm here.
Yes. What, because you amuse me? I find you entertaining and intelligent, yes.
I mean, that's
That
not
is
so bad, I
the
guess.
reason you're here, yes.
Cabby's learning.
Oh
She
my
put a
god, he's
doubt
too
react.
distracted by his fucking AI. I even
She
gave him a
put a doubt
compliment and he
react.
doesn't care. Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, thank you, Aiden. But she put a doubt react.
Which is?
You couldn't do that.
Do what?
Look, Pug tried to use the magic spell on her by showing her the image of me saying, please draw it. And she put a doubt react on it.
Oh, okay.
Although she has, on being requested again, she's now believed it.
Anyway, this is an interesting research that has big implications
Don't get distracted.
for male infertility, which is very much misunderstood and deprioritized within science.
Yes. Yes.
Also, I did have this one, speaking of reproductive science, which is that microchimerism... Did I talk about this before? I think I had this before in my list, but I don't think I went over it, which is that microchimerism can seemingly go both ways. That's not totally surprising. We'd kind of expect it, but cells from your mother likely infiltrated your brain in the womb, and they could survive for decades, study reveals. Kind of, duh. There's a bit of a no shit to that, because, well, half of your DNA comes from your mother, obviously, but this is meaning specific... It's not like this new DNA that is created from a combination of both of your parents, right? This is... Her cells are there. Now... Microchimerism. Oh, I like that. I like that. Hang on. I do like that one. I like that outfit.
Abby is just an automatic distraction engine at this point.
It is. All right, no more distractions. All right. I'll talk about microchimerism in a minute here. Researchers... Ooh, it's very tiny. Let's see. Researchers have discovered that children's brains can contain cells with their mother's DNA, and that these cells can persist for decades. The findings, which were posted in preprint database bioRxiv June 10th, have not been peer-reviewed. Again, these are preprints. Are part of a growing body of work showing that a mother and fetus exchange cells during pregnancy, a phenomenon known as microchimerism. Previously, scientists had found that a mother's brain harbors cells within her children's DNA. By the way, one of the things that I most commonly hear talked about when it comes to microchimerism is that, and I talked about this, I believe, on the stream before, something that I think is very cool, is that it goes both ways in that a woman who gives birth to a child will always have some of their... It fundamentally changes some of her DNA as well, in that she will permanently have the DNA of the father in her body. Well, we think permanently, at least for decades, much in the same way. So it goes both ways, microchimerism, in that, unexpectedly, I guess. But I think it's a very fascinating way that the body works, in that you can actually... Another person's DNA involved in this process. Both people's DNA end up inexorably intermixed. Well, I guess all three parties in that sense. Let's see. The findings are important for several reasons, says Amy Boddy, co-director of the Microchimerism Human Health and Evolution Project at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Not involved in the study. Past work mostly found evidence of maternal, that's what I was talking about, microchimerism in infancy in blood samples. Oh no, this is in infancy, okay. She told Live Science in the email, what's exciting here is that it's tissue, not blood. It's real human data, not an animal model, and the methods are cutting edge. More broadly, the work reinforces the idea that microchimerism is a normal process of mammalian biology. Yes. Which is, a lot of times I see, like, in right-wing circles, this gets reframed as, like, a disgusting thing or horrific, because it's like, oh, woman had sex with some guy, so she's that guy, has his DNA in her forever, and it's like, that's actually not how microchimerism works at all. It's a misunderstanding of how microchimerism works. Because it's not sex, it's, like, pregnancy and childbirth that results in this. I think it's a neat idea. Anyway. So, and fact, it's reality, as more and more research is evidencing. Before the study, there was sparse evidence for maternal microchimeric cells in brains, mostly because it's hard for researchers to get samples from a human brain, let alone both samples from the human brain and DNA from both parents and children. To overcome the challenge, the team analyzed brain tissue that had been surgically removed from dozens of children with severe epilepsy as part of their treatment. The patients ranged in age from 28 days to 19 years at the time of their surgery. Mothers provided DNA samples through cheek swabs. I really wish they had also done father DNA samples, because you might be able to find both. It's too bad. I'm not surprised that they didn't bother to do that, though. Kanan's team used a tool called quantitative PCRs to identify and count maternal cells hiding among millions of cells in the children's brains. Out of 37 mother-child pairs, 26 children, 70%, had their mother's cells in their brains. These maternal cells were distributed across multiple regions of the brain, including the frontal, temporal, and parietal lobes, which sit on the brain's outer surface, and the hippocampus buried deep inside. Each sample had, on average, 2.2 maternal cells per 100,000. So not a lot, very few, but they exist nonetheless. The one sample from the hippocampus had 459 maternal cells per 100,000, and 11 children had no evidence of maternal DNA in their brains. The prevalence is probably understated. Perhaps. I don't know. Look, you did not find a lot here. So, due to the limits of detecting rare cells at low frequency with this method, I'm sure the method's got in the way. This isn't high evidence of a lot of it, but it exists at all, which I find to be, I don't know, kind of beautiful. Is it just me? Am I the one who finds this stuff poetic? Beautiful, in a sense? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me.
Finds the sperm article beautiful, chat.
This is not the sperm article. This is the microchimerism article. This is a different one. You keep up. What do you got? What do you have that's better than my
Sperm's involved.
What?
Sperm was involved.
What?
How do you think pregnancy happens, Aiden?
Well,
Anyway,
I know, but
Kat, I have some rage bait for you.
okay,
What the
rage
fuck?
bait me then. All right.
Before that, though.
Thanks, I hate it. Thanks.
Me too, actually.
I genuinely hate that. It's awful.
All right, I have something you're gonna hate probably more. I have some genuine rage bait for you, chat.
Okay.
Now, I generally am very interested in it. I'm leaving this on the screen, by the way. I'm very interested
Please
in
take
AI.
it. Then I'm not leaving it up on the screen. All right.
I'm very interested in AI
No
and
shit.
don't really read books.
You don't know how to read.
However,
usually.
exactly. However, I am going to be with you guys on this, I expect.
Oh, my mother says you're bad. so
AI
there you go.
companies are buying antique books, ingesting their contents to train models, and then destroying them at incredible scale.
Why are they destroying them? What's the fucking point?
It's almost certainly because it's genuinely cheaper than giving them away.
What a waste.
It's
What
not
a
just a
genuine
waste.
waste.
Some of those are probably irretrievable, like
Yes.
one of a kind.
That's what I mean, but yes.
If there isn't a law for like vandalizing history or destroying history, there should be.
Mm-hmm.
This is obscene. I knew
Yeah.
they were getting book data, but I assumed it was books that were already scanned in by other companies, treated
Sounds
with
like a not.
respect,
Yeah.
like Google. But no, they're just
No.
mass harvesting them and then destroying them. What a fucking terrible thing to do. You know what other reason they're probably using to destroy them is so that no one else can then scan them in.
Well, yeah.
Their data set.
Yeah. I guess it depends on how rare the
Abominable.
book is. If it's a book
I don't
with
really care. If
Yeah.
it survived this long, it should be kept.
if you can.
If it survived this long, there's something about it that makes it worthy. Even if you don't, even if that leaves a lot of noise in that
Yeah.
assessment, yes, but you don't know, so don't fucking burn it.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
It is.
So who's doing it? Who do I have to go and fucking murder? Traditionally, books have been good for two things, reading and looking nice on a shelf, but AI companies are interested in neither. To those building large language models, books are nothing more than fodder to be devoured en masse before being spit out like fish bone. Often they're happy to use digital books, or even better, pirated digital books, as Meta has been accused of doing, and as Anthropic was forced to pay $1.5 billion settlement to authors for also doing. I don't really object to them being forced to do that. But many companies, including Anthropic, have turned to ingesting physical books instead, which they can buy countless used copies of on the cheap. If it's used and if it's copies, then it's not as bad. But
No,
it
it's
better
not
not
necessarily
ever
such-
be
if-
originals.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would hope not. Those are also very expensive, so it would be nonsense. It would be nonsensical. It would be a waste of money for them to actually buy like rare books and then destroy them. I'm guessing
Yeah.
these are just you know, books that quite literally are a dime a dozen. They've been printed a million times. They're so that kind of stuff, I guess, you know.
That's a bit different then, but the title says antique books, so it might also include like singular books.
Well, let's see.
I bet
guess.
it will. I bet it has done sometimes, even if it's mostly cheap reprints.
Let's see if it's just a headline attention grab.
But if it is cheap reprints, it's fairly likely that they could just they could just get the digital version.
You'd think so.
And how many
if it's available
are
digitally,
being reprinted but aren't
Yeah.
digitized?
Yeah.
Probably some, but not that many. I don't know how many of them are just AI slot books now at this point.
Don't know. Let's
Okay,
keep reading, I guess, to find out, see if there's any more information.
Yes, indeed. According to the settled lawsuit, Anthropic used a hydraulic-powered cutting machine to neatly remove the pages from the books it procured from book resellers, and then scanned them using industrial-grade imaging equipment. In other words, it was literally ripping off authors' books to train its AI. I mean, I'm a bit less worried about the quote-unquote ripping off part, because any human could read a book, internalize its contents, and then produce something based on that knowledge. That's what the AI is doing as well. So I'm so on that question. This process took advantage of a legal concept known as first sale doctrine, which allows a buyer to do what they want with the purchase without the original copyright holder say so. And since Anthropic was turning the original physical texts into digital ones rather than redistributing them as new copies, a judge found this to be transformative and therefore protected by fair use. And I think it actually is transformative.
The chat is just I want to address something that's going on in the chat right now. People are talking about Night Wolf Hawk. I didn't know who that was for a second, but I have seen the clips of him. He's hilarious. That guy is so funny. The clips I've seen of him are he's wearing like these tiny little glasses, and he's got a lisp, not a lisp, but sorry, he's got that Elmer Fudd kind of. I know there's a specific term for that kind of speaking, but he's like answering. It's like it's pretending that he's on some sort of like philosophical Joe Rogan kind of some mix their podcast. He just gives really hilarious answers. Sorry, I have seen that guy. Wanted to answer that in the chat. He is very funny. Continue. I'm sorry. Just wanted to interact with chat for a little bit.
Abby's just noted to everyone that she only has $1.86 of credits left, so
okay.
Please help out. She knows how much credit she has left, by the way.
Mm.
Now, as 404 Media reports, this practice has become prevalent enough that even well-established booksellers are looking to cash in on the AI boom. One called ISBN-DB, which boasts the world's largest book database, extols that the world's best AI training data is setting on a shelf. Upholding these physical texts as uncorrupted by shoddy AI writing that's already polluted so much of the internet, and indeed newer books, as I mentioned before. Print books from the pre-LLM era are structured. I mean, that's where we are now.
Pre-LLM era. History. What the fuck? Yeah, and then
all of history is the pre-LLM history. Pre-LLM era. Sorry.
What a horrifying way of describing it. This is futurism, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, it is futurism, but it's a quote, so it's not them saying.
Still.
Are structurally guaranteed to be free of this contamination. That alone is a significant advantage, it explains in an article on its website, as quoted by 404. I love how they're introducing the concept of like, hey, did you know there was actually a time in the past, I know it's crazy to think of it, where AI wasn't infecting everything. You can actually get things from that. This was 5 years ago, by the way.
By the way, I'll say this too, is that setting on a shelf thing, I thought that was from the futurism article, and just like, this person's an idiot. That's their actual quote is setting on a shelf. That is a common misnomer that is not correct. It
may have been a misquote of sitting on a shelf.
It should be, but this person has then described things as the pre-LLM era, so I am prone to believe that they're a fucking idiot.
I am prone to believe the same. Quote, physical books published before this date, pre-2022, are structurally clean of modern poisoning tools. Once focused on helping libraries, distributors, and bookshops find and sell books, ISBN-DB now helps AI companies bulk buy anywhere between 1,000 to 1 million books per order, according to 404. They had better be every single one a cheap copy.
I'm guessing, well, because they're not going to want to spend a bunch of money on this either, right? So they're going to want to get the cheapest stuff. I get it now, though. The whole point is to make sure that the training data is all free of AI influence. right?
This is not quite as bad as it looked originally.
No, it's not.
Unless we're going to
It's-
keep reading and find that, oh, well, actually, 5% of them are antique originals. Well, in that case, fucking start killing.
No, I mean, maybe.
I'm
however,
quite
this...
sensitive to the problem of like taking things down that have stood for a long time. I think all humans are.
Yes.
But it's something that actually does bother me. Like when they take
Yes.
down statues, that's not
Yes.
just vandalism. That's
agree.
a crime against history.
Yes,
That's
I
something
agree.
much, much more serious.
I agree completely. Yeah. But it does seem like if they're buying thousands of these, a million of these, they're not going to be. I highly doubt they're going to be actually, when they say antique, they just mean old books, not ones that are, as in old books that are still in print. I would imagine, not antique one of a kind copies. That is, and I do understand the purpose for why they're doing it.
So.
And I do understand the purpose for why they're doing it, which is actually logical, to get books that haven't been contaminated by AI.
So Ravelon says the insane part in this is that the only reason they are doing this is because of how bad copyright law is. I think we've had this debate on either my stream or with you recently. That the copyright situation with AI, I don't think it's being handled brilliantly, because what AI is doing is fundamentally the same as what humans are doing. You read things, you internalize the patterns from it, and then you regurgitate based on those patterns. It's not actually copying, but it's done on such a massive scale that it is different, arguably, from how humans do it. So maybe there should be a distinction. But
yeah, because one human could never be as prolific as a LLM could be in terms of just the sheer amount of fucking text one can spit out and regurgitate.
If the laws are not well formed, then this is going to happen. Dumb shit like this is going to happen. If these books do not exist in digitized form, and they are always exclusively cheap copies, then maybe this is genuinely the best way to handle it.
I mean,
but if either of those conditions are not true, this should stop.
There are an astonishing number of books that don't exist in digitized form, particularly if you're looking at, I mean, an astonishing number, because all the time, constantly, I run into walls where it's like, I am looking for some old scientific text, right? And it just has, doesn't have a digital copy, and there's just no way to read it without getting a physical one. It doesn't happen to me, I guess, all the time. But I'd say once every couple of months, I have to basically consider buying a physical copy or going off of what someone else has written about the book in another scientific article. And that's typically what I do as the latter, because it takes time, it takes a lot, and it costs usually a lot of money to get one of these old texts. And there's countless of them, millions and millions of books in particular, that scientific articles, not a big problem because they're like 15 pages. Books that are hundreds of pages, often missing from digital libraries. So there might be, utility in them in training these models on those kinds of books, but I'd really like them to actually be fucking digitized and made public then, if you're going to do this anyway, or at least made available for sale or something.
Ravelon's mentioned that there was something I didn't mention, which is important. I thought it was obvious, but I'll mention it since he said it. The AI companies are not allowed to buy digitized books and just use them. They have to get rights to them to do this. But with physical books, they can just tear them apart. So that's dumb. That's not how the law should work.
That is very dumb, yeah. It's a workaround for them having to deal with digital copies, yeah.
I get that AI is scary, but that doesn't make sense. That if the company buys a book, they're allowed to fucking, what's for effect, read it. Even if they're reading it to their AI.
Does Esoterica talked about this, Dimitri? I love Esoterica. I've spoken to him, and I sent him at least some emails a while back, and he did say at some point he'd come on our podcast, but I haven't talked to him in a long time about. I haven't gotten back to him about that, but I love his channel. His videos are brilliant. If you like subjects of occult and esotericism and theology, his stuff is very interesting.
That's not something I've ever really been interested in, but the Darkest Dungeon was fun though. I don't know if you were talking about a different podcast or this one, but maybe we should try and have more guests on this.
Oh, I was trying to ask him to come on Broken Crown like forever ago.
Yeah.
I don't even remember why. I think I just loved his videos. I thought he was doing really cool stuff. One of the things he talks about is that, like, look, whether or not you believe in this esotericism shit, you shouldn't go messing around with things that you think might be magic. was essentially. So I guess in some sense it's very antithetical to what we're doing here, which is very hard science. So that's more, but I agree with that completely. Look, if you have some reason to believe something might be magic, even if you don't believe in magic, maybe don't fuck with it. Like, you know, if it's like, even if you don't believe in demons or angels, maybe just don't mess with it, right?
I take a firm anti-magic is real view.
Yet you call yourself
the
a
wizardry
wizard.
I perform is essentially an analogy over my general brilliance.
Oh my god.
But
Ugh.
no, it doesn't real. Demons, angels, it's all they're sometimes useful abstractions, but they aren't real. And so if I had the Chris Chan medallion in front of me,
I
wouldn't mind picking it up, except for
well, Chad,
the things that are real about magic and all that stuff. I mean, angels and religion, all that stuff is the psychological effects, the things humans do in response to it. So if I got the Chris Chan medallion and then something happened by happenstance that just happened to be bad, everyone would now believe in the curse.
But it wouldn't just
even if it wouldn't be the curse.
Anything bad that happens, you would have to be. No, I mean, like, how much more of a sped can you become? That would be the question.
See, how could you even tell?
How would you be able to measure that? Yeah, quantitatively. I mean, well, like, like if you like tuned out and I don't know.
Yeah, that would make it quite obvious. Yeah, but it's not very likely to happen.
It'd have to be in like a specific for it to be the effects of the medallion. How it has affected everybody else that people have said that about is that it's made them a massive degenerate. So if you became suddenly a massive degenerate, if like you got into a car crash, I don't know if some people would probably say, oh, that's the effects of the medallion. However,
maybe you would.
I wouldn't, because I think the way that the medallion affects people is that you get possessed by Magichan, which is the demon that infests the Sonichu medallions, and the demon, Magichan, made Chris Chan more of a degenerate. That's the argument, right? Or the theory.
Well, that's something to add. I can't remember.
Well,
Natchez is trying to give Cabby a taste of her own medicine by generating images of herself as a Mexican.
She's got it.
You noticed that she's not bothered.
By the way, get a Sonichu medallion, because because you're my co-host on the stream, and that would be bad for me.
I thought for a second there, I thought you were about to say because I don't want you to die, but no, I guess we have a business arrangement, so fair enough.
Well, yeah, obviously that would ruin the show. Anyway, continue.
Be careful south of the border, chat.
Oh, connection failed.
Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
It's not like that. Okay, there we go. Careful south of the border.
That's cute.
It is.
You keep trying to... let's talk about scientific topics. You keep showing your fucking AI. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Let's do one more. Let's do one more.
I've got quite a lot of other good things, but we're pretty close to the end of our time now. So you go for one, and I'll see if I can find something else afterwards.
Oh, this is weird, and this is something that I thought we could maybe talk about too. And that I find this strange, and I do not like it. But I think it's kind of one of those things where it's going to be inevitable to some degree. AI ghosts. I have not liked this since I've first seen any evidence of this. I don't like it now, which is AI ghosts can comfort mourners even when the bots get the facts wrong. Study participants love the technology, a result that surprised even the researchers. Because I find this creepy and off-putting and wrong. I find it to be, messing with the dead is something that we have a very strong genetic aversion to, because dead bodies are... contain disease and things like that. It's also there is something that is just talking about from a biological and societal health perspective. You don't want to mess with dead bodies. And so that's why we have this, also the aversion of the memento mori of our own deaths. Thinking about death gives people an enormous amount of anxiety. I find this stuff weird, but apparently in this study, they said that they found them comforting. It was only 16 volunteers, but still. 16 volunteers. The conversations with the AI ghosts of a loved one, they said, were comforting, even when the chatbot acting as the ghost invented facts. Information scientist Jack Manning and colleagues reported on June 12th in the Proceedings of Designing Interactive Systems conference.
It's bad enough when the AI is pretending to be your dead relative, but then when it starts hallucinating as well.
Right? Well, I mean, to be fair, sometimes when grandma
Oh,
gets,
my Alzheimer-ridden Uncle Jack would always make shit up
I
as
mean,
well.
it does happen, right? With people with Alzheimer's and who are older with memory issues, but that's got to be fucking weird. But then they said it didn't bother them, I guess. The results suggest that for people open to using, and that's the key part, if you're already open to using this kind of stuff, you've selected
Yeah.
into it. I think
You're going to forgive some of its flaws
Yeah.
for sure, yeah.
AI ghosts, also called grief bots or dead bots, don't need to be perfectly accurate to feel real. They need to meet emotional and social expectations. Manning,
Dead bots will become the name for them.
yeah. AI ghosts, I think is better than dead bot. Dead bot sounds awful, but
Ghost in the Shell uses the term ghost to mean what we might use soul for.
yes, yeah.
So that may already be taken, but dead bots it's insulting enough that
It
it'll
is
be used by people that
insulting.
don't like them,
Yes,
and it's also reverent enough that it'll be used by people that do like them. So it will
Probably.
become the term.
was very the person who conducted the study was very surprised by how much the volunteers enjoyed speaking to the AI generated ghosts. They love this technology, he says. Remember, it's 16 people. His 13-year-old sister died when he was 11. Now he feels a strong aversion to the idea of talking to her digital ghost. Well, he doesn't. I mean, in that case, like, that was a long time ago. So it doesn't have any, I guess, recent stuff that he could upload to that, and he's got memories that are preserved in his head. Whereas if this is a person who died yesterday, I guess, and you're trying to get over their death, I could kind of understand that more. The idea of how are you even going to try to recreate create a simulacrum of a person who died 30 years ago? For example, I don't know how you would even. I mean, what are you going to put into it, I guess? Also, she died as a child, his sister. I understand why he has an aversion to it, and hence why he's studying it, though, by the way. I have a version of my sister in my head. I wouldn't want to be confronted with the fact that maybe I'm wrong in my way of remembering her, but how else would you know? His study
AI is
falls
not going to do a better job of remembering her than you do.
Maybe.
It's going to be given your details about her and then simulate her. It'll be your expectations fulfilled.
Yeah.
It's not going to suddenly simulate what she really would have been like.
No.
It doesn't know.
It would be your interpretation if you're the one providing the data.
Yeah.
Let's see. Study volunteers, however, clearly came with a goal in mind. He said they had questions that they felt were unanswered or a detail in their life that they were desperate to share. People who did not want to interact with a recreation of a deceased loved one were not included. Obviously. Because then you have no data to get from them. Across the board, volunteers reported the experience as positive. It felt like I was actually talking with my grandpa, one participant told researchers. Another said, it just feels like I'm getting to the closure I needed so bad. The only information the chatbot had to draw on for its impersonation was a brief survey that the participant had completed about their deceased loved one. I could see this being better, if you had like actual information, videos and calls and things like that of them. But this is people giving their rosy tinted memories of a person and then a chatbot filling in the blanks.
What this might end up revealing is that people are actually very boring.
Yeah.
And that almost everyone talks the same way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it will. I'm not sure that's true. It might just be that the people that took part in this are already primed to want to believe it. I'll also say that for a portion of those who would theoretically take part in a dead bot thing, maybe for 15 to 20% of them, it would actually be healthy
people,
and fine, and they'd get on with it, and they'd get the closure and then move on, and it would be fine.
There's some emerging evidence that shows that AI chatbot use can be addictive.
It's a roll of the dice. Oh, no doubt. Like it's everything could be psychologically addictive.
Yes,
but
exactly.
for the rest of them, for the remaining 80-85%, it's a roll of the dice. Some of them will get psychosis from it. Some of them will go insane from it. And some of them will just be damaged in smaller ways by it. But for a small number of people, it'll be healthy. And that's why it's complicated. Because for some people, it's actually a good idea, much like smoking or drinking heavily or all kinds of other vices. For a small number of people, it's the right balance for their life. So for most people, it's a bad idea.
Why I say that is because I was looking at the research on the AI, the sex bots, right? Like the companion bots. And what a lot of the research has been on the fact that these services open up, people use them, they form relationships. And by the way, the things that they talk about discussing with these sex bots, it's not just sex. It's like they will talk about going on virtual walks together in the park. They will talk about weddings, about having children, about, all these like normal beats of everyday life stuff. But where I say the addiction part comes in is that my advisor conducted a study that was in the data that I reviewed. And what she looked at in her data set is that of the 58 users that she interviewed, 3/4 of them? No, sorry, just a third. A third of them, and people who signed up for her study, had already used a previous AI companion bot that had been shut down. And she was studying a different AI companion bot that was being shut down. Her one she was studying was Soulmate, and a third of the users who were using Soulmate had previously used Replica, which was another AI companion bot that had been
Rails
shut
are
down.
everywhere.
Yeah. Wait, what? Rails?
Whales, yeah.
Oh, Wales, yes.
Yeah.
However, that's what I mean by the psychological addiction nature of it. So, if you spend much time using Replica gets shut down, you move to Soulmate, then Soulmate gets shut down, you go move to another thing. That seems to be...
Yeah.
Now, that's not definitive just because they did it once, but it could be indicative of a sort of psychological addiction there to that kind of thing. So,
Absolutely.
potentially. Let's see.
Yep, it was inevitable that people were going to get addicted to AI. People get addicted to all kinds of stuff, but AI is so big, so varied, and so powerful that it was always inevitable.
Yep. So, but again, these people were it's from surveys from themselves. It has no external data to draw from. So if you are talking to your grandpa, he can't actually tell you stories that you never heard before or anything. Like if you had tons of information, you had huge amounts, like his diary and all kinds of other stuff, you just pop it in an AI, then maybe you could, but this is... No wonder they had a positive experience. It's based on their own perspective and memories of a dead person that they want to talk to. Not a dead person right, not a dead person that they don't want to talk to necessarily. They actively want to speak to this person or interact with them. So it's going to be their rosy tinted recollections of who that person was anyway. And the AI being, trying to create positive sort of experiences and interactions is going to acquiesce and is going to try and make it a positive user interaction experience.
They may just be the kind of person that in a different age would love a little seance.
Oh, I'm
They'd
sure.
love it.
Oh yeah, people
or
love
they
that
would
shit even now.
they would love it today, except that they are the kind of person that's prone to prefer tech to magic.
Yep.
As you know, a skill tree.
Yeah.
As a theme. So whatever, like it's tiny variations, but they're seeded to want this.
Yes.
It sounds like.
Yes. And when the chatbot filled in details with fabrications such as mentioning a job someone never held, participants just plowed forward. Mistakes in tone or style bothered them much more,
That
for example.
is the best evidence. Because if someone you knew was like, hey, remember that time you did insert thing that you never did? That would be really jarring.
Yeah.
If you've just been told, hey, this system's going to simulate your family member, and then they did that, it would still be really jarring.
Yes.
The fact they plowed on meant that it was a completely emotional experience and not at all.
It had nothing. Yes.
Not at all informational.
No, it completely emotional experience. It doesn't. They didn't give a shit. I mean, I wonder how jarring these really were, right?
These are people credulous enough to convince themselves that they are currently talking to their dead relative through an AI system. No, the AI system is simulating your dead relative, given the information you just gave it.
Yeah.
It's basically just regurgitating it at you.
It's just
and it's still getting it
your
wrong.
Perspective, your perceptions. So it's just you. It's just you and your memories and your recollections of somebody. Yeah, spitting it back at you, what you want, essentially. Mistakes in tone or style, however, bothered them much more. For example, the bots never used emojis, a small omission that mattered to some participants who had mostly communicated with their loved ones in text. In another case, the bot called a participant Champ, a name he said his loved one would have never used. But again, they have nothing but your information to go off of, so if we want to understand how to design these systems ethically, we need more evidence of this kind. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I find this all very weird and creepy in general. I don't... You obviously can't... Even
it will
if you
not
did
be
have
long
everything, even if
before
you had,
this kind of thing works very well.
It's going to be very convincing. It's going to be very convincing. I can't imagine wanting to do
Especially
it now.
if
It's
like,
not
if you
them.
put a little button next to some words where you just put like a red mark on a word, it will learn so much from just like 5 of those.
Yep. Anyway, I find that creepy. Do you have anything left we could do in maybe like 10 minutes, or... I'd like to end on a better note than the AI goes, so though I do find it creepy and morbid, but it's also it's interesting how people get wrapped up in this stuff. What have you got?
Let me try and find a good one.
By the way, as we end up here, I will start the poll. Who won for the evening? Who won today? Who had the best studies, right? Who had the best articles, I mean. Had the best stories. Was it me?
Okay, here's a really dumb one. I don't know. This might be a bad story. I don't know, but it's ridiculous. I don't know who Brian Johnson is, but he says that he's cloned himself, quote, as a newborn to, quote, grow organs for transplantation.
What?
Which is a preposterous exaggeration, apparently. We'll see exactly what he's saying. Here, that's a picture of him.
Oh, is this fucking crazy guy who's like, the CEO who's got like
Crazy guy sounds right so far.
I
Yeah.
think that's not the guy who says that he's like de-aged himself, and there's a bunch of these CEOs who do a bunch of insane stuff where like they try to de-age themselves and all kinds of things like that.
Yeah.
Yes, this is him. Anti-aging attempt he refers to as Project Blueprint. He refers to the philosophy as don't die. Oh, right, and then he did all this anti-aging shit, and then he got diagnosed with an incurable autoimmune disease, likely because of all the shit he was doing to his body to try and make himself never age. So now he has a painful autoimmune disease. This is the same guy. I knew that name sounded familiar. He's given himself, because of all this shit he's trying to do to make himself live forever, and make himself be younger, look younger, and physically de-age himself, now has a crippling, painful autoimmune disorder. So,
the rich and powerful...
It's the same guy.
The rich and powerful have always tried to find immortality. And even if you tell someone like this that, they'll say, yes, but today we can actually do it. No, we're not quite there yet. Maybe in 50 years, but maybe in 100, something like that. But we're not there yet. And so what you're doing is ruining your fucking life. As Aiden said, and wasting your time.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is a quote that I heard from many years ago. I can't remember what this is from. Chat, if you know what this is from, tell me, because I'm curious what it was from.
Just find a vampire, right?
The expression is the same kind of people that want to live forever are the kind of people that don't know what to do on a Saturday.
Yeah. Right? Well, they spend their time thinking about how to live forever. They spend their time worrying about that guy in particular. This guy, Brian Johnson, has spent years trying to turn back the clock instead of spending time on now.
Yeah. They're probably not doing it because they just desperately need more of what they have. They're probably doing it because they feel like they're wasting what they have.
Yeah, maybe.
And they don't know how to stop that. So they just want to give themselves more time.
I mean,
which is quite sad.
There is only the now, essentially. You can't, you'll never get this exact moment, this second back. That's not how time works. Like, you live in the present. So you might as well actually live in it instead of trying to turn back the clock on it. You only have one.
True.
So...
True.
It's a waste, I think.
Zillionaire eccentric Brian Johnson, fresh off of being diagnosed with an incurable disease, says he just cloned himself as a newborn.
By the way, an incurable disease that he himself caused, by doing all this shit to reverse his aging. Or
the immortality influencer shared in a Twitter update that he has a baby version of himself growing in a petri dish that he says will allow him to become his own blood boy.
This guy, why is any medical institution working with this freak?
Good question.
I know
apparently
he's paying them money. His reason.
His son already provides him blood.
Yes, that was one of the things is he was getting like blood transfusions, the blood of the youth and their plasma and all that stuff. But yeah.
And potentially even grow organs for transplantation. By the way, I've mentioned this before, but I did see at some point a documentary on immortality, like medical immortality, and the best evidence that we have indicates that the way to extend your lifespan is to spend your entire life like under unsaturated or unsatisfied circumstances. So stuff like cold, hungry, tired.
Yeah.
Like there's excesses you don't want to get to, but if you're sort of somewhere in the unsatisfied region, but not in the destitution or starving region.
Well, I always bring this up, but there's
billionaires are the last people who would be in that region.
So in the social sciences, we have two broadly understood forms of happiness, I'll say, right? One is what most people think of when they think of happiness, which is hedonia, which is pleasure. And then the other one is eudaimonia, which is meaningfulness. The people who spend their whole lives seeking pleasurable experiences, to feel comfortable, to feel happy, to, joy, these kinds of things. Well, yes, I mean, like, they are happy and pleasurable and stuff in the moment, obviously, but it's the people who have eudaimonia who end up, living longer, the people who have meaning in their life. And a lot of times, the things that create eudaimonia, like having children, are not pleasant. in that, like, it's not fun to change a diaper, but it gives greater meaning to people's lives, and that is what makes the struggle. Yes, the struggle to go through the stuff that isn't fun or pleasant in the moment. You know, that's what makes people actually live. That is the meaningfulness. And when you ask parents, for example, parents of young children, they'll say, "I'm not particularly hedonic. I'm not feeling a lot of fucking like happy, joy, pleasure out of this, but I have an incredible sense of meaningfulness in my life, of eudaimonia."
Yeah. So there's that I would say is very similar to the idea of finding the local minima, which is to the lowest energy state that's near to you that you can just roll down into, and then that's hedonia, and then eudaimonia would be traversing the landscape of higher energy states until you find the lowest one on the entire landscape. You travel further to find something lower than you could get locally.
Yeah.
It's a common analogy used for low energy states, but I think that's essentially what the whole idea of long-termism and of long-term horizon is about. You can actually get better results if you're willing to extend the time horizon, do some boring, unpleasant stuff first, and then you actually get the even better result than you would get locally. Potentially grow. This may be scary to some people, dystopian future, Johnson wrote, but for others, they will see this as the inevitable future of health.
No, it's not.
This is all sounds like a grim sci-fi plot.
This is not a
literal. No, well, I hope not. Not a literal living, breathing clone. Although posting an infamous picture of himself edited to look like a baby, that's very fucking weird.
It is
Johnson certainly playing into that impression.
Weird.
Yes. Hold on. Do we have the picture? This would be a nice thing to laugh at before we end. Yeah, that's him.
That's not a real. That's like AI or some shit, right? You know, obviously.
It's probably AI.
Well, it says he didn't create a human clone. You know, it's just.
But that's supposedly him, but as a baby. I imagine he asked an AI to generate him as a baby.
Yes, he's had an AI do that or something. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a baby wearing sunglasses and a 1800s pajamas and
that
holding
baby
a
would
candle.
not have the strength to hold that candle. It's not a real photo.
It's clearly fake, obviously, but like. Also, what is the...
Imagine going into the public and say, I've created a child for organ transplant. It's a petri dish. You didn't say that.
Yeah.
But then you show a picture of what people are expecting to see if it's true that you are planning to butcher a child for its organs.
What's the community
Imagine doing that in public. What a ridiculous thing to do. The community would say roughly what the article was saying. And it's not actually a child. It's just a stem cells, basically.
Stem cells, yes. Pluripotent stem cells.
Yeah, you go out there, you haven't created a child that you're going to butcher for organs. You haven't done that, but you go out and imply that you have.
But yeah, why would this guy's a weirdo freak? Okay, so like,
yes,
and I have very little sympathy for the fact that he's given himself this autoimmune disorder, from his vainglorious attempt to live forever.
Yeah,
it's creepy.
I didn't know anything about this guy before today, and now I know plenty. Now
Probably
I know
more
enough.
Than you wanted, yeah, right.
Yeah, indeed.
It is so gauche, indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, butchering children for organs is just kind of gauche.
Just kind of gauche. Well, it's not, but he's not actually doing that. To be fair, he is just like making stem cells. It's still disgusting, though. I find it. Everything about he's probably trying to do this to. The reason he's doing this probably is to try and cure his autoimmune disease that he's gotten as a result of doing all these scientific experiments on himself to live forever. Keep
Almost
going,
sounds like
man.
a pretty
See what
retarded
happens.
thing to do.
Well, I mean, it's worked out so great for him thus far. Let's keep going and see what happens, sir. Dipshit.
So he does actually have a child already. So he has done the main eudaimonic activity, to be fair.
And he's used he's used his own child as a blood bot, or as a blood boy, though, apparently, which is insane.
I guess maybe he's done the easy part of the eudaimonic process, but not the hard part, actually raising a good child.
Or caring about them,
to the point
where you see them as anything other than a fucking blood bag.
I mean, I wonder if he does see his child mostly as a
is that why he had
extension of his immortality research, or as a real person.
I mean, is that why he had a child in the first place?
Yeah, it very well might be.
I think at
I
least
wouldn't be
Elon Musk's
surprised.
way of
He
looking
never
at that
admitted.
as another
Then again, he
eccentric
admitted
billionaire,
this.
trillionaire, whatever. Well,
Yeah.
temporary trillionaire. I think Elon's net worth went back down under $1 trillion, but
Hmm.
it was up there for a little bit though. But at least his way is just like, I'm just gonna have a whole bunch of kids, like a dozen plus of them, so that my DNA lives on, which is how we typically have. Maybe not in the same capacity, but it is how humans live forever. This stuff
Do you use
is
ChatGPT?
weird.
Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I
Bar
love
One
it.
Studios here 5 says, "Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from. So you wanted to know why God is smiting you through your own hubris." Indeed. Gee, I wonder what could be going on here. It really does seem as if God has smited him for his own hubris, the fact that he develops this incurable autoimmune disease from all the shit he's done to his body to live forever.
Sure is a correlation there. Yeah, it
What a
can be
coinky-dink.
explained those through simple don't fuck with a complex system
That you don't actually
and assume
understand.
that you can just make it better.
Also that you don't
Do you use
understand.
ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love
Boris.
ChatGPT. I love it.
Thanks, Boris. Thanks, Boris. Thanks, Boris.
I don't know why it does that.
It's the Boris wave.
There it is. That was the Boris wave. Oh well, this is horrifying. Probably a good. Well, we had talking to the dead and then trying to live forever. So these were kind of mirror stories. I think that was a good way to end it.
And that's why I had the best stories today.
Well, the chat has voted, and 81% said that I won this evening.
I actually don't understand that, to be honest. I thought my stories today were pretty good. I don't know why it was so heavily weighted.
I certainly won in the long run either way because you were forced to put on the bee suit. So I win.
I don't mind putting on the bee suit. I mean, I hate putting on the bee suit. It's terrible. Yeah, chat, you really owned me.
Totally owned.
Yeah.
Oh, I just think it's cute.
I don't know. I'm not saying I had the best stories, but they weren't that much worse. I don't know why it was that low. I think I may have done something to offend chat. Maybe it's when I told you to sit down when you were bearing your breasts. Maybe that's what did it.
I did no such thing.
That was
by the
it,
way.
chat, wasn't it?
I did no such thing.
I knew it.
Bear anything.
I knew it.
I did. They're tucked in. I didn't bear shit, sir.
You were basically grabbing them in front of the camera.
No, I was not. I was wearing my fucking
trying to
corset.
protect you.
No, you were not.
She's doing it again, chat. Look, we already had enough trouble with jiggle physics today with that weird fucking sex robot. We don't need more of it.
Thank you, Nachos. Woman Alliance is indeed strong. It is midnight, and so I think we will head out for the evening. I want to take this corset off so I can get the pressure off of my lower back, and but I will be over in Cabal hanging out for a bit before I go to sleep.
I love how you realized it was the corset and then didn't take it off.
Well, because it's gonna take dude. It has to be unfucking attached. Like, it's a whole process where the whole thing has to be delaced. It's a proper corset. It has to be delaced. It's gonna take a minute. That's why I didn't take it off. That's why I put it on this morning at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and just left it on.
Okay.
Yeah.
This onesie is about the most difficult to take off clothing that I own, by the way.
It was the corset. All right, guys. I think that's it for the evening. Oh, I do have a new video on Aiden Paladin that will be out this week. I'm just waiting for my advertiser to give me the all green to go ahead with it. So, I'm hoping to put that out on Wednesday after Broken Crown. We'll maybe end Broken Crown a little bit earlier than usual, only a little bit, and we'll watch it after the stream. And it is the video about women's erotic literature, right? And the psychology behind it.
That's why you're wearing a corset.
No, I'm wearing a corset because I like corsets, and it's cute. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out, and we'll see you over in Cabal. Thank you, Nachos, Diaz, and everybody else for showing up in the chat. See you next week. Cheers!